2. It depends what pound for pound list you go off, of course. There's lots of pound for pound lists. There's some pound for pound lists that have got them as 1 and 2. Some of them have got them as like 1 and 3. I have seen like 1 and 4. I have seen 2 and 5, actually. So there is quite the combination out there. But by and large, we are talking about 2 of the greatest fighters that are currently fighting in all of boxing going up against each other. This is the kind of dream match that we just don't get, unfortunately, on a regular basis. And that really is one of the big criticisms of boxing. One of the big criticisms of boxing is that we don't get these massive confrontations. We don't get these massive collisions of 2 of the best in their prime. You kind of have to say it with a little bit of an asterisk. You have to say it with some air marks, because I think a lot of people would have liked this fight to have took place a couple of years ago. Obviously, there's a lot of water under the bridge. We know what's gone on with Spence and his trouble outside of the ring. A couple of car crashes. Of course, there's been some eye surgery as well. So, you know, when it comes to Spence, I think there's a few question marks there as to how he's going to handle someone like Crawford, especially given the past few years that he's had with things that have happened outside of the ring. In regards to Crawford, I suppose the question marks are, how is he going to handle someone as skilled and as big as what Spence is? Spencer's got that size advantage, but he's not just a big guy. He's a big guy that's also on the pound for pound list. So it's one thing for him to have a size advantage. It's something else for him to have a size advantage and be one of the best boxers in the world. So I think that this is, this is as captivating as it was ever going to be. Even if you ran this a couple of years ago, I don't think it would have been a bigger fight. I think the fact that it's been teased, it's been built, it's dragged out just has kind of meant people have wanted it even more. And so I don't see it being a smaller event by any means. I think they are still facing pretty much in their prime. As we said, if you look at a lot of pound for pound lists, they're 1 and 2, 1 and 3, right? Crawford tends to be the one that's at the top of the tree. Crawford tends to top a lot of pound for pound lists. You have got Inoue, who has come through, of course, and Inoue has kind of stolen that spot on a few pound for pound lists. But by and large, we are talking about the 2, like at least 2 of the best doing it right now, going head to head. So that is what we've got tonight. That is why tonight is so exciting. I've got so many notes as well. I've got like a whole page of notes just on Crawford and Spence written down there. I've also got a little mini breakdown over here as well. I've got notes on the undercard. I have done a few quick notes on UFC as well, because there is a chance that we might be able to flip over to that once this fight is done. I don't know. I can't really make too many guarantees on that. My focus has been on the boxing. I literally gave myself about an hour just to have a quick scan over UFC, because that is a big event tonight as well. But yeah, the boxing is obviously massively where our attention is. So we've got a bit of time to actually go through and get people's thoughts. And that's very much what I want to do in this first part, is I want to get people's thoughts. I think there is some coverage, some fight action that should be starting in around about half an hour or so. And I don't know where it is, actually. So I might see if I can find some information on that. I know the main card itself, I believe, is meant to start at 1 a.m. UK time. That's in about an hour and 50. And the main fight, obviously, Crawford-Spence, that's going to be in, well, a good few hours after that. I think they said ring walks at about 4 a.m. So, I mean, we're here for a long haul tonight, as we are most Saturday nights. As we said, yeah, I wanted to spend this first part just getting people's thoughts as to what they thought about this fight, which way they thought it was going to go. If you've got any bets on it, let us know what you've got. I'll give you my prediction. I'm just going to read this. Danny Barnhouse says E, and that's all that needs to be said from Danny Barnhouse. Danny Barnhouse saying E says basically what I've just said in the past 12 minutes or so in one letter. So, Danny, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Ashley Lowe, shout out to you as well. Appreciate the support also. Want to make sure that we're keeping on top of the super chats and the community chats and all of that kind of stuff as we're progressing our way through the evening. And I hope everyone is well. Also, of course, I know that it's a bit unusual for us to be doing the boxing. We normally do UFC. We do go to the boxing when required, and we are certainly required with an event of this magnitude. So, yeah, hope everyone is excited for what we've got lined up. So, I think we'll see some boxing, said Miss Clown. I'm with you there. Daz said, are you doing AJ against White on the 12th of August? That is the plan at the moment, yes. So, next weekend is SummerSlam. And I'll admit, I haven't really looked beyond that, but I know that I did write down a quick, rough sketch of what the next few weeks look like, and AJ Dillon is on there. I think there's another big UFC event coming up that I wanted to try and do. So, yeah, my focus is Crawford, Spence tonight, SummerSlam next week. Blackjack, shout out to you. I'm doing good, thank you. Everbliss said, can you do things you might have missed on UFC? Sadly not, buds. Sadly not. We can't do that because we don't get chance to watch UFC every week. And I think if you was to do a series like that, then you would need to be watching it every single week. And that would mean prioritizing it over the boxing and WWE pay-per-views and all that kind of stuff. So that's why we can't commit to that. What are your thoughts on Jey Uso winning at SummerSlam? I don't expect it to happen, but I don't think that he is the next undisputed champion. Koala said, are you doing an 8-hour stream about one boxing match, or are you doing UFC? So we're going to be focused on Crawford's Spence. It's not just the one match. There's a pretty good undercard. So we've got like Cruz against Cabrera. That is for the WBA lightweight title eliminator. We've also got Donaire against Santiago. That's for the vacant WBC bantamweight championship. So we've actually got a championship title fight there. That was actually a belt that was vacated by Inoue when he moved up to super bantamweight. So we're going to crown a new champ there. We've got a lightweight title eliminator fight as well. And then also we've got quite a rising prospect in Tellez taking on Sergio Garcia. So that's going to be a super welterweight 10-round fight. We've got that on the undercard as well. So those are the three big undercard fights. And then, of course, yes, the big draw is, of course, Crawford against Spence. So Crawford-Spence will be at about 4. We've got those 3 fights that will take up the 3 hours before. So we've actually only got about an hour and 40-odd minutes. Got about an hour and 40-odd minutes. I wanted to just get people's thoughts on things as we were building towards that. I think that there are some fights that are starting just before, a little bit earlier. And so we was going to cast our eye over that. I was in the process of tracking those down, actually. But I did just get a little bit sidetracked by the chat. But that's all right. I don't think these undercard fights start for another, as I said, half an hour or so. So I will search those out. I've got a feeling they're on YouTube, to be honest. I think these undercard ones are on YouTube. But I will track those down. It's a huge shame that Days isn't doing World of Warcraft, says Mitchell. I agree. Thank you, Days, for covering the boxing fight of the century. Been a fan and subscriber for a minute and look forward to the commentary. Just me, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. I can tell you that I have tracked down these prelim fights, and it looks like they're already up and running. So we'll just be keeping an eye on these. So Placite against Reyes, they're in round 3 of that. 26,000 people watching on YouTube. And as we said, we are up and running with that. But the actual main pay-per-view itself won't start for a little while. yet. Right. Are you doing UFC 291 tonight? Not particularly. So if we get a chance to get over to it, then we will look to try and get over to it. But it's not the focus for this week, unfortunately. Do you think Grayson Waller versus The Rock should happen? It could happen. I don't know if it should happen. Because I think that there would be a lot of people that would rather see Roman against The Rock rather than Grayson against The Rock. I think that he has been calling him out. I think, to be honest, there'll probably be a little segment. I could see a segment. I don't know if I could see a match. Because if you are going to get a match, I think you would want it to be against a bigger opponent than Grayson Waller. Thoughts on Stuart Broad retiring? I tell you what, we're all over the road here, aren't we? All over the road. Broad, gutted, to be honest. I heard that announcement earlier, and it was one that I was not prepared for. I don't think anyone was prepared for it, and I think that's, devastating, considering he is England's second best wicket taker bowler ever, from a number of wickets point of view. So yeah, that one hurt, to be honest. But what a way to go out if he can help England secure the win tomorrow. Mitchell, shout out to you, said, knock, knock, who's there? Figs. Figs who? Figs your doorbell so I don't have to knock. That was awful. Also, I've got Poirier and Crawford's. Love you all. Yeah, I agree. So I did say that, actually. I said I would go through who it is that I've selected for the fight tonight, and I've got Crawford's tonight. So Crawford's is 39-0 record-wise. 30 knockouts is what he's got. He's actually got a 100% finish rate at welterweight, which is incredible. So he is 100% finishing his opponents in this division. Which is quite ominous, of course, for the likes of Spence. But he is my pick. So I'm also going with Crawford. I could see in our poll that we've got 74% of people that have got Crawford's. 26% of people have got Spence. And so how many votes? We had nearly 200 votes already, which is good, considering we've been live for less than 20 minutes. So 74% Crawford, 26% Spence. That gives us an idea. It's not really a big enough sample size yet, but it gives us a good idea as to what people are thinking. And I have to agree, I'm thinking the same. I'm also thinking that we're going to be seeing Crawford pick up the win here. The reason why I say that is because he is number one on a lot of people's pound-for-pound lists. It looks like Placite has taken the knee there, the referee giving him the count, but looks like the fight should continue. Should get back underway in round 4 of one of these prelim fights here. But yeah, in regards to Crawford, he's number one on a lot of pound-for-pound lists, and he really is very, very skilled. Switch hitter. It looks like that fight is over, actually. So that fight ending in the 4th. So, yeah, he's a very skilled switch hitter, which means that he is very good in the orthodox stance and in the southpaw stance. He can actually do it in both, which, a lot of times when you see switch hitters, you see people that are stronger in one stance than the other, whereas Crawford does have the ability to be just as strong in both stances, which is quite the skill to have. He's an excellent counterpuncher. He's got fantastic movement and timing as well. He's obviously striking variety, like he can attack from all different angles. He is so skilled. The only thing really for me here is the size. That's all it comes down to. I think ability-wise, Crawford is the better fighter, but it's just Spence, I don't think, is that far behind. And he has got the size advantage, and he's got an amazing jab as well. What you got to say about Spence is not only is he a great fighter, 28-0 with 22 knockouts, right? He's also the WBA, WBC, and IBF welterweight champion. So you better be putting respect on his name. And he's also very high in a lot of those pound-for-pound rankings. Has been as high as number 2. He is, and he's younger as well, 2 years younger. There is a lot to like about Spence. a lot to like about him. But I think that Crawford is the more skillful fighter. I think that Crawford as well. The one thing you can say about Spence is he's obviously been through a lot with his 2 car crashes, the one in 2019 in particular. So he's been through 2 car crashes. He's had major eye surgery as well. And so now he's coming into this fight a little bit unknown. Because I believe his last fight was a little while ago as well. I don't think we've seen him since the car crash in late 2022, which resulted in a leg injury. I think the first car crash in 2019 was a lot worse for Spence. The second car crash resulted in a leg injury. We haven't seen him since that. Now, that second car crash, by all things considered, was not as bad, nowhere near as bad as the first one in 2019, where he was in intensive care for, I think it was like 6 days, car proper flipping over and everything. He hasn't fought, I believe, since April of 2022. So it's been a while. I mean, we are talking over 12 months out the ring. Inactivity for Spence is a bit of a problem. So, you know, you've got the one guy who's very skilled. He's big. He's got a great jab. He's on the pound for pound list, but he's been through a lot outside the ring, and there is inactivity there. And then you look at the other guy, Crawford's smaller, probably more skillful. I've got him as being more skillful. But you can't ignore that size difference. You know, they always say that a great big un can beat a great little un. And so Errol Spence is someone that I can totally understand why he's coming in as many people's picks. The odds here are not that wide. So Terence Crawford is minus 150. Errol Spence is plus 130. The draw is plus 1400. So the draw is, as always, an outside shout. But Terence Crawford at minus 150 would be my pick as well. Does he get the finish, though? That would be the big question. Does he get the finish? Errol Spence at plus 130, I think, is perfectly acceptable. There'll be no arguing from me. This is so close that if anyone wants to passionately say that Errol Spence is winning this fight, you'll get no complaints out of me. No complaints out of me whatsoever. Errol Spence is in the top 10% for connecting with jabs. His jab is really one of his major weapons. He's a busy fighter. He likes to come forward as well. He is very much a technician with heavy hands. And he's good. He's a great fighter. He's very skilled. He is going to bring the fight to Crawford, and Crawford is going to have to deal with that. The great thing that Crawford has got, though, is a really great fight IQ. Like, he really knows what he's doing in there, and he's very adaptable. I was listening to Teddy Atlas, who said that his top fighter is Terence Crawford. And he says that he is the most adaptable fighter. He is the fighter that just has got the best in-ring instincts of maybe any fighter that's active at the moment, because he just has that ability to make the changes, read the situation, find the correct game plan, and find the correct way forward. He's 39-0 with 30 knockouts, and as we said, 100% finish rate in the welterweight division. So there's so much to talk about. We've got like paths to victory for both guys. We can like break everything down. It's so exciting. This really is one of the biggest fights that's going at the moment. In fact, you could make the argument it's the biggest fight you could make in boxing. I think for me, I would be massively interested in Fury against Usyk as well. That's definitely a fight that I want to see. I know for a lot of people, the Canelo against Bivol rematch would also be one of the biggest fights, because Canelo's adamant that he can get that win. Bivol is obviously one of only a couple of men that was able to actually defeat Canelo. I think that was so high profile that there's plenty of people that want to see what would happen in the rematch there. But really, once you start, I suppose you could go Devin Haney against Tank Davis as well. That might also be up there. But this for many people is number one. What we're seeing tonight with Spence and Crawford, for the longest time has been the dream match. For the longest time, this has been the fight. And we're actually going to get it tonight, which is so exciting. So exciting. So, yeah, a lot of excitement in the air. A lot of anticipation as well. And as I said, my pick for it is Crawford. Just me said, I feel like Crawford will win, but not by knockout or technical knockout. I think Spence is too big, too strong, and too durable by that. But by unanimous decision or split decision. It's on Showtime YouTube, said Bonkers. Yeah, I've got it fired up. We're up to about 34,000. They're just showing a little video package right now. So yes, we've got just the prelims on, but we're kind of working our way through those. Kian says, Days, hello. Hope you're well, having a good weekend. What are the thoughts on SmackDown? I think it was okay. What did you think of Grayson mocking The Rock in front of Roman? I didn't think much of it, to be honest. I think that it could build towards some sort of confrontation. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if The Rock was to come in at, like, say, SummerSlam or something like that. I mean, it would be amazing if The Rock was at SummerSlam and then challenged Roman at WrestleMania. You know, that would be pretty cool. But I think we're really jumping there, you know. I think what happened, what's also realistic is that The Rock and Grayson got into it online on social media. And I think that basically Grayson is now using this as an opportunity to mock The Rock and to get people talking. It's one of the cleverest things that you can do in modern wrestling. If you're a young upcoming wrestler, just do some subtle little things. Have some on your ring gear that's a little bit mysterious, that needs a little bit of, you know, reading into. Do a few gestures where you're mocking like one of the greatest wrestlers we've ever seen that people are desperate to see come back. Like those little things that are just gonna get people talking. It's one of the best things you can do, because if you give people a little bit of a gray area, like, why has he done that? What does that mean? If you can get people asking some questions in this day and age with social media, there's enough people that will try to answer them, and they won't be able to answer them because there's not really an answer at the moment. Like, there's theories that people could come up with. Like, my theory is that him mocking The Rock is really, I hope it leads to something, but I think it's more him being clever. And he's got into a little back and forth on social media. And I think that he is capitalizing on that. And I think that there'll be many conversations being had like this all over the social media, all over the internet, amongst people's friends. And you know what? That is just great for the Grayson Waller brand, isn't it? What do you think that Grayson Waller's doing? Do you think this is setting up The Rock? Blah, 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 blah. So, you know, I think it's that personally, but I would love for it to be a confrontation. No, I don't see it being a match, just because I think if you're going to bring in The Rock, he would face Roman. I don't think he would face Grayson. And so I think that it could be a case that it's just a little bit of trolling. I'd love it to be a segment where they actually confront each other. Some like SummerSlam moment or WrestleMania moment, right? You know, he could keep mocking him all the way up to WrestleMania 40 and then get interrupted by The Rock. Or, you know, like Grayson could be in the ring and then The Rock comes down, you know? So you're kind of setting up the potential for something. But I can't say right now that I think that it particularly is something. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see. I just think in this day and age, there's a lot of that kind of thing going on. The schools, we spoke about the schools. You know, there's these schools in the background that people, there was a theory going around, it was connected to Bray. And I did look into it because it came up in conversation the other day. Those schools have been in the background. I can go back 3 months and I can find schools in the background. There ain't no way they've been teasing Bray's return for 3 months, right? I think the original article was that it had been back like for a couple of weeks. Have you seen these schools? They've been backstage for a few weeks, right? That's just not true. Like, if you go back, I clicked on a random episode of Raw, went to a backstage segment and found them in the background 3 months ago, right? I could look further and go further. I didn't feel the need to, because that was enough for me. There ain't no way they've been teasing Bray's return for 3 months, right? So I feel pretty confident they've been in the background for a long time, for a while. And so I don't think they mean anything. And we spoke about this on stream the other day. I made that point on stream the other day as well. I think there's a lot of this kind of thing going on at the moment. Right, we got Ariel Helwani. They're talking about Isaac Cruz. They're talking about the co-main event. So it's Ariel Helwani. Is it Kate Aldo? Is that her name? Kate Abdo, Ariel Helwani, and Luke Thomas. So that's pretty cool. They're just breaking down the co-main and just briefly touching on the main as well. I believe we're in Vegas for this one. I believe this is the T-Mobile Arena. Have you been watching Collision back? I haven't, no, Dally Paul. I haven't been watching it. I haven't seen a single second of it. The Rock has lots of history in Detroit, said Shift Gods. Showtime Sport YouTube channel. Let's go. What are your thoughts on Billy Gunn returning to WWE? I've not seen that rumor. I think he's enjoying his time in AEW, to be honest. Godfather's Ho, shout out to you, said, I'm firing up that solo stank strain. When is Eminem coming out? Oh, yeah, good point. Good point, because Eminem is rumored to be part of the ring walk tonight. So we could be seeing Eminem bringing out, I think it's Crawford, isn't it, that is rumored to be ring walking for. So, yeah, we could be seeing Eminem tonight. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of chatter doing the rounds, saying you do not want to miss the ring walks. Do not miss the ring walks. So, yeah, Emmett, that's a big rumor doing the rounds. I mean, listen, if your ring walk is going to feature Eminem, like, that puts into perspective how big tonight is. The eyes of the world are going to be very much on this. If Mania 41 is going to be in Minneapolis, can you crash on my couch? We will torch Mania Monkey Mush and buy women. Thanks, said Godfather's Ho. As tempting as that sounds, Godfather's Ho, and it does sound tempting. Sadly, I will be streaming it. I am, you know me, I am community first. Yeah, I am streaming first, right? As much as buying women and torching Mania Monkey Mush sounds like a perfectly fun Saturday and Sunday night, streaming is very much what I'm here for. So, but thank you. Dally Paul said, I hope you're well. Looking forward to UFC. Unfortunately, no Wonder Boy. Yeah, I saw that. Fell through, didn't it? Because of a bad weight. Well, didn't get weight, did he? So, yeah, that's a shame. But still a very strong card, as you said. Dasher Dog said, are you watching this on TNT Sports Box Office? Yes. Mr. Dow Jr. said, are you doing UFC as well? It's not a focus. But if we get chance to jump over to it, I mean, if Crawford Spence is going to finish at, because ring walks are at 4, if it's done early, then we may be able to catch the tail end of UFC 291. But there is no promises there. Derek said The Rock for SummerSlam, or they'll wait for WrestleMania. Who will win, Jake Paul or Nate Diaz? Said Trevor. I've got Jake winning that. I think this is a step backwards for Jake. I think that Jake is, I think, you know, he's someone that people don't love to give credit to. I think that he has definitely put the work in. I think he's surrounded himself with really good trainers. You know, he's got money. He's been spending that money. He's got a really good team. He's pushed himself. I think this is something that he really wanted to achieve. And I think he's gone about it the right way, if not just a good few years, maybe too late. I think when he was saying he wanted to be a world champion, I think he's being honest. I think like that wasn't him trolling or anything. I think he was being genuine. That was his motivation. That's what he wanted to do. I think in his mind, he was picturing holding that title up and shutting up the haters, right? I didn't want to see that particularly, but just because I don't think that would be a good advert for boxing, right? I think if someone like Jake can come into it at, still relatively young, but in boxing terms, not really. If he was able to come in, use his wealth to surround himself with like a great training camp and then get to a world champion level, I don't know if that's a great advert for boxing, because it sort of suggests that that young talent that's been doing it since the age of 17, 18 has not really, is not a match to Jake and what he's been able to achieve with his millions and millions of dollars. So I don't know, but then equally, I do respect his grind. I do. Clearly, he's put the work in. You've only got to look at how he's improved in the ring. I mean, the fact that he went toe-to-toe with Anderson Silva, went 12 rounds and then got awarded the decision. I mean, that is amazing. I know Anderson is, 46, whatever, getting closer to 50 than he is closer to 40. But we saw not that long ago great performances out of Anderson Silva. He has shown to be still at this age a very capable boxer. So I think that he is, he's gone up against an influencer. He progressed then to a basketball star. He then moved on to Ben Askren, who was known more for his wrestling, but, was a fighter. Then he went on to, I think, was it Woodley next? Went to Woodley, the first Woodley fight. Then he did the second Woodley fight where he got that knockout, which was a sick knockout in all fairness. Then he does the Anderson Silva fight. And then obviously he does the Tommy Fury fight. Now, I thought in the Tommy Fury fight, it was really close. I think the idea that Jake could go on to be a world champion is, I don't see it personally. I don't think he will go on to be a world champion. But I think that he has got great potential to go on and... Hello, a little bit of lag. Let's see if we can fix that. Hang on. Right, yeah, there is a bit of lag at the moment. If we can change it over, see if we... Is that going to be better? Maybe. Hopefully. We'll keep an eye on this one and see if this is going to be any better at all. If this is, this will work really well if this is. Yeah, a little bit of lag there. We've got 3 routers that we can play around with, so we shouldn't, if we do have a little wobble, shouldn't affect us for very long. But yeah, at the moment, looks like that is holding, which is good news. So, yeah, we were talking about Jake Paul. And as I said, I think that he has progressed very well. I think that, he's gone up against tougher and tougher opponents. Went up against Anderson Silva, looked really good there. Went up against Tommy Fury, looked really good there. I feel like Nate Diaz is definitely going to bring intensity and he's definitely going to bring some skills, but he's not someone that has been constantly training in just boxing. Like boxing is and striking is an element that he's got, but it's not his only major focus. And this is all that Jake has been dialed into. You know, he's been doing his boxing, and then on his downtime, he's been doing his podcasting and things like that. So Jake, I think, is in a very different situation, mindset, skill set now. I think that this would have been a real test for him maybe just before the Anderson Silva fights. Maybe you can make the argument that Diaz after Anderson Silva would have made sense as well. But I think that after Tommy Fury, this seems like a bit of a backward step to me. You know, we've gone from someone that only focuses on boxing. I know that Tommy Fury has done Love Island and all that kind of stuff, but he is a Fury. He's been training boxing his whole life. He's a professional boxer. This is what he does for a living. He doesn't worry about ground games and jiu-jitsu and grappling and wrestling and all of those kind of things. He is dialed in on the boxing side of things. Well, now you go into Nate Diaz. And Nate Diaz has got an all-round skill set. A skill set that's going to include striking, of course, but it's just one facet. This, to me, seems like a backward step. So I am very much looking at Jake getting the victory in this. I can tell you that we're at nearly 300 votes right now, nearly 300 votes. And so we're getting a bigger sample size all the time when it comes to our poll. And 69% of people have said Crawford's, 31% have said Spence. That's where we are at the moment. We have already kind of broken that fight down. Not in like great depth, but we've kind of skimmed the surface of it. We haven't like broken down past the victory or anything, and we can absolutely do that. And time is flying, man. I can't believe it. Like we've got about 15 minutes until we get to like I think the next fight on the prelims, and then we're about an hour away from the start of the main card. So it really is flying at the moment. They're still breaking down the magnitude of this. They're talking like Mayweather, Pacquiao. They're kind of talking in those terms. They're kind of really talking about how big the magnitude of this fight. Close to 40,000 watching them just discuss this. It's Kate Abdo, it's Ariel Hawani, and it's Luke Thomas on Showtime Sports. Just you know, talking about how people are tired of these mega fights not being made, and tired of like seeing these kind of fights fall through. Reminds me a lot of Fury and AJ, actually. Fury and AJ is one of those examples of a big fight that just kept falling through. Very frustrating, but here we are. We've actually got this one paying off tonight, and it's been a great year actually of big dream fights. Obviously, we got Garcia against Tank Davis earlier this year as well. Looks like we're going to be getting AJ Wilder at the end of the year, which should be really tasty. We got AJ against Dillian White first. We got a random, I think we got Usyk against Dubois, and I think that we've got Fury against Francis Ngannou, which is so random. But yeah, there's a lot going on in the world of boxing at the moment. Kian said, are you streaming Great American Bash tomorrow, or is it next week? What do you think of Twitter changing its logo? I am doing Great American Bash, yes. And what do I think of Twitter changing its logo? I think that is for Twitter to decide. Well, I think we spoke about this yesterday, isn't it? It's not called Twitter now. I think it's changed its name to X. So I don't think it is just a logo change. I think you still go to twitter.com though. So I don't know if they're in the process of changing that over, because I was uncertain about that. Is it just a logo change, or are they changing the actual, like, where you go to, like, if they secured x.com? And are they transitioning to that? My understanding is they are transitioning over to that. So quite random, isn't it? I don't know. Elon, I think, wants to make a big mega app where you can buy things and you can socialize and you can do all sorts of stuff. So I think this is just going to be, one aspect of a bigger kind of X brand. Which, if you think about it, you've got SpaceX. So X is kind of, part of that I don't know, brand that he's building. SpaceX is the space aspect of it. Now he's got X, which is going to be the social media aspect of it, and then he can keep bolting on other X's. So yeah, I think this is just a thing that is, it'll be interesting to see where we go with it. What do you think is worth watching, this or UFC? I can't choose, says MMA Joe. Well, I've put my flag in the ground. I think that UFC is a fantastic show tonight, but UFC is also something that you can watch every week, every month. Granted, you're not going to see a show of this magnitude every week, but I sort of feel like, Poirier against Gaethje is a banging fight, but it's not a pound for pound two going up against each other. Even the undercard has got some good names on it, solid stuff, but I can't say that this is anything special in regards to their pay-per-view offerings. I mean, not considering we've had Makhachev against Volkanovski recently, or John Jones against Cyril Gane, and coming up we've got Jones against Stipe, right? I feel like Poirier against Gaethje for a made-up BMF title is good, and I ain't playing that fight down because it's going to be an amazing fight, a great little scrap, one of those that the fans are going to really enjoy, watching. It'll be a war, and there's a lot of excitement around it. So I'm certainly not trying to put it down, but I think if the question is, do you want to watch that, or do you want to watch what genuinely is one of the most significant boxing fights of this generation? I mean, it just is, because we've never had an undisputed welterweight boxing champion in the 4-belt era. This is going to be the first time that someone in the welterweight division is going to hold all 4 titles. That's history. Serious history, right? But not only that, as I said, we're talking about 2 of the best pound-for-pound fighters on the boxing rankings. So we're talking about history being made. We're talking about not 1, but 2 fighters that are on the pound-for-pound list. We're talking about a fight specifically that we have waited years to see. This, if you was to speak to boxing purists about what are your dream fights, this is one that would have been mentioned 100%, right? At any point in the last, say, 5 years, this is one that would have come up, right? This has been a fight that has been on people's lips for a long time, and it's finally here. For me, it wasn't hard. It wasn't a problem to do this over UFC 291. So I love UFC. I'm a massive fan of it. We cover it every single week. But if you're going to drop some of this magnitude to go up against it, I don't think there's much of a decision to make. So I've put my flag in the ground. But if you are someone that's deciding that boxing's just not really for you, you're more of an MMA person, then I hope you have a great night. And I'm sure you will, because it looks like a really good card. And if we can get to it, we will try and get to it as well after, as we said, Because as I said, I don't want to play down Poirier Gaethje, because I do think genuinely that's a great fight. But, it can't compare to what we've got here. It just can't. Nick said, I agree, boxing is history. Sneak said, are you doing UFC 2? It depends if we can get to it, but our focus is very much on what's happening over in, as I said, I believe it's the T-Mobile. It is the T-Mobile. What do you think is what? Oh, we read that one. What is good? Are you doing 291? I'm good with Crawford. I'm asking, said Simbarash. I think we've covered it. What time is Spence Crawford, said Anthea Irontack. It's ring walks are meant to be at around about 4, so we're a good little distance away But it's one of those, isn't it? I mean, we've already done nearly an hour. We've been live for 53 minutes, so it's one of those where it'll soon fly. And we've got a really fun little undercard actually. So we're only an hour away from this thing actually kicking off, from the main card actually starting. So it's one of those. It'll soon come around. And we've actually got the next fight in the ring now. And I don't think they've actually announced as to who it is yet. So as soon as I get some names, I'll let you know. And we'll keep an eye on it. We'll keep an eye on it. Joe said, does SummerSlam start at 1 in the UK? Do you expect The Rock to be there? I don't expect The Rock to be there. Will SummerSlam start at 1? I have no idea. I probably. They normally tend to start around about 12 or 1, with the kickoff show starting around about 10 or starting about 11 or 12. So, but we're jumping ahead of ourselves a little there. Jack Presents 24. Shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciates the support. Sonny, okay. Hayden, shout out to you. I enjoyed the content. Keep it up, said James. Appreciate the support, dudes. X Music said 50-50 tonight. What do you think? Well, we've covered it. We spoke about it. I'm feeling pretty good for Crawford's. So Crawford against Spence. Crawford's is, as we said, 100% knockout rate at welterweight. I think he's on a lot of people's number 1 on the pound for pound list. I think there is obviously a size difference, but it's not like Crawford's hasn't been in there with bigger fighters before. Obviously, fighters as skilled as Errol Spence, you know, you don't tend to encounter on a regular basis. Errol Spence, I'll tell you my biggest problem with Errol Spence, and that is what he's been through out of the ring. We spoke about that earlier, the 2 car crashes, the one in 2019 in particular. I think he's obviously had eye surgery. I think he's got to be quite careful as well, because there was a lot of talk about the fact that he is now quite susceptible to his like retina getting further damaged. And so, I don't know, just mentally, does that play a part? Does that take a toll? We've seen quite a bit of inactivity from Spence as well. I think his last fight was in April of 2022 last year. And then like before that, I think he had 1 fight. Before that was like a fight. Granted, we had pandemic, of course. But and then before that, you know, a couple of fights in 2019. But we're not seeing a hive of activity out of Errol Spence Jr. So I'm sort of looking at the inactivity. I'm sort of looking at what he's been in outside of the ring as well. There's just a few red flags, let's put it that way. Just a few red flags. There's just, I think in this, where you're really looking for just anything to give you like a bit of a nod. Anything that can kind of indicate this is the direction your money should be going in. For me personally, it's Crawford that I'm feeling more comfortable with. Crawford, I think, has got the backing of people as well, because he is minus 150 favorite. Spence is plus 130. I would say those odds are about right. I would say they're about right. That's kind of how I feel about them as well. I think that if that was wider, I don't think Crawford is a heavy favorite at all. I think he is a favorite, but it would only just be just. Spence, as we said, at plus 130. I think that's about fair. So, I mean, he is the #1 rated welterweight for Ring Magazine. Obviously, he has represented the USA at the Olympics. He's got that Olympic background, and then he's gone on to an incredible professional career. He's got a great chin. He's got great forward momentum. He's got good size and strength. He does make mistakes, though. I will say that about him. So he will present some opportunities for Crawford's. The only thing is Crawford going to be in a position to capitalize on those opportunities, because Crawford is someone that is very good close range and distance. And it's going to be, I think he's going to ask a lot of questions. I think that he will create some openings, but will he be able to capitalize on those? What sort of positions is he going to be in when those openings present themselves? The great thing about Crawford, though, is that he has got that ability to just land something from anywhere, regardless, because he can switch stance. So, you know, he's great as an orthodox fighter, he's great as a southpaw. And so that means that he can throw from loads of different angles. He can make that change really quickly. If you get a little bit tied up, a little bit confused, you lose yourself momentarily, he is going to be able to, or should be able to, capitalize on it. It's obviously going to be very interesting to see how the fight plays out, but I'm expecting Crawford to pick up the rounds. I'm expecting Crawford to start early, start using the jab. He's got to be very careful of Spence's jab. Spence is an amazing fighter, someone that can really punish you with that jab. He's known for that jab. He's in the top 10% for connecting with his jab. And so that is something that Crawford's going to have to be very careful of. He's got to get Spence really coming in, really coming forwards, really putting pressure on that front foot, because Crawford needs to make sure that he can really be bringing the bigger guy towards him so that he can get some counters off switch, use his footwork, get out of there. You know, he doesn't really want to go after chasing after Spence, and he shouldn't, because Spence is very good at coming forward anyway. But you never know what kind of game plan people are going to have. You know, I think that Crawford is going to enjoy having Spence coming after him, throwing the shots in, getting out of the way, slipping and like resetting, and really just picking up like points, picking up rounds, wearing the big guy down. I can see Crawford doing that. The other thing as well is he needs to kind of get into his head and get him to make mistakes. He's going to need to get him making a few errors, because if he can do that, that's going to make things a lot easier. I mean, Crawford is at a size disadvantage. He is at a reach disadvantage, and he's going to have to use everything in his skill set to try and overcome that, because as we said, it's not just that Spence is bigger. He's bigger and he's an amazing fighter at the same time. So that's what Crawford needs to be looking at. What Spence needs to be doing is, I believe he will be coming forwards. He needs to make sure that he's doing something with it. That jab has really got to be working for him, because that jab needs to be keeping Crawford at bay. I can see Crawford slipping that jab and then trying to do a bit of work and then trying to get away, as we said, just. But I could see it being a case that Spence is going to try to use the jab, maybe to set something up to the body. He loves going to the body, and that body work could be critical in this fight. If Spence can go to the body and really put some water in the basement, as Teddy Atlas likes to say, then that could pay dividends later in the fight. Because if he's going to work the body and wear the body down, then we really could be seeing a case of Crawford, the smaller guy, really starting to feel the effects. You know, that engine just ain't going to work as well. If someone like Spence is going to be, with the power he's got as well, he's really going to have landed some significant body shots in the early stages. So I think looking at Spence to go to the body, looking at him to really put some damage there, and also cut the ring off. As we said, in my mind, I can see Crawford's having Spence coming onto him, getting a few quick shots off. He's got great hand speed. He can switch his stances, great footwork, very evasive. He can get out of there. I think what you want to do is you want to try and make sure that he can't get out of there. Like, really close the space down. Do not give him room to operate. Don't give him lots of opportunity to use his lateral movement, kind of get around, get away, escape. Like, you want to trap him in the corner. You want to trap him against the ropes. You want to back him down. You want him caged. And then you can really get those body shots in. You can really go to town, if you are Errol Spence Jr., on Crawford. But Crawford, as we said, you know, I think there's going to be a bit of both. I can see a few occasions where he is going to get trapped. I think Spence is going to be looking to do that. but I can see some occasions where Crawford will slip that jab, will use that footwork, will use that lateral movement, will be able to get away, outmaneuver, use his speeds, and get a few shots off. And I think we're going to be seeing a fight where I don't see someone having complete domination in this fight. I think we could be going to the judges. I think I could see this fight going for a while because unless Spence can land those body shots, put the water in the basement and make Crawford's slow down and feel the pain as we get later and later into the fight. Unless he can do that, I think Spence is going to struggle. I think he's going to struggle. I just think the cardio, the speed, the switch stancing ability. I think the power as well, as we said, you know, Crawford has got a 100% knockout rate in the welterweight division. I think all of that adds up to something really special, really tasty. I'm feeling really good for Crawford here. Feeling really good for Crawford's. But as I said, you know, you can't like sit here and say it's 100%. And I certainly wouldn't argue with anyone that was going to raise the flag for Errol Spence. If they've got money on Spence and they're adamant that that's the play, I wouldn't argue with them because I do think that Spence is a fantastic fighter, undefeated, 28 wins, 22 knockouts. He's won the IBF, WBA, WBC Welterweight Championship. He's on the pound-for-pound list. We're talking about one of the best fighters in all of boxing. But it's just he's happening to come up with many people's number one, right? The number one best fighter in the world seems to be a three-way conversation. It's either Terence Crawford, Inoue, or Usyk. It's one of those, right? It's Canelo being number one seems to be old hat, right? He's kind of really fallen on the pound for pound list since the Bivol loss. So it seems to be Inoue, Crawford's, or Usyk. So, you know, in Terence Crawford, we're talking about one of, if not the best fighters in the world right now. And I just think with his skill set, I think he gets the victory. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. Should have been asking about that. We always try to get to 1,000. We're at 128, so we could definitely do with a bit of a tickle there. See if we can get that moving a little bit more. But yeah, appreciate people joining us tonight. As we said, boxing is something that we try to do when we can, and always enjoy doing these events. I just wish that we was able to get these kind of fights and fights of this magnitude on a more regular basis, to be honest. But yeah, it's going to be a big night tonight. The coverage has started on Box Office. They've got Amir Khan in attendance, Denzel Bentley as well. So they're just talking to those guys about the fights. Put in your thoughts as to what you think's going to happen in regards to what you think's how you think this is going to play out. Are you doing UFC tonight? No, we sadly can't cover UFC tonight. I mean, we will try to do the tail end of it, but it's for me like very much focused on the boxing. Predictions for UFC. Yeah, I did have a quick scan down the card. So just top end of the cards, I'd be looking at Poirier. I'd be looking at Alec Pereira. I'd be looking at Poirier, Pereira. I'd be looking at I don't know. I'm torn between Lewis and De Lima, to be honest. Struggling on that one. I don't know if I'm totally off the Derek Lewis hype train. I've got Bobby Green. I've got Kevin Holland. And yeah, I'm struggling a little bit on Trevin Giles against Bonfim as well. I like Bonfim at plus 260. I think that's closer than the odds suggest, but probably Giles does take it. So I'll go Giles. But I think Bonfim could be a good play at plus 260. Giles, Holland, Green. I wish I could say Ferguson, but I really think Ferguson's gone now. I really think Ferguson's gone. And actually, the odds seem to suggest that as well. Green is minus 375. Tony Ferguson is plus 285. Then you got Derek Lewis against De Lima, Alec Pereira against Jan Blachowicz, and Poirier against Gaethje. So Poirier, Pereira, struggling on De Lima, Lewis, Green, Holland, and Giles. I am still hanging out for a good night, said 50 cal one. Should be good, dudes. El Kukui is back tonight, said 50 cal one. Yes. How are you not doing UFC? Because one of the biggest boxing fights of all time is happening tonight. That's how. It's one that I said earlier I really did not struggle with. This is a no-brainer to me. This is one of the biggest boxing fights we have ever seen for the reasons that we've just been listing for around about an hour and 10 minutes. This is for me absolutely where it is tonight. Very, very excited for this fight. So we've spoken about past the victory for Crawford, and we've spoken past the victory for Spence. I think that Spencer said actually that after this, the other reason why I think Spence is a difficult pick is because he's spoken a lot about the fact that he is struggling to make the weight now. And whatever happens tonight, he is going to look to move up in weight. So he's going to move up and go up to the higher divisions because he is really struggling to make the weight. He's really struggling to get down to this weight. They're just talking about the cards. They're talking about forthcoming. That was a bit weird. They had a graphic. I don't even understand what that means. They had a graphic that kept showing up that said Joe Joyce, Daniel Dubois. I don't know what that was about. But I think that might have been an error, to be honest. I think TNT Sports just made a bit of a botch. Yeah, they just showed in the arena. Obviously, we do have Nelson against Montgomery on at the moment. That's over. Just around about 50,000 people watching now. So slowly building up as we're getting towards that main cards. But yes, it is a lot of hype around this. A lot of noise at the weigh-in as well. It was really great crowd reaction, crowd response. A lot of fun at the weigh-in. And a lot of excitement at the press conference as well. I think the build for this could have been a bit better, if I'm being honest. I think that considering the magnitude of the fight, I have been surprised at the number of people that have said they haven't seen any kind of adverts for it or any kind of coverage for it. That's been surprising. So on that front, you could probably say they could have done a better job with the promotion side. But I think if you're interested in boxing and have got an awareness of boxing, or even you're just a casual boxing fan, this was loud and clear. I think people knew this was happening. I think it's more your casual fans that really only tune into like the mega fights. They might watch like one or two things a year kind of a situation. It seems like we've not been able to really grab them. It seems like this hasn't really been loud enough for some reason. So I don't know quite how they managed to drop the ball on that, but it seems like unfortunately they did. It's confirmed Lewis Hamilton has got a penalty. He will start 7th tomorrow, which I think is ridiculous, says Joe. I don't really watch F1, to be honest, buds. I haven't really got anything against it, but I just find it to be a bit flat. I think they should do more to ensure that it's not just complete dominance by one driver. I mean, to be honest, I wasn't complaining about that when it was Lewis Hamilton, because obviously he represents Great Britain, but I could understand the rest of the world being a bit, you've got like the best driver in the best car. He's going to win every race. He's going to win all the championships. You know, we saw that with Michael Schumacher. We've seen it with Lewis Hamilton. We're now seeing it with Max Verstappen. And to me, it really takes away from the sport. I don't go into it with any suspense. I don't go into it wondering who's going to win. It's going to be Max, and Max will win the championship. And I don't know. I really think if they want that to grow and they want more people to watch it on a regular basis, I think you've got to find a way of it not being a one car race kind of a situation. So I do like F1. I have watched it throughout my life, but I only have a glance at it now, to be honest, for that reason. But as I said, I'll quite happily admit that I wasn't making those complaints when Lewis Hamilton was winning all the races. But I could understand the rest of the world, feeling that way at that point. Christopher said, Days, I am a casual boxing fan. I only watch the big fights. I heard of this and I am pumped for this. Christopher, shout out to you. That's good. I've had a few people saying that they haven't. I've had a fair few people saying that they hadn't heard of this and they weren't aware that it was going on tonight. So, which is a real surprise. As I said, that's something that I was really taken aback by. So, yeah, I think that hopefully word gets out. I've no doubt that people are still going to be very interested in what's happening with this fight, even if they found out about it very, very late. I know that the pay-per-view cost is going to put a lot of people off. Isn't it like $80 in America? Which I think is pretty standard, but that is a really high charge. Here in the UK, it's like £20. It's really, there's nothing to it. It's about 20 odd quid. So it's, I sort of feel that it is a barrier. And although saying that, I think the UFC pay-per-view could be about the same cost. I seem to recall that they're quite expensive as well. You see, here in the UK, if you've got TNT Sports, I think you get the UFC card free tonight, whereas Spence against Crawford is an extra 20 quid on top. Very, very rare that you have to pay for pay-per-view here in the UK, unless it's a British fighter, and then you have to all the time. But for like this one tonight, again, it just kind of shows the magnitude of this, because it's no British fighters involved, but they're still charging £20 pay-per-view charge for it, which is very unusual. Matt, shout out to you. Matt says, can you quantify how a big boxing event makes you feel to that of a UFC one? For me, a boxing event feels more showbiz, more theatrical and circus-like. UFC feels more primal and gladiatorial. I don't know, to be honest. I think it depends on the fighters. I mean, when you've got someone like Tyson Fury coming down to the ring, I would argue that that's quite showbiz and theatrical and circus-like, because he tends to do pretty grand. I mean, I've seen him get carried down to the ring whilst wearing a crown on a throne. If you think about Deontay Wilder and his big like headpieces that he tends to come down with, that he then blames losing his fights because of, there's and you tend to, I mean, look, there's word that we're going to be getting like Eminem coming out tonight doing that. So, there's a lot of theatrics and stuff in boxing, but then you can flip that and you can look at someone like Adesanya, who comes out dressed as The Undertaker, or does like a dance routine when he was coming down to face Whitaker with some backing dancers. There are theatrics that you get in UFC as well. I would say that this is sport, in it. This is combat. This is fighting. I think fighting is fighting. I think this is two people that are making their way to either a ring or an octagon, that are going to try and prove that they are the best at what they do, and try to overcome a massive challenge, obstacle, something that they've been preparing a long time for. There's a lot of crossover between boxing and UFC. A lot of crossover. So I don't think there's much difference between them at all. Yeah, you can say, well, one's got, potentially 12 rounds, the other's got 3 or 5 rounds. The length of time that they're in there, blah 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 blah. The fact that one is got a ground game as well and kick in, and yeah, of course there are differences in that regard. But I think in regard to like the theater side of things, both have got ring walks. You can't tell me that when we're bringing out like Connor or something like that, and like the lights are going down and like the music's playing and they have the octagon being lit up, that's not theatrics. So for me, I think they're about the same in that regard. I wouldn't say like one was more gladiatorial. I feel they're probably both about the same, because at the end of the day they're largely doing the same thing, aren't they? They're stepping into a space to take on someone that they've spent a long time preparing for. And the result is they're hoping to get the victory and, add another footnote to their legacy, to their achievements. So, yeah. Shout out to you, though, Matt. Appreciate the support. Let's go down. So, yeah, let's go with... Anyone thoughts and suggestions on the fight? We're approaching nearly 500 votes. Again, if you are joining us, leave a like if you haven't already. Drop a like in the chat. It's greatly appreciated. As we're at 140, we're trying to get that moving. Obviously, we've still got about 40-odd minutes to go until we get to the actual start of the main cards, and that's where we're going to really start to get our teeth into that. So, but yeah, if you are joining us, leave a like if you haven't already, but it's appreciated. Lee said, this is the best fight in a long time. Props to both guys for taking this fight and putting their O's on the line, unlike a certain heavyweight who seems to avoid pro boxers at the moment, says Lee. I agree. I really think that Fury has really damaged his reputation. Fury was the people's champion, man. Everyone was loving him after those Wilder fights. So after the Wilder fights, he was, because of what he'd overcome, he was talking about mental health and all of that. Really, the next thing for him to do after that was the AJ fight, and the fact that we couldn't get that over the line. And I just don't know why. I don't know why, because I genuinely don't think that Fury is scared of Joshua. I genuinely don't think that Fury thinks that he can't get past Joshua. I think he genuinely believes that he can. He has said that when you face someone like Deontay Wilder, all right, might not have the boxing ability of Joshua, but has got obviously crazy power. Has got the kind of power that can really mess you up, right? I mean, he dropped Fury, which was incredible at the end of that first fight. And then obviously Fury getting up just in time. You can argue whether it was in time. But yeah, I think that he said that, Wilder is a much more dangerous threat. Because even if Joshua is going to land a few shots, he doesn't seem to have really the power. Joshua doesn't really seem to have the power that's going to affect Fury. He'll land a couple of bits, but so will Fury. And I think Fury's power is undeniably better than Joshua's. I think that Joshua is lacking on the power front. I think he is a slightly more skillful boxer, but he doesn't have the power. And I think when Fury says that Wilder is the better fighter, I agree with him. I agree with him. I think that Wilder is the better fighter. I think I would expect Wilder to beat Joshua when they face later this year, as long as Joshua gets past Dillian White, which I think he should. I would expect Wilder to land one of those big shots on Joshua, and I think then Joshua will firmly find himself third, fourth, actually, in the heavyweight rankings, because you got Usyk, you got Fury, you got Wilder, you got Joshua. And I think Joshua could be the bottom of that pile. So I don't know. I just don't know why that fight never got made. I don't know why it didn't get made. He said that he's more concerned about Wilder, and he faced him 3 times. So why didn't he do the Joshua fight? Because had he have done the Joshua fight and then even retired after that, like, or even done the Joshua fight and then he could have done Dillian White, he could have done Chisora, he could have done those fights. Even if he doesn't want the Usyk fight and he retired before the Usyk fight, at least he would have given us the Joshua fight. But I don't know. I just don't know what it is. I wonder if he is genuinely just not bothered by it. I wonder if genuinely Fury is just not interested in that fight. And he's like, it's not a challenge. It's not, I'm not motivated for it. I don't care for it. It doesn't do anything for me. I don't know. There could be some truth in that. But it is very, very frustrating because I don't know how much you can put the blame on Fury, but Fury is the one that was publicly coming out saying this fight's got to be signed by this point. It's got to be agreed by this point. It's got to get done by this point, you know? And so he was the one that was putting those kind of timelines on things. He was the one that was saying it's got to be by this point, by this time. And yeah, I don't know. It just seems a bit crazy as to why he didn't just let the negotiations play out. Sometimes they take a little bit of time. Sometimes, you know, you can't have it done by Thursday. But he was coming out publicly saying, I want this done by this date. And Eddie Hearn was coming out saying, we're just not that close. It won't be done. There's too much to work out by that point. Like, what's going on? Does he want the fight? Does he not want the fight? So, yeah, I completely agree. I don't know what's going on there. I mean, we've got a few fights out of him. He's taken on this Francis Ngannou fight, which is a bit random, a little bit weird. I don't know. Yeah, it's strange. I agree. It's really strange. I can't answer it. I don't know why he's not taking or why he didn't do the Joshua fight. I think the Usyk fight, I can sort of understand why he's not took that, because I know he's saying that this is just a middleweight. It's just a small fighter. Somebody would deal with him, no problem. But he is also on like the #1 pound for pound list. I think he also would have seen how he performed against Joshua twice. And I could sort of understand why Fury would look at that and think, don't fancy that. Don't fancy that. Because the thing with Usyk is that I don't think Usyk's got the ability to put Fury away, but he's definitely got the ability to get his shots off, land on Fury, and you know, stay out of the way, be evasive, not lose rounds. Frustrate. I think he's frustrating. He's a frustrating fighter, Usyk. Whereas, like with Wilder, you know what Wilder's plan is. Wilder's going to come after you and try and land that shot, which means that you're going to have opportunity all the time because he's going to come towards you, throw in bombs, and if you can just avoid the bomb, you've got a great opportunity to piece him up and wear him down and break him down. And that's what we saw Fury doing. With Joshua, he will be a bit more tactful. He'll be a little bit more boxing minded, a bit more of the sweet science, but he doesn't have the power. He hasn't got the power. If you could take Joshua's boxing ability and add in Wilder's finishing ability, then you've got something really interesting. Then you've got the heavyweight that we are missing, to be honest. The heavyweight we don't have. We don't have a heavyweight that's you know, bigger than Usyk, that's got Joshua's boxing ability and has got Wilder's power. Like that person's just not there at the moment. Well, he is, and it's Fury. So I don't know. Fury might be trying to avoid Usyk. So I think Usyk's very frustrating. He is someone that's going to win rounds, and you're going to struggle to put him away. I think Fury thinks that he would land on him, though. I'd love to see that fight. You know, Crawford Spence is an absolute dream fight, but one of the other dream fights for me is Usyk against Fury. I'd love to see it. Fury thinks that he would land on him, put him away. It'd be no problem, right? And obviously Usyk believes that he would be able to outvolume Fury, stay out of the way of anything significant, anything that would like shut his lights off, and win the fight on decision. And honestly, I don't know which way that would go. I I feel like it's the biggest challenge that's out there for Fury. And I suppose I could understand him, what with him being undefeated and us not having many heavyweights that have retired undefeated. I could understand him potentially looking at that one thinking, I want to stay away from that. Because I think it's a concern as well that he said that he had retired and he had a foot out the door and then he came back again. I think that's a concern. That he, you know, if you've got a fighter saying, nah, I'm done, I'm out, and they go, and then they go, no, I'm coming back. Like that, mentally, that doesn't paint them in a great light. And that sort of says to me that their head's just not where it should be. The head's not in the game. So, let's have a look. AJ Wilder is a perfect bum matchup, said Big Chungus. I think it's a good fight. I think that Wilder is someone that deserves respect. I got a lot of respect for Wilder. I think that he is undeniably a top heavyweight. I just don't believe that he is the top heavyweight. I mean, he was comprehensively beaten by Fury. I think that he would lose against Usyk as well, but I do think that he would get past Joshua. So I think that I think we're talking about someone that you could say is probably the third best heavyweight right now, which there's no shame in that, is there? You know. So I know you're either the champ or you're a bum, but I've got a lot of respect for Deontay Wilder, and I think the same with Joshua as well. You know, we're talking about someone that's a former world heavyweight champion, someone that certainly here in the UK has given us lots of great memories and moments, things that you know we really enjoyed, moments that we really enjoyed, and I think seeing those two go up against each other would be a really intriguing fight. I'd feel pretty good that it would be lead to a victory for Wilder. And who knows? I mean, maybe that could be a little number one contender thing. There was a lot of talk about a tournament taking place in Saudi Arabia. Don't know. I don't think we ever really got details. So I don't know who was going to face who. But it did look like it was going to be Fury, Usyk, Wilder, Joshua. There'd be like some sort of semi-final with the winners facing each other with, like, you know, all the gold on the line type situation. But I don't know where we got with that. It seems like we might have got Joshua Wilder out of it, but it doesn't look like we got Usyk against Fury out of it. Usyk, I think, is taking on Daniel Dubois next in a fight which I'm also quite interested in. So yeah, there's a lot to get excited about when it comes to boxing. I would give them more respect if they didn't throw tantrums post-fight or make excuses for their loss. That's fair. Christopher said, I think Wilder is past his prime. Yep, I wouldn't disagree with that. I think there's a few that are sadly past their prime now. I think Wilder definitely, I think his best years are behind him. I think he's still got something to offer, though. I think we are starting to see some heavyweights coming through. Dubois, I think, is quite interesting. Dubois is interesting. Obviously, he's got that one loss to Joe Joyce, which he said he learned a lot from. And actually, Joe Joyce is a serious banger, man. I mean, Joe Joyce got an incredible chin, just keeps coming forwards. Obviously, suffered that loss to Zhang. We should get the rematch on that, actually. But yeah, Dubois is interesting. I don't expect him to beat Usyk. But yeah, I think the heavyweight division's in all right place. There's some fun stuff there. It's not as strong as what we're doing in the lightweights, and it's certainly nothing as great as what we've got tonight. But as we said, if we could get Usyk against Fury, I think that would rival pretty much anything going in boxing at the moment. Big Chung says, didn't deserve that post-second fight tantrum. I don't think any fighters are scared. People don't understand. It's just a matter of money. No, I don't think they're scared of like being beaten up, right? I think what there is a fear of is losing and how that affects your brand. You are right in the sense of it's money. So look at Joshua. Joshua was world champion. He could keep doing shows at Wembley against lower level fighters, and people would come out for those. People would tune in for those, right? You could do that. And it would be easy to just keep dodging and trying to avoid the real challenge or challenges that would be Fury and Usyk. And I'm not saying that AJ did avoid those. And actually, he took the Usyk fight, so you got to give him props for that. But I think when we talk about people being scared, they're certainly not scared in the regard of, oh, I'm going to get beaten up. They're just scared in the regard of, is my O going to go? You know, what's this going to do? Like tonight, what's it going to do to the loser's legacy? You know, we're talking about two of the absolute best fighters in the world on the pound for pound rankings. Everyone's got their thoughts as to who's going to win. And I think it's great and it's brilliant that we're seeing these two fighters willing to face each other and willing to put on a fight of this magnitude. We need more boxers to do what they're doing tonight. Kind of what you don't want to see really is hopefully the loser doesn't suffer too much ridicule, doesn't suffer too much in the way of backlash for losing, because I think if there's going to be like a bit of a backlash there, you can understand as to why people then wouldn't want to put themselves in that situation. If you're a fighter, ego is a big part of your makeup. You know, you have to believe you are the best. You have to. You can't go into fights not believing you're the best. You can't go into fights with doubts. You've got to go in with absolute confidence, arrogance. You can't go in with self-doubt. Self-doubt does not come into it. So, you know, these fighters massively believe in themselves, but there will always be that, what happens if I lose? What happens if I do come up against a challenge that I just can't overcome? What happens then? What's my legacy look like? You know, legacy is a word that gets spoken about a lot. Legacy is, you know, when you get to the top and you're talking about being undefeated, you're talking about being a world champion. You know, ideally, you want to retire undefeated. Ideally, you want to retire as world champion. You vacate the belts. You leave on your terms. Obviously, that doesn't happen most of the times. Most of the time, someone will come along and beat the champ, take those titles. But, you know, for two fighters that are undefeated, for two fighters that are on the pound-for-pound list, willing to go up against each other, and willing to gamble that online social media ridicule, which you know is going to come. You know it's going to come. You know, we live in a meme society. There's going to be memes. There's going to be a fallout of some degree. And the loser is going to be subjected to that. And my hope is that it's not going to be that bad. My hope is that whatever it is that the loser is going to experience is, you know, you're going to get something. But hopefully it's not going to be... Hopefully there's going to be a healthy amount of respect there, because these two guys could have avoided each other easily. They both absolutely deserve props for making this fight happen, because this is a massive fight, massive fight. It's going to answer the question once and for all, who's the better fighter? And this has been something that's been hotly debated for a long time. Who's the better fighter? Like, who's the best fighter in the world? And honestly, the winner tonight could probably say that it is them. Yeah, you're going to have people saying Usyk. You're definitely going to have people saying Inui. But I think whoever wins this has got probably the best case, the loudest shout at saying they are the best fighter in the world. That's special. This is what I keep saying. This doesn't come around often, and I don't know when we see it again. So massive fight tonight. Richard said Sonya and the OC are over. They're going to stay over after losses to Carrion and the team of Bianca and Charlotte. Richard, shout out to you. Christopher said Ali was the greatest at that. Ali put himself in those situations and he lost fights. Yeah, I mean, losing fights shouldn't have the magnitude applied to it that it does. You know, there's a lot of chat, isn't there? I think people are scared. In this day and age, if you lose a fight, you obviously do take a bit of a step backwards, right? And so then you can't really afford to lose again, because then you really are starting to slip further down the rankings, further out of the money, further out of the limelight. We're talking livelihood. We're talking how big your brand is. I mean, it's all connected. Like, you know, it's a big thing if you do lose. But we have to find a way, if we want boxing to really compete against UFC and really be the sport that I think it was. Like, we've got to find a way of it being more acceptable that people will lose. So the fighters will be willing to take those gambles a little bit more, because then we could afford to see more of these types of matchups, you know. But, you know, that's a whole different conversation, maybe for a whole different time. If you are watching, keep your votes coming in. We're at just under 500 votes. Just under 500 votes. Keep your votes coming in. Obviously, want to see that moving. We've had a few likes drop in as well, which is great to see. Keep those likes coming in. We're at 157. So keep those likes coming in. It's greatly appreciated. Obviously, we're trying to see some movement there. We always look to see if we can get to 1,000. And not a bad little start, in all fairness, because the show itself hasn't begun yet. I mean, we're still about 20 minutes away from the actual start of the main card. Undercard has just been working its way through. Over on Showtime, there is Kate Abdo, and we've got Ariel Hawani. They're just chatting away at the moment. It's snuck up to 63,000 is where we are at the moment. So 63,000 watching this prelims on Showtime Sports. And they're just showing like the open workout. I think it was like the media workout, and they're just showing the amount of people that showed up for that. So it's great to see. We know Sonya Deville is going to stay overrated, says Richards. I like Sonya. I wouldn't say she was overrated. I think I don't think there's too many people that rate her, to be honest. So I think she's good. I think she's solid. Big Chug said it's a good conversation. Fury is in a very poised position of leverage. He's gonna negotiate from that position in the ring. It's a waiting game. His stock is high right now. Yeah, he is in a powerful position. And he is the A side, if you will. Usyk has been able to come in and get, you know, to the top of the division without having to face Fury. Obviously, he wants to unify it, though. And to do that, he's got to face Fury. Usyk's been calling for it. No one's looking at Usyk saying Usyk's the problem. Yeah, he is in a position of power. I mean, he can... I don't know, though. I don't know what he wants. If it's money, I mean, Saudi were there, and you know Saudi would pay for that. We know that the Furies have got a great relationship with the Saudis as well. So I really don't think money was the concern. I don't think money was the problem. So I think that we are seeing a bit of that fear. I think we're from Fury. I think that I can only put it down to that, because it's not money. The money is there. It's got to be that he's either not motivated by it because he thinks he's so much better than Usyk that he just doesn't need that. But I don't know. There's a couple of fights that would really define him as one of the absolute greatest heavyweights. And those two fights are Joshua and Usyk. Those are the two fights. He doesn't need to do anything else. If Fury needs to have two fights, And he could do that. He could do one this year, one next year, and then he could go. And I think in everyone's books, he would be regarded as one of the greatest heavyweights of all time. And actually, you know, in a few people's minds, he is anyway. He's undefeated. He's faced some good challenges, the Wilder trilogy in particular. But really, outside of that Wilder trilogy, who has he fought that you would say was elite? Because I don't think he has. I don't think he has. If he was to get past someone like Usyk, you know, that would be a big name to add to his resume. That would be a big name to add to his resume. And if he was to face Joshua, I think Joshua's stock has fallen, which is a shame now. But that would still be, that's still the people's fight. Those are the only two fights that matter for him. And for some reason, he just doesn't seem engaged to do either. So I don't know. I can't explain it. Only he can explain it. I don't even know if like Frank Warren knows why they've not been able to get either of those fights over the line. I don't know. I don't know if Frank's been able to like really get an answer on that, because I think Frank would like to make those fights because of the money that's involved. So yeah, as you said, an interesting conversation, one that I don't think we'll find an answer to. There's only one person that knows the answer to that, and that's Fury. Sonya and Chelsea are great together. I agree, J-Dub. I really rate them as a team. I really rate them. Brahim said Spence is underrated. You could be right. You could be right. Espassit said Fury went to Germany and dominated a prime Klitschko. I don't know that I can agree that was prime Klitschko. I agree it looks good on the CV. I don't disagree with that. I would give you Klitschko, but I really couldn't say that was prime Klitschko. In fact, that's one of the criticisms that's been labeled against him, is that it was an old, slower Klitschko. It was a Klitschko that was past his prime. And I've seen, I think it was Joshua that made that point, and Eddie Hearn, that have said that that is not an elite victory. I think there is a degree of them obviously being rivals with that. I think to go abroad and do it as well, you know. We know that British fighters don't tend to travel very well. So look at AJ losing to Andy Ruiz in Madison Square Garden, for example. So I think for him to go to Germany and get that victory was, as you say, you know, made it a bit more special than just doing it here in the UK. But yeah, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. But I know that Eddie Hearn and Anthony Joshua wouldn't. I've seen interviews where they've said that didn't mean much. He was well past his prime by that point. Big Chug said it does have something to do with money. He's taking the Ngannou fight, is he not? He is, but he's got to take some fight. I don't know that it's money. I really don't know that it's money, because what he's getting from the Saudis is a lot. It's a serious amount of money, right? So I don't know that the money is the factor, because I think that if he's not going to fight Usyk and he's not going to fight Joshua, who's he going to fight? He's already fought Dillian White and Chisora. He's already made noise about fighting Joe Joyce, right? But Joyce obviously lost his last fight. So that, you know, wasn't an option, because Joyce is going to be doing the rematch. So I think an opportunity has come along where he can make a load of money fighting someone that's not a boxer. So I'll do that, right? So if he's not going to fight the best, who's he going to fight? So yeah, he's got a fight where he can make a load of money against someone that shouldn't be able to beat him. I mean, really, Francis shouldn't stand a chance. Francis can throw, and Francis is going to have, Fury, I'm sure, will take it serious. And Francis is going to be a little bit unorthodox. It's going to be a fight that everyone's going to tune in for to see if Francis can do it. But listen, this is a highly skilled sport, right? Highly skilled. There's traps that you can set. There's things that you can do. You know, you've got to manage your footwork, your movement. You've obviously got your hand speeds. You know, there's so much more than just having a bit of pop in your punch. Francis has got some nice power in his hands, good power in his hands. But I mean, we've seen Fury go up against Wilder 3 times. So I don't feel like this is going to be a problem for Fury. I agree. He's took it because the money is definitely an interesting factor. But also, he's took it because what else does he take? What else is out there that's going to generate this sort of interest, this sort of money? As if he's not going to do the Joshua Usyk fight, he could do. Joshua Usyk would make a lot of money as well. So if it's money he wants, he can make money by doing those fights. But he's not doing those fights. I really think there's something more to it than the money. I really think there's something more to it than the money. I think it is. I think for the Usyk one, I think it is a genuine fear that that could be too difficult. He's not going to say it, but I think that he is concerned on that one. I think he's concerned about Usyk. I think he's concerned because it's such an awkward fighter. It's someone that could frustrate him. I don't think he's expecting to get beaten up. He's not scared of that. He's not scared that he's going to get knocked out, right? He ain't scared of that. He's not scared of getting hurt. He's scared of like getting clipped, getting tagged, being hit, not being able to pin him down, just frustrated, getting frustrated, like getting like tagged up, not swinging away. He's a smaller guy. It's going to make it harder for, you know, if you've got a big lumbering guy in front of you like the heavyweights can be, that's an easier target to hit than someone that's got the speed and the movement, the footwork, incredible footwork, the agility of Usyk, you know? Usyk's just like a fly. I mean, certainly in the heavyweight division. And I think that Fury is aware of that. And I think that that's a fight where I think he's looking at it going, that could be a problem. That could be a problem. I could get out volumed there and I could lose that on judges. And for me, I could be wrong. I could absolutely be reading it wrong. But I can't say it's money. Not when the Saudis are involved, and you know the money they've got. You know the serious money they've got. The amount of money they can throw at stuff. Like, imagine the amount of money. I don't know the exact numbers. We're talking hundreds of millions. Easy. But if you was to say to the Saudis have just bought, haven't they just bought golf? Like literally the sport. And they've obviously managed to get Ronaldo. They're buying all these football players at the moment. We've seen big sporting fights over there as anyway. Imagine if, like, for them, if they were able to get the world title heavyweight fight where it's going to unify the heavyweight division and you're going to get Fury against Usyk and the winner's going to leave with all the belts. I don't believe we've had a 4-belt world champion in heavyweight. So, you know, we're talking serious history. I think we've had, I think Lennox Lewis had 3 belts. He was a unified undisputed champion, but that was in the 3-belt era. Now we're in the 4-belt era. I don't think we've had a 4-belt heavyweight champion. So, you know, I mean, and they love Fury as well. They love Fury and the Fury family. They would look after them. I'm just not convinced it's about money. I'm not convinced it's about money. And if it's not about money, then what is it about? And I could seriously understand him, like, you know, he's fought Dillian White, he's fought Chisora. He's, you know, he's fought these guys that he is able to dictate the fight. Very comfortable, very confident, you know, easy work. He's fighting Francis Ngannou. Easy work, you know. Usyk is not easy work. That's not an easy night at the office, is it? That's a challenge that I just think he doesn't need. So I don't know. I could be just really down on him and really wrong, but that's my feelings on that. But I don't feel that way about the Joshua fight. I don't feel that way about the Joshua fight. The Joshua fight, I think that he just isn't interested in it. I think that I don't think that is. I think the Joshua fight could happen. I feel pretty good that the Joshua fight could come to fruition, actually. Because I think that Joshua, his stock has fallen. I think people are seeing him for what he is now, which is a good, really good heavyweight, but not a great heavyweight. And I think that Fury would feel more comfortable against someone of that size, that speed, that boxing ability. I feel pretty good that we could get that fight, actually. But the problem is, it's going to happen a few years too late. What everyone wanted was Joshua with the belts, Fury with the belts. Then you do the fight where they can unify the heavyweight division. And certainly, had you have done that here in the UK, that would have been just monster. I mean, you could have sold Wembley out like 20 times over if you'd have done that here in the UK. You could have done it pretty much anywhere in the world, in all fairness. I mean, it may have took place in Saudi Arabia, but I mean, it's going to be too late, isn't it? Because Joshua doesn't have the belts now. He doesn't have the belts, and his stock has fallen. I don't think people are quite looking at him in the same light. And so if you did that match now, it'd still be a big fight, but I think it's definitely lost some of the shine that it had before. Beard Chung said, I don't think he's scared. I would say he finds crossover boxing match sounding interesting, especially since his YouTuber younger brother is in that circus. Maybe he enjoys the circus of it, says Big Chugs. AB Jobson, shout out to you, my friends. Arthur Crawford's in 9. Yeah, we have been asking for this. Keep putting in your thoughts. I know we're just chatting away about loads of different things. We spoke about loads of stuff in boxing. We've just been dabbling in the heavyweight division there. But yeah, put in your thoughts about this fight tonight. This is the fight. The fight. This is such a massive, massive event. I wanna make sure that we're getting people's thoughts on it. Which way do you think this is going to go? Spence versus Crawford's. We've had over 500 votes. Over 500 votes. We haven't even got to the main fight yet. We haven't even got to the main cards, right? So the actual main card is starting in about 5 minutes' time. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. As we continue to move forward, we're on 166. So, as we said, drop in a like if you haven't already. I'm going to get to the chat in seconds. Let me just ping that over there. Okay, the way they're going, Saudi are going to destroy anyone else from staging events, said Lee. They've got endless pockets that no one on earth can compete against. This is true. I actually don't know when that money might run out for them. I genuinely don't know. I mean, I think doesn't their money come from oil? I mean, I don't know if they're investing that money in things that's going to make them more money in the future, but obviously as the world seems to be moving further away from fossil fuels and renewable energies and electric cars and all that kind of stuff and nuclear power, I don't know if that demand for oil is going to be as strong going forwards. So I don't know. I don't know if their wealth could run out at some point. I mean, they can't keep spending and spending and spending at the rate that they are, because they are spending serious money on I mean, unimaginable level. Everything seems to be coming out of this Saudi fund, doesn't it? The Saudi investment fund. Like, it just seems like stuff's coming out of that all the time. So yeah, I don't know. I do agree. It is definitely concerning. I mean, I was looking at the number of footballers that have moved to the Saudi league. They're trying to make that a top 5 Saudi league, and I was looking at it thinking, I mean, that could become the top league at some point because the talent they're getting. It's mental. It's crazy. It's not even. It's not like with MLS. With MLS, you tend to see people at the end of their careers go there. We're seeing people in their prime of their careers. We're seeing people going over. I think like St. Maximum has gone over from Newcastle. I think he's like 26. And he plays in the Premier League. Obviously, a massive offer going in for Kylian Mbappe. I think Mbappe has turned it down. But we are talking about a serious offer that was made to the greatest player in the world right now. Right? You could say it's Mbappe or you could say it's Haaland, but for many people, it's Mbappe. And that offer was put in by the Saudis. And it was a big money offer. They didn't manage to get that one over the line, but we are seeing players going over there in their prime. Plenty that are past their prime as well. But we are seeing players going over there in their prime as well now. And if they're going to continue doing this, like transfer window after transfer window after transfer window, how long is it going to be until, that's where the players want to go? That kind of pull that Real Madrid have got. Everyone seems to want to play for Real Madrid. Like playing for Real Madrid, it doesn't matter if another team offers you more money. If Real Madrid are in for you, you've got to go there. You've got to play at the Bernabeu. It's Real Madrid. They've just got that history. They've got that draw. What happens if Saudi starts getting that? Everyone dreams of playing in the Champions League, but what happens if the quality of play in Saudi gets to the point where that is the league that people start dreaming about playing in? And Al Hilal is the team that people dream of playing for, That sounds crazy right now in 2023. But if your kid, say 5 years old, and you love Ronaldo, he's one of the people, you will probably start watching the Saudi league to watch Ronaldo play a little bit, and the quality, the other names are starting to come in that you've heard of. I think Mahrez has just gone over there, for example. I think they're sniffing around David De Gea, who was Man United's goalkeeper for the past, 10 years or so. And St. Maximin's gone over from Newcastle. So, yeah, if you're a youngster now, all of a sudden, Al Hilal is a name that's going to mean something. I'd never even heard of him until about 6 months ago. But, yeah, it's very interesting as to what's going on with Saudi. How much can they spend? How much are they going to be able to, as I say, how long are they going to be able to keep this going? Right. The main fight should be going. Main fights should be in a few hours' time, and we should be going over to the main show very, very soon. So Garcia versus Tellez should be our first fight. We've got a little way to go till we get to it, but as soon as we do get to it, then we'll break this fight down. It's in the super welterweight division. Espasit said Saudi Arabia are as rich as the state of Florida. Norway, for example, their state fund is worth 10 times Saudi Arabia's. It's just most countries didn't have to bribe their citizens to accept a dictatorship. That's interesting. Honestly, I don't know how it has worked, to be honest. I don't know how they've got this money or who owns this money, because they seem to have this pot of money that is just so much more than anyone else is playing with. You would think that the USA would be able to, the richest economy in the world, would be able to attract the best players in the world. Granted, I don't think you've really turned your attention to it. You've obviously got NFL, you've got NBA, you've got lots of things, baseball, hockey. There's lots of things to take your interest. Football, I appreciate, is very low down the priority list. But even so, with the amount of money that's in America, you would think that they would have made some more movement than what they have over there. you've gone and got Messi. Obviously, the Messi deal could blow things open, and you have been picking up players over the years, but you've only got to look at the transfer business that Saudi Arabia have done this summer to show the levels to what is possible. Like, Saudi Arabia are making a conceited effort now to have one of the best leagues in the world. I don't think USA have ever done that. I don't think USA have ever made that effort to try and have one of the best leagues in the world. I mean, if anything, you've had like a player cap and all that kind of stuff, which I think has kind of hurt things. It's probably good in the long run that you've got that. It's probably a professional, wise thing to have. But Saudi Arabia do not have that. And so they've been chucking their money around. But yeah, when we talk about like the best economies in the world, the richest countries in the world, I don't think Saudi Arabia is on that list. Like, they are, but I don't think they're... Seems to remember it being like, isn't it USA, then China, I think Japan, Germany, England, France. Like, those are like... There's no Saudi Arabia in... So where's all this money coming from? So, yeah, I don't know. Unless it's... I don't know. Unless it's a different pot of money. Like, it's not actually part of their GDP or something. I've never looked into it, to be perfectly truthful. I just know that the amount of money they're spending, I know they're not the top economy in the world. USA is. I know that China's number 2. I believe it's then Japan, Germany, and England, or UK, with France very close. So yeah, I don't know. That'd be one I'd have a little look. I'd like to have a little look into. Crawford usually starts off slow, but I think he wins tonight, said John. John, shout out to you. Yeah, so talking about the fight, I agree. I think Crawford needs to make sure that he is starting early. He does tend to start slow. He is someone that is quite hittable. He is someone that can be very creative with his offense. He can box, he can fight, he can scrap, he can lead a fight, he can throw counters, he can switch his stances. There's so much that he can do. There's so many different facets to his fighting game. I really like Crawford's. I actually don't know who I've got as the pound for pounds. I really like a Nui, of course. Usyk, I don't think Usyk for me is the pound for pounds. I think that it is. I think it could be Crawford's. I think Crawford's might just have it. I love the fact that he is as strong, orthodox, and southpaw. The fact that he can switch those stances, I think, is just massive. He's got fast feet as well. He is a mean fight. He's got a mean streak to him. He's got a good counter punch on him as well. He's someone that has made 6 defenses of his WBO Welterweight Championship, and he's got a 100% knockout rate in this division. He's taken on Errol Spence Jr., who is big, likes to work the body. He's relentless. He's got an educated jab. His jab is very effective. He is in the top 10% boxers for connected jabs. Jabs thrown and actually that get through, he's in the top 10%, which is very, very good. Crawford, though, he's in the top 5% for landing power shots. So when he throws a power shot, he tends to connect with them. He's also in the top 10% for defending power shots. So, you know, some really, really good facts and stats that are floating around at the moment. But really, it's where this fight comes down to is that Crawford is the more skilled fighter, in my opinion, but he is the smaller fighter, whereas Spence is not far behind when it comes to ability, but I don't think that he is quite as dynamic as what Crawford is. I think that he is a little more one-dimensional. He likes to work the jab. Obviously, he doesn't have the switching ability, but he is southpaw, which can obviously make things quite tricky. He's had a great amateur background. He represented the USA at the London Olympics. Likes to use his feints. Often gets stronger as the fight progresses. He's also someone that doesn't tend to start very fast. He does have a lot of forward momentum. He will bring the fight to Crawford's, but honestly, I could see it being a case where both of these are going to try and bring the fight to each other. I think Crawford needs to make sure that he is not getting backed up. I mean, where Spence is going to have the advantage is using that size, closing the ring down, getting Crawford trapped in the corner and working away. If he can land big body shots, Spence, then Crawford could be in big, big trouble. So Spence is going to really look to go to the body. He's going to really look to work over Crawford's. Crawford is going to have to make sure that he is being evasive, using his footwork, using his speed, using his head movement. Certainly, like his footwork, his lateral movement, just constantly moving around, not getting backed against the ropes, not getting backed into the corners. Is the smaller fighter, needs to make sure that he's hitting and moving. He needs to be switched on right from the start. But I agree, he is a little bit of a slow starter. He cannot afford to do that. He's got to be switched on. He's got to get going right from the start. He needs to make sure that he's setting a few traps, using his switching of stances so that he can really ask questions of Spence. Spence might not have all of the answers, and then there may be some openings that present themselves to Crawford. I've got Crawford winning because I think Crawford is going to ask a lot of questions, and I think that he is going to find enough answers. He's going to find enough openings to get rounds in the bag, basically. So I think that he will pick up rounds. I think it's going to be close. I think that he wins it by a few rounds, but I think he wins unanimous decision. Crawford by a few rounds. I think Spence is going to have some success. I think he will find the body at times. I think Crawford's going to be uncomfortable at times. I don't think either fighter's going to have it 100% their way. I think both are too highly skilled for it to be 100% a certain direction. But I think that it's Crawford that comes out on top. But I've said it kind of all throughout tonight. We've been streaming for just over 2 hours. I think that if anyone wanted to say to me that Spence is winning and they're adamant that Spence is winning, you would get no arguments out of me. I think that Spence is a fantastic fighter. He's also, and we haven't really spoke about this, the younger fighter. He's 2 years younger. And I think the fact that he is the younger fighter, I think that that is, by 2 years, I think that could be really significant tonight. That could really come into play because we're just looking for these fine margins. We're just looking for anything that's just going to give someone a little advantage because it is that close. We are talking about two of the very best. So who's got the slight advantage here? You know, who's the quicker? Who's got the better abilities? Who's got the size advantage? Who's got the reach advantage? Who's the younger fighter? I said that Spence's inactivity could be a problem. It might also be an advantage because he will have took less damage. You know, he's not been involved in as many fights. I mean, Crawford's had 39 fights. He's won them all, but he's had 39 fights. That's a lot of rounds. Whereas Errol Spence has had 28 fights, won them all. But, you know, he's been less active than what Crawford has been. So could that come into play? The other thing as well is that Spence, as we said earlier, has been involved in some pretty bad car accidents. Certainly the one in 2019, which resulted in him going into intensive care for about, I think it was like 6 days. He did come through relatively unscathed, actually. And I think there was no broken bones or anything, but yeah, I mean, he was not in a great shape at first, but came out of that. And we don't really know how that's affected him because we've only seen a few fights since then. And actually since then, he's also been involved in another car accident where he got like a leg injury and we haven't seen him since then. That was last December. We haven't seen him fight since last April. And as we said, you know, how does the inactivity come into play? So I mean, I've got so many notes on these two. Obviously, we know that Crawford has moved up in the divisions, is a multiple division champion. He has carried that power as he's continued to move up. He's got good power, and he's very versatile. He is someone that he can be a bit hittable, certainly to the body, and that's going to be a big opportunity for Spence. I'm still leaning Crawford, though. I like the odds. I think minus 150 is about right. I think Errol Spence at plus 130 is... I'm not really feeling that, to be honest. I think Crawford at minus 150 makes a lot of sense. Christopher said, Days, Man United have agreed a 72 million deal for Atalanta for Højlund. I heard, yeah, good. I'm excited. Get someone in that can actually put the ball in the net. We struggled with that the other day in the match we had with Real Madrid. It's your boy Mason said Haney versus Progress to win the bouts. Co-main event Loma versus Kambosos Jr. Yeah, man. I mean, that lightweight division is really hotting up. Really, really hotting up. I think everyone wants to see Tank against Haney. I don't know where we are with that. But Tank against Devin Haney is the fight to make there. I think Loma against Kambosos would be a really good fight. Kambosos won the other night, actually. So Loma against Kambosos would be good. It sort of feels like Loma's done. I can't see Loma getting back up. I mean, Loma lost to Haney last time out, and we watched that fight. We did that fight, and Haney looked really good. I mean, Devin Haney, he's also someone that's in the conversation for pound. Fantastic fighter. Him against Shakur Stevenson as well. What a fight that would be. I feel like Haney could be the guy, though, to be honest. I feel like outside of a lot of people are saying that Shakur would beat Haney. I really don't know. I really don't know. I think that's such a hard fight to pick. I think that's harder than tonight, to be honest. I felt pretty good for Crawford's really all throughout. This fight has been a fight that's been spoken about for years, and I've felt pretty good for Terence Crawford's all throughout that time. In regards to Haney Shakur, I would be leaning Shakur, but I would not have any confidence in that. It would be like 51%, 49%. I feel like 60-40 here, but there it'd be like 51-49. That would be a great fight. Not boxing, not tonight's boxing, says Rivy. No, tonight we've got Crawford Spence, and as we said, it's going to be a banger. I'm really looking forward to it. Kia said Errol will beat Terence, but anything can happen. K-pop said Brock beats Tyson. Did DC really call Gaethje one of the smartest fighters, says A.B. Jobson. How long till it's on? I'm in the UK, says Kia. Well, main event is going to be a little while because we have got a few fights to get through first. We've got Garcia against Tellez. We're still waiting for that, actually. We're still with the pundits at the moment, so we've not missed anything. Garcia is 30. Tellez is 23. This is a super welterweight fight. Garcia is minus 125 favorite. Loads of experience. 34 wins. Only 2 defeats. 14 knockouts. Garcia lacks significant power. Solid chin, though. Likes to come forward. Likes to pressure opponents. Has been named Esper Box's Spanish Fighter of the Year in 2019 and 2020. And won last fight by unanimous decision. So Garcia is the favorite. Garcia is very experienced. Tellez fights out of Texas. Has got a power advantage here. Top prospect. 5 fights, 4 knockouts, and made his pro debut in 2020. likes to fight quite smart, will struggle the longer the fight goes, because I think all of his fights have ended within the first 6 rounds. This is a 10-round fight. Tough test Garcia will be for him. Likes to fight behind his jab. This one feels like it's going to be quite close. Can go 10 rounds, and it is the first fight on the main card. So really, this is hard to know which way it's going to go. This is a really good match, actually. You got Sergio Garcia, who is a very credible fighter. And as we said, likes to move forward, very credible, great skill set. Taking on Terence, who is a top prospect, 7 years younger, only had 5 professional fights. But yeah, that's going to make this quite an interesting opening contest. And I think we should be going over to it very, very soon. We're doing, we've just gone over to the ring. And the fighters are already inside the ring. There are rumors that tonight we could be seeing Eminem as part of the ring walks for our main event. Still quite a few empty seats inside the T-Mobile Arena. It is Garcia and Terence that are inside the ring. So we will get underway with a bit of action. Enjoy the food. See you soon. K-Man said Crawford will win by knockouts. Go down. How many fights before Spence Crawford's? 3 fights before Spence Crawford's. 3 fights coming up. So they are just doing the intros for these first fighters. And then we will be underway with our first fight on this main cards. And ring walks, I believe, for Spence Crawford is scheduled to be, I believe, 4 a.m. So we're looking around about 2.5 hours, rough ballpark. Which, as we said, seems like a long time, but we've actually already been streaming for 2.5 hours. So, and that's absolutely flown. So it's one of those. So, and we've got 3 fights to get through. We've actually got a fight for the vacant WBC Bantamweight Championship as well. So, Terence, orthodox fighter. This is his 3rd fight. 3rd fight in 2023. Diaz getting his intro. Both fighters about to step into the middle. Keep getting in your thoughts as well. Appreciate people voting away. We're at 767 now. That's absolutely shot up. And we are approaching 200 likes as well. Keep those likes coming in. It is greatly appreciated. It does make a big, big difference if you are excited for Crawford against Spence. Leave a like as we continue to move forward towards that fight. And we've got our first fight, Terence against Garcia. This, as we said, the first fight on the main cards. Both fighters stepping into the center. So Garcia, 14 knockouts to his name. Terence, 4 knockouts. Massive difference when it comes to experience. We're seeing Terence working that jab nice and early. And as we said, he's a real prospect. This is in the super welterweight division. And just working that jab. And backing up against the ropes a little bit as Garcia continues to put the pressure on. There's a little hook shot that comes in there by Garcia. Terence trying to push Garcia back, but Garcia keeping a nice high guard, coming forwards. Body shot coming in by Terence. Couple of jabs coming in there by Garcia as Terence backs up a little bit. Couple of jabs coming back there by Terence, but not able to land them. Circling round on the outside, it's Garcia that's got the center ground. And he's being quite defensive at the moment, Garcia, but he is throwing in a few hook shots. Tellez just complaining there as some shots coming into the back of their heads. So jab coming in straight down the middle there by Tellez as Garcia continues to move forwards. And he's got him up against the ropes here. So Garcia doing really well to keep things quite tight and like put the pressure on the younger fighter. But the younger fighter, Tellez, doing well, letting his hands go. This is 10 rounds, this first one. And he's getting backed up a little bit here as Garcia continues to put that pressure on and lets that right hand go. It doesn't connect with it there, Garcia, but Tellez again finding himself getting trapped against the ropes as Garcia continues to put that pressure on as Tellez is getting backed up a little bit. Wrestle with Andy, shout out to you, buds. We'll keep an eye on this fight as these two, it's a good little encounter, this. Nice body shot coming in there by Garcia, going downstairs and upstairs. But Tellez responds with some body shots of his own. Rumor is Damian Priest is going to cash in on the BMF title tonight. Scenes. Big scenes at UFC 291. Amy Jobson says, people are lying and sleeping. The altitude is killing everyone. Do something. Said, will you catch the UFC main afterwards? Potentially. It depends when it's going to be on, to be honest, because they say the ring walks are at 4, but you always know that the main fight ring walk's going to be a little bit delayed. So whether we can get to it or not, we'll have to see. I mean, ideally, I'd like to try and catch Poirier and Gaethje, but it's not something that I'm going to make any promises on. What channel is it on? This one is on TNT box office. Yeah, they're saying to him, you've got to stay off the ropes. So they're saying to Tellez, you've got to stay off the ropes. He was getting backed up a little bit there by Garcia. He was working the jab well, though. I mean, I feel like he was probably landing more of the punches. Saying to Tellez that he's done well there. Telling him he's done well, but he's got to stay off the ropes. Couldn't make out what they were saying to Garcia, but round number 2 is about to get underway in this one. As we said, this one's going to go 10 rounds. Can go 10 rounds, this one. So, yeah, Cody Frost said, what channel is it on? It is on TNT Sports Box Office here in the UK. I think it's Showtime in America. This is a proper pay-per-view event. Love the fact that they give us these numbers on screen. So total punches landed. Tellez landed, I believe it was about 15, whereas Garcia landed about 7. It felt like it was Tellez that had landed more. And the numbers backing that up as well. Really doing a good job with his jab in the early stages. So Tellez taking that first round. But his corner saying to him, don't get backed up against the ropes. Some lovely body shots coming in there by Tellez. And Tellez going down the middle with some uppercuts as well. That has woken Garcia up. Garcia trying to respond with a few shots. Straight down the middle. Referee coming in and separating both fighters. Lovely shots coming in by Tellez. Nice right hand there by Tellez. But Garcia with a body shot coming in, going upstairs. Oh, that was a lovely straight right by Garcia. And that was good. Tellez pushing him back a little bit. Nice jab coming in, going upstairs, going to the body, mixing it up a little bit there, Tellez. Garcia, again, keeping a high guard, keeping it quite tight, trying to get in close range. Garcia wants to do his work inside the pocket. He wants to get in close and really get like some uppercuts in there and really get a few close little shots off. He loves that uppercut. He's gone to that uppercut a few times, Garcia. Tellez, though, is getting a lot more joy with his jab and working at distance. Opening up a little bit more there. We're into the final minute of round number 2. And they're really getting in at quite close range at the moment. Nice jabs coming in straight down the middle. He's getting real success with that jab, Terence. He's getting backed up against the ropes, though. That's exactly where his corner told him not to go. Nice head movement there by Terence. Able to avoid a couple of jabs that were coming in by Garcia. Pushing him back into the center. Body shot coming in there. Uppercut by Terence. Teres's uppercut not as effective as Garcia's. Garcia definitely enjoying more success with the uppercut than what Terence has. But again, Terence going back against the ropes. Jab coming in there by Garcia. Right hand going to the body as well. Nice head movement there by Terence. I would say that was a closer round. I'd say that was a closer round. I think we're starting to see Garcia just open up a little bit more here. I think that Terence may have just edged it, though. It'd be very interesting to see who landed more. I think that jab is just keeping him ahead, but I felt like that was a better showing by Garcia. Yeah, look at that. It was lovely. Couple of body shots there. Bang, bang. Uppercut came back, though, from Garcia. Good little scrap, this, you know. Good little scrap. Good little opening contest, this, if you are just joining us. It is Terence against Garcia in our opening fight on the main cards. This is super welterweight. Garcia, 30 years old, 36 fights. Taking on Terence, who's 5-0. 23 years old, 7 years younger. And right. So, wow, look at that. Power punches through round 2, 12-12. But Terence did land more of what he threw. Much better accuracy by Terence. Garcia driving Terence back. Terence really letting the hands go. I love the stats that they put on screen. I think they do a really great job with the presentation. Oh, this isn't good for Terence. Terence getting really trapped in the corner there. And he's getting really trapped up against the ropes. There was warning signs of this in the last round. We were really starting to see in the last round, Garcia was starting to really get into this fight. And now that's starting to really show itself. Because Terence, I think he might have just edged that last round. It could be 1-1. But right now, we're starting to see Garcia just kind of coming through a little more. His output has increased a little bit more. He just had Terence trapped in the corner, trapped against the ropes. He's backing him. Oh, he gets clipped. Oh, he goes down. Massive shot by Terence. Big shot by Terence. Oh, just as we were singing Garcia's praises. Oh, Terence is headhunting. Is all over him. I tell you what, Garcia's in a whole world of trouble. Whole world of trouble. Terence unloading. Cracking him in the side of the head. Referee has called it. Referee has called it. Damn. Damn. Just as Garcia was starting to come into the fight, that second round, a really close round, he was starting to come into it. He was starting to back Terence down. It seemed like Terence could feel that he was starting to get backed up, and he has just unloaded. Absolutely unloaded. Hellacious shots. Rocked. Garcia dropped. Garcia getting back up on his feet. Referee allowing the fight to continue, but Terence was in absolute wrecking ball mode. He was in absolute kill mode. And he finished the experienced fighter, Sergio Garcia, 34-2, now 34-3. And that is a big win for Tellez. That is a big win. That is a great result for him. This is 23 years old. Went through the gears. This is a good prospect. I think we'll be seeing more of this guy. A lot more of this guy. Yeah, I've got to disagree with the commentators. The commentators are saying that you couldn't see that coming. I do agree with that. But they're saying that Garcia was on the front foot. He was making it a hard night. He was making it a tough night. He was on the front foot. But even the stats were showing us that he wasn't landing. He wasn't landing. You know, he was taking the fight to Tellez, but Tellez was being the more successful with landing his shots. So the idea that Garcia was on the front foot and dominating the fight is not reflected in the numbers. And it's not reflected in what I was seeing. He was definitely taking the fight to him, but it was Tellez that was using that jab that was landing more. And first round in particular, I thought was quite comfortable, very comfortable. I had him winning that first round, no problem. Second round closer. And I would agree, Garcia starting to really come into that third round. But it seems like, yeah, they're saying that's a good stoppage. No problems with the stoppage. A.B. Jobson said that was an awesome, good win for him. The betting underdog just won. That is true. Yeah, that is true. It was the underdog that just won. Tellez was a plus 105 in that. I mean, you wouldn't have made loads of money. To be honest, it's not. We do see in boxing much wider odds than that. Obviously, we see like minus 2,000s, plus 1,000. We see all that kind of stuff. So plus 105. It was a very close, according to the bookies. They had it a very close contest. But yeah, it has gone to Tellez there. Yeah, what did you think? What did you think of that? Did you enjoy that? I thought that was a great fight. Rivy said he was headhunting. Aldrin said, "Who is winning?" Wow, it's Tellez that has won that first one. We've only got two more fights to go. Two more fights to go. We've got Donaire taking on Santiago for the vacant WBC Bantamweight Championship. Someone will be crowned the WBC Bantamweight Champion on the I think next. I think that fight's next. And then we've got Isaac Cruz taking on Cabrera, and that is the WBA lightweight title eliminator. That is big because we all know how exciting that lightweight division is. We all know how juicy that lightweight division is. So someone is going to take a big step forwards in that title eliminator to put themselves in contention for a title shot further down the line. So that is going to be an interesting co-main. Someone will be able to take a big step forwards in that. And they're just showing the two fighters at the moment. You can see that Garcia's pretty gutted. I was just going to have a look, see who else is in this title eliminator, but I don't know if it's listed anywhere. Garcia Cruz ordered by WBC to have lightweight title eliminator fight. WBC have sent a letter to Ryan Garcia and Isaac Cruz ordering them to fight a lightweight title eliminator bout. Well, when was that? That was last year. Cruz did. Just doing the interview. Yeah, he didn't face Garcia, but he did face Tank Davis and lose. Isaac Cruz is someone that lost to Tank Davis in 2021. Something in my head was like, Isaac Cruz did face a top fighter in the lightweight division, but it wasn't Garcia, it was Tank. But he is coming off a win against Gamboa. So, and he's got a win over Vargas as well. That's a good win. So, yeah, Isaac Cruz is someone that's an interesting fighter. He does have a couple of losses to his name, though. He's not someone that I think is going to be up there with your Tanks, with your Ryans. But listen, if he could get past Cabrera, he will get, like, you know, he'll take a step forward in the conversation at least. And he is firm favourite to get the win tonight. So Isaac Cruz is always worth a watch. He's kind of that level just below your Tank Davises. I don't know where he is on the rankings, actually. Let's have a look at lightweight rankings. I don't know what the current rankings are in the lightweights division. Lightweight boxing rankings. We'll have a look. Cruz currently ranked third on box. Ring. According to Ring magazine, Cruz is currently ranked third. According to the WBO, fifth. IBF, fifth. WBC, third. I mean, he's right in the conversation. WBA, fifth. By and large, we're going to be watching the fifth best lightweight boxer, or certainly the fifth ranked. He's just that level below. Fifth sounds about right. He's just that level below your Tanks, your Ryans, your Shakur Stevensons, your Devin Haney's. You know, you've kind of got all of those, and then you've got that next level, and that's where you can find your Isaac Cruz's. So we've got him in action in the WBA lightweight title eliminator. He should get the win. He's minus 700 favorite. We've also got Donaire taking on Santiago for the vacant WBC bantamweight title. That's the title that was vacated by Inouye. We've got those two fights, and then we get to Crawford against Spence. So plenty coming up, plenty on the way. If you are enjoying the action, if you are enjoying the coverage, leave a like if you haven't already. It is really appreciated. It is genuinely appreciated. We try to get as many likes as we can on these fights. And we are working our way, hopefully, towards 1,000 by the time the stream is all done and dusted. Don't know if we'll get there. Hopefully we can. We are over 200 now. Over 200 likes. We could really do with a boost on that. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is really, really appreciated. And as we continue to move forwards, I think it's the Donaire fight that's coming up next. And as we said, that's going to be for the vacant WBC Bantamweight Championship. But we do need to just take a second to just talk about Tellez there. That was such a fantastic finish. They're just showing a replay on TV right now. And it was actually a right hook shot that missed from Sergio Garcia. He throws in this hook. Tellez is able to get out the way, respond with a hook of his own, and it rocked Garcia. And then he just absolutely unloaded. I mean, we're just seeing him like really connecting, just with a flurry of shots straight down the middle, not really going to the body. There was a beautiful right hand in there as well that dropped him. As soon as he got back up, just swinging away, really. I don't think there's much in the way of like a sweet science to that. I think he was just in kill mode. But yeah, that's a really good win for him. Really good win for a 23-year-old. Getting a win over a fighter that's got 34 wins, only 2 losses, 14 knockouts, 30 years old, 7 years older. Has got a solid chin as well. Came in with a solid chin. He's got a reputation for a solid chin, and he's just got finished in a 3rd round. So, very good. I'm looking forward to the remaining fights on this card, said Just Me. I've got Diaz by stoppage, round 8. I think Diaz as well. I think Diaz, absolute future Hall of Famer. For those of you that don't know, Diaz, 42 wins, 7 losses, 28 knockouts. An absolute legend. I think... I saw a few kind of write-ups of him where they were saying he's kind of like one of the great unknown fighters of the past 15, 20 years, because even though he is a former 4-division world champion, he never seems to really come up in like conversations. He's, when you talk about the big fighters and the big fights, Diaz not someone that really, I think, has ever kind of connected with the casual fans and the casual audience. You've kind of got to really know your boxing to know of him. It might be because he's down in the lower weights. I don't know if that's a factor. He is just one of the best fighters in those lower weights. The only thing is, he's 40 now, and he's really getting on. He's been away for a year. He's coming in fresh. He's had a bit of time away. He loves to counterpunch. He is easily the better boxer, but you can't look past the fact there is a 13-year age gap here in this next fight. So Diaz is a legend. He's a future Hall of Famer. He's a former 4-division world champion. He's trying to become a bantamweight champion, I think for like the 4th time. He's been a multiple-time bantamweight champion. He has faced Inoue. You may have seen him against Inoue, actually, if you've been watching like Inoue's fights. He didn't look good against Inoue. He looked old and he looked slow against Inoue. But that's Inoue, of course. Inoue's, as we said, pound for pound, maybe the best fighter in the world. It's either him or Usyk or Crawford. And Diaz looked a bit slow, but he's been away for a while. He looks good. He says he feels good. Santiago is not anywhere near the skill set. Nowhere near the skill set of Inoue. So has Diaz got a bit too much for Santiago? Certainly the bookies think that he does. Diaz is going to come in as a -150 favorite. Santiago at +125. It's close again. In fact, this is close. The last fight was close. The main event is close. It's only Cruz against Cabrera that's not that close. Even Poirier against Gaethje is close. So there's a lot of close fights going on around the world tonight. But yeah, I agree. I've got Diaz getting the win here. And as we said, he is the better fighter, but he is just getting on in age. Santiago is looking to win his first world title. He is a bit small for the bantamweight division, but he's tough. Made his pro debut in 2012. He's on a 3-fight win streak. He doesn't really have the speed. He's a good fighter, a really good fighter, but he doesn't really have the speed to get past someone like Diaz. And I don't know. I mean, it just comes down to the age. I think, to be honest, Diaz is the better fighter, and it's just going to come down to if the age has caught up with him. The person that's going to beat Diaz is Diaz. If he is still the fighter we know, he wins this fight. If time has kind of caught up with him, and what we saw against Inoue is the current version of Diaz now, he might lose this. He might struggle. Santiago, has got enough skills to pick up a victory if Diaz is on the decline. So a very intriguing match coming up next for the vacant WBC Bantamweight Championship. We are going to crown a new world champion. As we said, this is the title that Inoue vacated. Rivi, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone that's joining us. Roberto said Spence by stoppage late rounds. I should have put that. I regret not putting that. I regret not putting in the poll Crawford by stoppage, Crawford by decision, Spence by stoppage, Spence by decision. I regret not doing that. Should have done that. But either way, we've still got a good snapshot as to who the community think is going to win. We are 3 votes away from 1,000 votes as well. 3 votes away from 1,000 votes. They're just showing what they've got coming up soon as well. We got McCann against Baluta. We got Usyk Dubois. Usyk Dubois, that's going to be a banger, man. That's on the 26th of August. Really interested in looking at that. So Usyk against Dubois. I think Usyk wins that very comfortably. But Daniel Dubois is definitely a prospect. Definitely a challenge. And then, of course, we've got Zhang against Joyce too. Joyce is solid, keeps moving forward. The juggernaut. But he busted his orbital bone, didn't he, in their last encounter? And it meant that that fight couldn't continue. So there is a way to stop Joe Joyce. You literally have to break him. And can Zhang do that again? Because if he can't do that again, Joe Joyce, I think, is just going to keep coming forward, keep throwing. I saw him against, was it Joseph Parker? And he looked just amazing in that fight. Just, that was, like, honestly, he took so much punishment. So much punishment. But he just kept coming forward, and he was able to get the victory in the end. I mean, it was just like death. Just, like, kept coming. Just kept, like, there was no stopping Joe Joyce. But Zhang found a way of doing it by literally breaking his body, by breaking Joyce's orbital bone, I think it was, if I remember right. That'll be a really interesting rematch. Looking forward to that one as well. Some really big fights coming up. Some really fun stuff on the way. Right, let's go down. Let's see what people are saying. Put in your thoughts about this fight, about the main event. Who are you picking for the main event? Said OG underneath. Yeah, I do apologize for those that have been joining us for quite a long time tonight. We've been streaming for nearly 3 hours. I'm afraid that you will hear me repeat myself a few times because obviously people are joining us all the time. Everyone wants to talk about Crawford Spence. It means that we're going to talk about it and we're going to, say the same things a few times. But I think that I don't think people will mind doing that. As I said, share your thoughts as we're talking about these things because that's what this is here for. It's for us to share our opinions on this fight. There's no stupid opinions when it comes to, certainly when it comes to this fight. If you are adamant that Crawford is winning, say so. If you think you know how, say so. Because honestly, you could be right. And if you are adamant that Spence is winning and you think you know how it's going down, say so. Because honestly, you could be right. It is that close to call. It is that close to call. It really could go any which way. My pick is Crawford's. I think Crawford wins. The reason being, I think that he is going to get his shots off. I think that he will out-volume. I think that Spence is going to try to close the ring down. I think Crawford's going to be evasive. I think that Crawford is legitimately one of the best boxers, if not the best boxer, from an ability point of view in the world. And I think that really Spence has got to try and pin him down. And that's going to be hard. I mean, it's going to be really hard. He's going to have to try and land on someone that has the ability to switch stances, someone that's got great footwork, someone that's really evasive. He is hittable. You can catch him. It's not like he's a fly and you just can't get him. You can get him. And I think that Spence will get him at times. I certainly don't think this is going to be easy for Crawford. I'm not expecting this to be like, every round go to the judges. But I just think that he will pick up a few more rounds. I think Crawford gets a few more rounds than what Spence does. And I think that Crawford's pretty mean. He is someone that is
got good power. He's carried that power up the divisions. He's got fast feet, good fast movement, good lateral movement. He needs to try and neutralize Spence's jab. Spence's main weapons, three things about Spence that I think are the most significant things. First of all, his size. He is the bigger fighter, right? Second of all, his jab. His jab is one of the best in all of boxing. That jab is significant, right? And then the third one is his body shots. Big body shots. When he starts going to the body, you feel it, man. So I think that those are the three major things to focus on when we're talking about Spence. When we're talking about Spence, I think it's his size. I think it's his jab. I think it's his body shots. When we're talking about Crawford, I think it's his switch hitting ability, the fact that he can fight southpaw, the fact that he can fight orthodox, he can switch those stances. I think that is massive for him, right? I think also his ability to adapt during a fight. He is so technical. He is so highly skilled that he can adapt. He can read a fight and he can find solutions. He is not someone that you are going to be able to put into an awkward situation and just keep him there, because he will find an answer to it. This is why I think Spence closing the ring down, he might get some success with that, but Crawford will find a solution to that. He will either, use his lateral movement, just keep circling around, not get backed into the corner, or even just occupy the center ground. I mean, he could just stand his ground in the center so that he doesn't get backed up, and just draw a line in the sand, and try and keep Spence on the outside. I don't think that'll be the game plan. I don't think he's going to want to have to defend territory, right? I don't think he's going to want to do that. I think what he'll do is, I can see Spence taking the center ground. I can see Crawford on the outside. I can see Crawford circling around, and I can see Crawford using that footwork, using that movement, using that lateral movement to not get backed into corners, not get backed against the ropes. But if he does, he will make sure and find solutions to ensure that he doesn't again. That's one of the other big things. So his switch hitting ability, his ability to adapt during the fights, and also his movement. I think his movement's going to be really significant here. It's got to be, because I think that Spence, as we said, is going to try and trap him, and he is the bigger fighter. Crawford has got that ability to fight on the outside and fight close. Spence will want to fight close. This is why he wants to trap him, because he wants to get in close. He wants to put water in the basement. He wants to wear him down. He isn't going to want to fight at distance. Whereas Crawford will quite happily fight from distance. He will quite happily fight in close. The other aspect to that, though, is that Spencer's got the reach advantage. And so that's going to make fighting from distance a little bit trickier. Certainly with how good Spence's jab is. That's where it's getting really... That's where things are getting really interesting. We can break this down further, but we do need to go to our next fight, which is just about to begin right now. And it is the Donaire Santiago fight. This is for the WBC Bantamweight Championship. So Santiago in black shorts. Donaire is in purple. So Donaire is the taller fighter, standing his ground in the center. And we are seeing Santiago trying to throw in a couple of shots there as Donaire is edging forward. I must say, I am surprised that we've gone to this fight as quick as what we have. Because, to be honest, like, we've still got apparently a couple of hours until we get to the ring walks for the main fight. I suppose this one could go 12 rounds, though. That is a very real prospect. So we are seeing Donaire just edging forward as Santiago backing up a little bit. Donaire trying to throw out a jab. We are seeing Santiago with some pop, some snap. Oh, that was lovely little shot to the body there by Donaire, though. 28 knockouts out of 42 wins for Donaire. 14 knockouts out of 27 wins for Santiago. Donaire is, again, just putting a bit of pressure on Santiago, backing him up, but it is Santiago that is showing the better output at the moment. Donaire bouncing around in the center. A couple of jabs coming in there by Donaire. Santiago throwing in a couple of jabs as Donaire slips underneath them. Donaire trying to find a way forward. Shot coming in there by Santiago. Hook shot coming in by Donaire, but just getting a little bit trapped there. And again, he's edging forward. These early stages, I've got to say, it does look to me like Donaire is just struggling to get going here. He does like to download that data. And he might be getting prepared for a couple of jabs coming in there by Santiago, though. Body shot coming in by Donaire. Better footwork by Donaire. Body shot there by Santiago. Lovely little hook to the body. Donaire, again, trying to edge forward. Santiago looking a lot more exciting and explosive in this first round, though. Donaire, again, edging forwards. Jab coming in, but they both jab at the same time. Donaire, again, just having a little look. Trying to use some footwork, but Santiago comes crashing in. It's hard to know how many of these shots are actually landing because Donaire's doing a decent job of defending them, getting the guard in the way. But he is definitely taking more punishment than what he's dishing out. Santiago, end of the round. I gotta say, that's a Santiago round for me. Slow start, yeah. The commentator said he's made a slow start there. Santiago takes that first round. So, Donaire, as we said, an absolute legend, but he is 40. And the big question here is, how was he going to look against Santiago, who's 27, fighting to try and win his first ever world championship? Now, this is big for Santiago. This is life-changing stuff for Santiago. This isn't life-changing stuff for Donaire. You know, one thing that maybe we didn't take into account, and when we say we, I mean I, is the fact that Santiago, could that hunger just be there a little more for him? Could that hunger be there a little bit more? Certainly, Donaire's going to have the experience, but as someone that's been there, done it so many times, does it mean as much to him as what it does to Santiago? Santiago in the center. Let's see how round number 2 is going to go. Interesting. Very interesting. Donaire landing 8 shots in that first round. Santiago landing 7. So Donaire only threw 26. Santiago threw 55. So the numbers suggesting that Santiago throwing an awful lot, but just not getting through with them. Gotta say, though, I don't believe the judges get to see those numbers. There was only 1 shot in it, according to those unofficial numbers. And the eye test made Santiago look like, well, clearly the more active fighter. And I would say that he got through with more. So I'm surprised that those numbers say that Donaire got through with 1 more than Santiago did. But that's a good sign for Donaire. The 40-year-olds shows that his defense is holding up as we're in round number 2. Lovely hook shot there by Donaire as Santiago steps in. Donaire downloading a bit of data in that first round, maybe, and we're starting to see him open up a little bit more now. Starting to see that stance just widening up a little bit. A couple of shots coming in there by Donaire. He's imposed himself a little better in this round. We're not seeing as much output here from Santiago. Big body shot there by Donaire. Donaire looking for a hook shot upstairs, but just falls short. That one seemed to crash to the side of the head. There's a lovely right hand that just misses there by Donaire. A couple of jabs coming in by Donaire also. Donaire standing his ground in the center as Santiago on the outside. Santiago circling round as Donaire having a little look. Trying to find a way forward as Santiago throws out a couple of jabs. Donaire backing up a little bit as Santiago continues to put that pressure on. And Donaire is ducking underneath, trying to find a way of landing something significant here. There it was. Hook shot coming. Left hook shot there by Donaire. You could just tell that he was looking for something juicy. He wasn't interested in just working the jab. We're not seeing loads of jabs coming out of Donaire, actually. That's something that you don't get loads of. He's not using that jab to, like, set things up. If anything, he's just keeping his arms back, and he's really looking to throw hooks to the body, upstairs. We're not seeing loads of jabs coming out of him. We are seeing more jabs coming out of Santiago. I think Donaire looked better in that round. Yeah, commentator saying that Santiago still dangerous, but Donaire seemingly getting more comfortable as this fight's progressing. Obviously, it can go 12 rounds. If he's took that first round off to just download a bit of data, I don't think anyone would say that was unwise. This is the biggest fight in the past 5 to 10 years, says Nate. I agree, but it's absolutely massive. Absolutely massive. Keep putting in your thoughts. Keep putting in your predictions. We've got 1,119 votes. Leave a like if you've not left a like as well. It is really appreciated as we're continuing to work our way towards that main event. One of the biggest fights that we've seen of this generation of fighters. An absolute dream fight. Absolute monster fight. And obviously, we are less than 2 hours away from it now. Ring walks in around about an hour and 50 odd minutes. It is getting closer. It is serious. I can tell you that Donaire, the numbers look really good for him in that last round. Santiago standing his ground in the center right now. Oh, lovely left hand there by Santiago as Donaire continues to edge forwards. Santiago on the outside as he tries to step into the center. Donaire just takes a few steps back. Jab coming in there by Donaire. And another shot coming in there by Santiago. Donaire continues to move forward. Flicked out a left-hand jab. There's a clinch at the moment. Body work coming in. Lovely hook shot there by Donaire. That seemed to rock Santiago. Santiago getting clipped now. Donaire putting the pressure on. Oh, that's a 1-2 straight down the middle. Look for the uppercut. Missed with the uppercut. Donaire continuing to put that pressure on. Continuing to move forwards. He's got Santiago up against the ropes, but good work by Santiago. He just kind of bullied his way into a better position, and he drove Donaire back against the ropes. Both fighters in the center right now. Jab coming in there by Donaire. Santiago backing up a little bit as Donaire continues to move forward. We're in the center. Donaire really not using that jab too much. There's a big right hand that comes in by Santiago. Santiago seemed to clip Donaire. And it was one of those where Donaire, I think, just got a bit flat-footed. This is for a world championship. Big shot to the body there by Donaire. Jab coming in by Donaire. I'd like to see him use that jab a little bit more just to keep Santiago back a little bit. We're right back in the center as it's been some real back and forth in this. This round feels a little more even. I gave the first round to Santiago. Second round to Donaire. Donaire continuing to move forward. I think both guys had some moments in this round. There's about 12 seconds or so to go. Both in the center. It's settled down again. We just, both guys with some great body shots. Shot to the side. The head there by Santiago. There is some damage on the side of the eye of Santiago now. Santiago busted open. Santiago busted open as he goes back to the corner. Yeah, that was nice. He really stunned him with a lovely counter left, Donaire in that round. I think that Donaire probably edges that. Bang. Oh, just see it. Look at that. Oh, he really... His eyes kind of went into the back of his head, Santiago, in that round. I think Donaire is up by 1. I've got it 2 rounds to 1. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat is going to be referee for Punk versus Starks on next week's Collision, says Bonkers. Triple T the Legend is with us right now. Triple T the Legend is always with us, spiritually. Right, Donaire, 17 power punches in that third round. Santiago, 13. Donaire landing 36% of his shots. Santiago landing 27%. So we are underway with round number 4. We are seeing Santiago throwing a nice stepping forward with a big overhand right. Couple of jabs coming in by Donaire. Shot coming in there by Santiago. Left-hand jab coming in there by Donaire. Both fighters in the center of the ring right now. Big swing, big hook shot coming in by Santiago. Jab coming in there by Donaire as Santiago is on the outsides. Both fighters in the center. Santiago is working. He's putting in the work. He's really trying. I mean, honestly, this just shows how great Inui is, to be honest. Because Inui made Donaire look really average. Whereas here, you know, he's facing a really good fighter in Santiago. Someone that's 27-3 with 14 knockouts. And he's looking good. He's looking really good. Couple of jabs coming in there by Donaire. Santiago trying to come forward. Great head movement by Donaire. Really great head movement. I don't think any of those shots landed by Santiago. Again, Donaire just trying to use some footwork. He slips underneath that hook shot. Both fighters in the center right now. Jab blocked by Santiago. Santiago is staying on the outside. He's trying to step into the middle. I think there's a bit of damage on the face of Donaire. Yeah, Donaire does have some marking. We are seeing Santiago both jabbing and missing. Oh, just over by the ropes, Donaire. It's really cagey stuff, man. I mean, we're not seeing loads of output from both guys. Donaire has started to work the jab a lot more now. He is controlling things. He is dictating things. He seems to have woken up his jab. Really interesting passage there as Santiago was really trying to get things going, really trying to do, but Donaire just really started to work the jab more. And he has dictated this round, which we hadn't been seeing in the early stages. I think that's another Donaire round, personally. Right, we've got over 1,100 votes. We've got 250 likes. Keep those likes coming in. Keep those likes coming in. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. We are at over 250 now, so we are starting to see some movement, make some progress, which, as we said, is really appreciated. I can see the number of people that are joining us is increasing as well as we're continuing to edge and work our way towards that main event that people are so excited for. We broke the fight down a few times. We'll continue to break the fight down. Obviously, we're just involved in one of the undercard fights. There's only one more undercard fight after this, though. And that is, unless they've moved something around. But, yeah, Isaac Cruz against Cabrera is going to be the other undercard fight. So, Donaire, total jabs landed through round 4, 32 for Donaire, 12 for Santanago. Okay, Donaire is coming forwards. Santanago is going to have to find a new game plan here because the strategy just hasn't been working for him. Again, using that jab, and I think he's really established himself in this fight now. Santanago, I feel like he needs to change something just so that he can ask some questions and see if Donaire has got the answer to it. Because right now, it's starting to look a bit comfortable for Donaire here. He's working the jab. Whenever Santanago is getting in close, he can throw in a hook shot or something, and he seems to be landing with those, Donaire. Donaire, again, a couple of jabs coming in, keeping Santiago at bay. Santiago trying to come in. Body shot there by Donaire. Body shot by Donaire. Donaire goes back into the center. He's having a little look at the moment as Santanago trying to get in a hook shot. Jab coming in. 1-2. Stepping over to the sides. I'd like to see more of that, actually, by Santanago. I'd like to see him moving over to like the side and maybe get like some sort of cross hit in. Like really work some angles. Everything's very, lineal. Everything's like straightforward right in front of him. I'd like to see some like step into the sides. Some more interesting angles being used. Jab coming in there by Santanago, but it does fall short as Donaire continues to move forwards. Hook shot fall short there by Donaire as well. Santanago circling round. Jab there by Donaire. Couple of jabs coming in by Santanago as Donaire continues to put that pressure on. Both fighters in the center. Neither guy can really land that big, significant shot. Oh, but that was good. Said that, bang! There's a lovely left to the body by Donaire, but all it does is wake up Santanago, who does not take a single step backwards, doesn't even blink. Santiago trying to get in a couple of shots straight down the middle, driving Donaire back against the ropes. It's a really interesting fight, this one. Donaire, Santanago might have just done enough to take this round. Yeah, Santanago finishing strong there. There's a lovely body shot that I really like by Donaire in there, but he didn't seem to be as on it with his jab in that round. Backstage with Crawford. I've been waiting for this moment, says Crawford. 7-0. Have you got nerves? Always a few butterflies. I've been waiting for this moment my whole life, says Crawford. You feel any weight of historic impact? Crawford said, I'm not focused on that. Boom, there we go. I don't know, why do we go to I don't know why we go in between rounds. That's always been a bit of a quirk. Like, I don't know why we go in between rounds. Like, you could show footage of him wrapping his hands in between rounds, but why do we try to do an interview in between rounds? Like, there's so much you could ask him. Why not do it after the fight? Show him wrapping his hands or something. Just a little, oh, there's Crawford's. And then after the fight, when you got a bit more time, then do an interview rather than trying to squeeze in 20 questions before we start round number 6. I've got this 3-2 Donaire against Santiago. Looks like a good start here by Santiago as well, who seems to be starting this round a little better. He seems to have managed to just negate the jab of Donaire. I don't know if he's managed to land a couple of shots and Donaire's just sort of abandoned it. A couple of jabs coming in there by Santanago. Santiago is, again, standing his ground in the center. It's a really interesting contest, this. And it is for the WBC Bantamweight Championship. There is a world title on the line right now. Right now. A world title. WBC Bantamweight title is up for grabs for one of these guys. Donaire, as we said, an absolute legend, a future Hall of Famer. Multiple-time Bantamweight champion in his career already. Multiple different division champion as well. And he's trying to win a title at the age of 40, but he's got a bit of a challenge in front of him here in Santiago. Santiago is younger, and he's definitely putting up a fight. You can tell this means everything to him. And he's putting in the work. And he's not going anywhere. Body shot coming in there by Donaire. There, again, standing his ground as Santiago throws in a jab. Donaire just taking a few steps back. He's trying to cover the body as Santiago goes to the body. He's abandoned that jab, innit? Donaire has gone back to just covering. Donaire has gone back to just block him. Head movement there by Donaire as Santiago throws in a shot, goes over Donaire. Santiago uppercut just misses there by Santiago as Donaire takes a few steps backwards. We've got Santiago trying to find a way forward as Donaire stands his ground. Shot to the body there by... And there we go. End of that round. We've got Donaire going back to one corner. We got Santiago going back to the other. Right. Please tell me you're doing UFC tonight. Don't know, but honestly, the focus is Crawford Spence. And then we'll see where we are after that. Samantha, shout out to you. It's crazy how you can choose anything over this cards. I agree, but this is a sick card. One of the greatest boxing fights we have ever seen. Crawford Spence is, I mean, it is history, isn't it? It's 2 pound for pound greats. Two of the greatest fighters that we've ever seen in boxing finally meeting up in this absolute dream fight. And honestly, the eyes of the world very much descending on the T-Mobile Arena as we go to round number 7. I think we might be all even on this. I'd love to see some numbers. I think that Santiago's looked so good in the in this kind of middle stage of the fight. We've got Donaire backing up a little bit as Santiago is also backing up. We got Donaire edging forwards. Santiago standing his ground in the center. 1-2 lovely shots coming in there by Santiago. Lovely right hand there by Santiago. Donaire edging forward as the referee comes in, and that is clash of heads. Clash of heads. Referee just putting a bit of a break on this one momentarily. Oh, there's blood as well. That's unfortunate. Santiago has got blood coming down the side of his face after a clash of heads. Only 50-odd minutes into this 7th round. They haven't shown us any striking numbers for a little while, which is a bit of a shame. Accidental headbutt. We're just having a little look at a replay here. So, went for a hook shot, couldn't land it. As he kind of came in, Donaire got his head down as well, and then they collided into each other. Okay, right, we are back underway now. It was only just a momentary break. Both fighters in the center right now. Uppercut misses by Santiago. There's a big overhand right there by Santiago as well. Couple of jabs, doubling up on the jab there, Santiago. Santiago on the outside, circling round as Donaire stands his ground in the center. Hook shot just misses there by Donaire. We got Donaire edging forward. There's a lovely jab coming in by Donaire as Santiago stays on the outsides. Jab coming in there by Donaire. Again, as Santiago stays on the outside, Donaire putting that pressure on. We've got a jab coming in by Santiago. Donaire standing his ground in the center. Tries for a jab of his own, but Santiago ducks underneath. Yeah, Santiago is the quicker fighter, is the more active fighter. Donaire is not really doing a great deal. It's just when he throws, he tends to land. That's the big difference between these two. Santiago will throw about 20 shots, land with 5, whereas Donaire will throw 5 and pretty much land with them all. So, you know, to the eyes, Santiago is working harder, but he's not actually landing with all that much. Very tight round. Very tight. Couple of jabs coming in there by Santiago. I think if you have got a tight round and it feels tight, I think you go with the fighter that's been the more active fighter. That's always been the way I've scored it. For me, I've got Santiago now winning this fight. I've got Santiago winning this fight, which is a big turnaround because at one point I had it 3-1 Donaire. But the reason why is because I just think Donaire, I don't know if it's his age, but it just seems like these past few rounds he has slowed. He was dictating the fight with the jab, and the jab seems to be really working for him. But he's just doesn't seem to be dictating the fight with the jab anymore. It seems like he's largely abandoned the jab, and the jab just doesn't seem to be a focus for him. So I don't know, Donaire. I don't think he's got the game plan right. I think he was looking really comfortable. Santiago, I don't know if he forced that change in Donaire or if Donaire has made that change. I don't know why he made that change, but I've got Santiago edging this, but really, honestly, so close. So close. I'd love to see some numbers on screen. So he's cut on both eyes, Santiago, and his corner have said to him he needs to go for it. They don't know if it's going to hold all the way to the end of the fight. So Santiago now is really under a bit of pressure here. He needs to make sure, though, that he's not taking unnecessary risk because he's been working, and I think he's in the conversation for winning this. I think some of these rounds are so close that if you've got Donaire up by 1, I wouldn't argue. Oh, hook shot there by Donaire. Lovely shot that by Donaire. And again, swing and a miss by Donaire. Donaire's still looking all right. He's kind of pacing himself. I think he has to be honest. I think Santiago is working and he's output and he's, you know, constantly doing stuff, whereas Donaire is having to pace himself a little more. Jab coming in there by Donaire. There's a few shots coming back there by Santiago. Hook shot there by Santiago. There's a right hand that comes back there by Donaire. Donaire jabbing away, but it's blocked by Santiago. It can't get through the defenses of Santiago. Jab again coming in by Donaire. Santiago, he's not getting much success either at the moment. It feels like both of these guys are throwing and missing. Uppercut there. Feels like both of these guys are either falling short or it's landing on the guards. There's not much that's getting through that you can say, yeah, that got through and that's a scoring shot. That's nice, though, by Santiago. There's a right hand there that feels like a scoring shot. He goes with a right hook and a left to the body. There's a left hand there that definitely snaps Donaire's head back. You could see beads of sweat. Yeah, referee coming in, separating them. Feels like Santiago again has just found a way in. I think Donaire might be slowing, you know. I think Donaire might be, I don't know if it's age. Again, shot coming in. Shot to the side of the head there by Santiago. Jab coming in there by Santiago as well. Donaire standing his ground. I want to go to the chat in a sec, see what people are saying. Yeah, I've got Santiago again. Oh. Now we're with Errol Spence. They've got a great game plan. How are you feeling? I'm excited. Right now, I'm just focused, says Spence. Now it's just time to focus on that game plan. Look, I wish there was longer for those interviews. They're great interviews. They're really great interviews. I love how they're so softly spoken as well. Feels like they're really quite quiet. And the mic is like super turned up. How are you feeling internally? It's just really like chilled and like personal. I feel like I'm getting to know the fighters on a spiritual level. Right, we are underway with round number 9. Wrestler Andy said, where does Butterbean and Bart Gunn rank in all-time boxing bouts? I mean, it's hard not to say number 1, to be honest. Right up there. I think it's the people's fight, isn't it? It's the people's fight. So right now, both guys in the center. I think we're seeing Donaire edging forwards. Big shots coming in there by Santiago as Donaire trying to get the jab going again. He sort of abandoned the jab for a while. Santiago, this is better from Donaire. We're seeing Donaire putting more pressure on here. Donaire is putting more pressure on. This looks better by him. Edging forwards. I've got him losing like the last 4 rounds. I might just be a Donaire hater though. I don't know. I didn't think I was. Jab coming in there by Santiago. And again, jabbing away, snapping back Donaire's head. Donaire being quite watchful at the moment, looking for a hook shot as Santiago takes a couple of steps back. And again, we've got a jab coming in there by Santiago. Jab coming in by Donaire. Shot coming into the side of the heads. Referee coming in and separating both fighters. Jab coming in by Donaire. And again. Couple of jabs coming in there by Santiago. So they're saying that Santiago's corner is probably a little bit concerned at the moment because he's got the damage, the blood on the side of his, the cuts on the side of his face, over by his eyes. And the longer this is going, the worse that situation is getting. 20 odd seconds left to go. I really want to get in the chat. We've got Santiago trying to get to a better position. He's got Donaire up against the ropes. There's a hook shot. Lovely shots. Snapping back Donaire's head. Donaire with a counter, but he misses. Uppercut coming in. He's going to work there, Santiago. Oh. Strong, strong finish by Santiago. Oh, my God. I feel like it's Donaire in the early stages. Santiago in the later stages. Oh, man. I'm going Santiago again. I think Daenerys looked better at the start and then faded. And some of the stuff at the end was great by Santiago. Really good, man. Vidal Way said, I believe both fighters will get knocked down between rounds 1 and 6. Spence in the 2nd and Crawford in the 4th. But Crawford will KO Spence with a body shot in the 8th. Nice. Nice. Right, here we go. We are underway with round number 9. Didn't Spence make an eye injury as an excuse to avoid Manny Pacquiao, said Brock. Well, he definitely was shouting about an eye injury, yes. I don't know if it was an excuse. Punch stats don't necessarily... I missed that. I was looking at the chat then. They did put some numbers up on screen. Big shots coming in there by Santiago. Again, another hook shot there by Santiago. We're into the championship rounds now. Round 10, round 11, round 12. These have been close. And I really think you could go a few different ways with these rounds. I'm looking at something like 6-3 to Santiago after 9 rounds. Jab coming in. So that would mean that Daenerys would need to win all 3 of these remaining rounds. Couple of jabs coming in there by Daenerys. Body shot there by Daenerys as well. He take this round. They're talking about how amazing it is that Daenerys has been able to make the weight at his age. I mean, he is fighting in the bantamweight division at the age of 40. I mean, whatever, his legacy is assured. You know, multiple-time world champion. Is it Daenerys' time, or is Santiago going to be able to do it? Santiago staying on the outsides. Daenerys throwing out a couple of jabs. We've got about an hour and a half to go until we get to the main fight. About an hour and a half to go. Right? It's really not long. We've already been streaming for 3.5 hours. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is really appreciated. We are coming up to 300. So if we could get to about 500 by the time the main fight starts, we might be in an all right place. So, yeah, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's, as we said, really appreciated. As we are in round number 10, it's another scrappy, another close round in this one. Daenerys against Santiago. We've got referee coming in, separating both fighters. We've got... they're saying... Commentators are saying that was a Santiago round. Yeah, I feel like that one was Santiago. I've got 7-3. They chased Spence in a high-speed chase, causing him to crash, which caused a torn retina, said Smooth Running. There was a beat rate rapper. Literal Street War, local rapper, Errol Spence Jr. Spence was bankrolling Mo 3's enemies. It was a real injury. He would have killed Manny, said Negus. Right, here we go. About to get underway with rounds. I think we're up to round 11, actually, aren't we? I think I didn't change that. Okay, here we go. This one definitely feels like it's going the distance. This one, total punches landed through round 10. Daenerys 113, Santiago 98. So Santiago is behind by 15 shots, but it's hard to know in what rounds they came in. Yeah, total punches landed. We're looking at Donaire having landed about 10% more. But it just doesn't, it just doesn't feel that way. I think, you know, I've got it 7-3. I do. I've got it 7-3. I've been scoring it as we've been going along. I've got it 7-3. Those numbers suggest it's closer than that. But I will be very interested to see what the judges score this. There are a lot of very, very close rounds. Very close rounds. Donaire standing in the center. Donaire edging forward as Santiago tries to come in with a hook shot. He pushes Donaire back. Donaire goes back against the ropes. There's a jab there by Santiago. 1, 2, 3, straight down the middle. That rocked Donaire. He got backed up against the ropes. Referee comes in, separates both fighters. We've got just over a minute left in round number 11. Donaire getting backed up. Santiago working, looking fresher. It was close on the odds on this. Donaire was favourite, -150. Santiago was +125. Santiago, 14 knockouts. Donaire, 28 knockouts in his career, but he is 13 years older. Santiago, that was great. Couple of jabs, left hand, and then he steps over to the side. Santiago, oh, Donaire, looking a little bit unbalanced as he was lunging there. Couple of shots landing here by Santiago. Oh, he's measuring him. And using that lead hand to measure distance to then really set up the rest of his shots. Just really shoving it in his face. Oh, it's got to be Santiago. This feels like such a Santiago round. It's got to. He's got to win this fight, Santiago. He's got to be winning this fight. 8-3. There's a lovely, just showing a hook shot in there by... yeah, they're just showing a replay of both fighters. Donaire needs the knockout. He's won 1 or 2 rounds. He ain't going to win a decision, said little Uzi Burt. Will Donaire win, said keep it a stack. Listen, it's really close. It's really, really close. I've got Santiago winning. But it's a guessing game, isn't it? When you go to the judges, they're actually there. What have they seen? You know, what compared to what we've seen on TV, compared to what they've seen there, it's always hard to know, isn't it? It has been a really fascinating fight. It's been a really enjoyable contest. For a vacant WBC Bantamweight Championship, for a major championship. Who is going to leave as champion? Donaire has definitely done enough to be in the conversation, but it feels to me like this is Santiago's to lose. It feels to me, actually, if I'm going to be honest, that Donaire needs a finish in this round. That's how it feels. I don't even feel like it's at that close that Donaire, if he wins this round, might just edge it. Like, I feel very confident that Santiago's won this. I've got him ahead considerably. I've got it 8-3. 8-3. But some of those are close rounds. You know, you change 2 of those rounds to Donaire and it becomes 6-5. So, but it is still Santiago that would be winning. There is looking for the big right hand. We got 1 minute 30 left to go. Shot coming in by Donaire, looking for a hook shot. He's got Santiago backing up a little bit. These two have really thrown at each other, really gone at each other. Into a bit of a clinch at the moment. Referee separating them. Obviously, we've still got our co-main event to come. Isaac Cruz against Cabrera for the WBA lightweight title eliminator. And we saw Isaac Cruz take on Tank Davis. Hook shot coming in there by Santiago. Trying to clinch. Donaire looking a bit better here. Yeah, is uppercut there by Donaire. Donaire in the center, just trying to edge forward. There's a shot that comes in by Santiago. 1-2. Straight down the middle by Donaire. Santiago again in a clinch. Referee coming in, separating the fighters. Couple of shots coming in as they clinch up. Referee again separating the fighters. And again, over by the ropes goes Donaire. Couple of shots coming in. Shot to the side of the head there by Santiago. Donaire trying to respond with a hook shot, but that's the end of the fight. Santiago thinks he's done it. There was no finish, so I think it's Santiago. Let me know in the chat, who do you think's done it? Who do you think has won it? That is the end of Donaire against Santiago. A fight for the vacant WBC Bantamweight Championship. I think it's going to be Santiago that's the new champ. 27 years old. He's got a record of 27 wins, 3 losses, 5 draws, 14 knockouts. He is tough. He is durable. He got busted. There was head clashes in there. To be honest, I think that if he was to fight Donaire from a few years ago, I think, he would struggle. I don't think he would have been victorious, and we still don't know that he is. But I think that Santiago has done enough there to pick up that victory. They're saying an anxious wait for both camps. Put in the chat what your thoughts are. Who do you think has been victorious there? Who do you think's picked up the victory? How many fights until Bud versus Spence? One more fight. This thing is really not that far away now. Not that far away at all. We are just over an hour away from Crawford versus Spence. So it really is getting close. In fact, we can have a look at, whilst we're waiting for this result to come in, nearly 1,500 votes. Nearly 1,500 votes. Keep your likes coming in. Keep your votes coming in. We've had 1,500. So we've got Crawford. 62% of you think Crawford's going to get the win. 38% of you think that it will be Errol Spence. So Crawford, 62%. Spence, 38%. And as we said, about 1,500 votes. Keep your votes coming in. Keep your likes coming in. It really is appreciated, as we said, because we always try to get as close to 1,000 on these big streams. And this is definitely a big stream, what with this being one of the biggest fights of this generation. Easily one of the biggest boxing fights of the last 5-10 years. You could make an argument for one of the biggest boxing fights of our lifetimes. You could make that argument. This is two of the absolute best finally going up against each other in a real dream contest. Here we go. We're about to get the official decision on this one then. Max DeLuca. all three. Unanimous. Alejandro Santiago wins. Santiago gets it. He is now the WBC Bantamweight Champion of the World. His first world title. Mexico has another world champion. Yeah, Santiago. So I had it much wider than the judges, if I'm going to be honest. I had it 9-3. Would I have given Santiago that last round, actually? Well, either way. One judge had it 115 to 113, so he gave Santiago by 2 rounds. Don't get that. And another judge, or the other 2 judges, had it 116 to 112. They gave it by 4 rounds. So if I gave that last round to Donaire, then it would be 8-4. I would have it by 4 rounds to Santiago. So I'd be in line with those 2 judges. I really don't see how you can score it just by 2 rounds. Some of them were close, I suppose, but this is what I'm saying. You never quite know, but all the judges agree. Santiago gets the victory. And not only that, he gets the WBC Bantamweight Championship. Nasty cuts right here. Both sides of his, I bet he can't feel it though. So he is he can't believe it. Like, he's got the belt over his shoulder. He's pretty emotional. Those cuts are nasty. He's getting emotional as he's talking. He said his son was born just a few days ago. That's cool, man. That's cool. Matthew said Donaire looked like he could have gotten a KO earlier. He was looking good early. I agree. I agree. He was looking good earlier. Paul said, what time is it in England right now? Right now it is 2:49 in the morning. I'm not a fan, but I knew Santiago won. What a humble dude. It was well deserved, said little Uzi Burt. It's going to be real bad for Spence tonight, said K-Man. His sleepy eyes will look real sleepy tonight. You think he's going to sleep? I don't know that Crawford's going to find a finish. I do feel good for Crawford getting the win. I don't know that he's going to find the finish. Cabrera, let's go there. Right. I've got Cruz by stoppage, maybe round 5, said Roberto. Yeah, I agree. I've got Cruz in this next one. I don't know. We've probably got 10 minutes or so until we're going to go to it. But Cruz is minus 700 favorite. He has faced some really good level of competition. Cabrera is undefeated though, 21-0. Really, really good records. This, as we said, is a WBA lightweight title eliminator. I actually don't know where we are in this eliminator tournament. So I know that Cruz, as we looked at the rankings earlier, he's kind of ranked 5th in a lot of these lightweight rankings. This division is one of the most high-profile divisions. Obviously, you've got the likes of Ryan Garcia, Shakur Stevenson, Devin Haney, Kambosos Jr., Lomachenko. Teofimo Lopez was in that division. You've Ryan Garcia. There's loads. Cruz is right there, but he is just that step below. I wouldn't expect him to be seriously challenging for titles, but that's for him. I mean, he's only 25, right? I mean, he's still got time to make improvements. The problem he's got is that there's a lot of young fighters in this division as well, really good young fighters. It's a stacked division. Any other time, Cruz would be right in the conversation. It just feels like the lightweight division is going through a real special period right now. Still, no disrespect to him. I think he's still a great fighter. And I think that if he gets the win here, and he should, he stays in that conversation, you know? He is very much in the conversation at the moment. He is still a credible opponent for any of those fighters. And who knows, on his day, he could pick up the win against one of those names. But that's the problem. I feel like he is just that level below. But we're going to be seeing him in action next as he takes on Cabrera in the WBA lightweight title eliminator. Is a good name, is a credible name, is a big name in the co-main event. And then, of course, we go over to Crawford against Spence. Just over an hour away from that now. And obviously big rumors that Eminem could be involved in the ring walk. That's how big this is. Could see Eminem involved in the ring walk. Cruz by stoppage round 5, says Roberto. Cruz has got this, said Ryan. The Gypsy King versus Abubachi and Burbick. Bump him striking needs work, says A.B. Jobson. Drew says Poirier Gaethje will be a war. Already onto the UFC main card, said Roberto. 0-2 so far. Hopefully the next 2 fights will change that. Go Cruz, said Christopher. Let's scroll up. Errol's gonna win, says Immortal King 3. Art Garfunkel said hello from Tasmania, Australia. Shout out to you, my friends. Spence can't win. He's a basic grinder, says Art Garfunkel. Little Uzi Burt said 10-2 or 9-3 Santiago was the right score. Matthew said Daenerys looked like he could have gotten a KO earlier in the fight. I think we read that one a bit earlier. Cruz by stoppage in round 5, said Roberto. AJG, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you're well. Anthony asking as well how many more fights there is. Just that one more fight to go. Is Isaac Cruz next? He is indeed. Isaac Cruz coming up next. Let's keep scrolling up. Did you see the staged Astrid Wets boxing drama? I didn't know. Racket, how many more fights? One more fight to go. Coach Co, shout out to you. Marshall Bruce Mathers III, born October 17th, 1972. Yeah, it's not confirmed that Marshall Mathers, Eminem, is going to be there, but a lot of people are suggesting he will be, and because I think he's in town. And I think like there's been a lot of talk about don't miss the ring walk, so let's see. Crawford is going to win. Showing love from DC, said Sincere Doby. Sincere Doby, shout out to you. Moore has been ducking paydays. Don't know what's in his mind. Spence has lazy eyes, and those eyes will sleep tonight, says Cayman. This fight transcends Poirier Gaethje easy, said Little Uzi Burts. I think, to be honest, it's just a shame that they're on the same night, you know? I wish they weren't. I think this is something that we have encountered before and we will encounter again. You know, you have to make these kind of difficult decisions on a Saturday when you've got, you know, Saturday is the night where all these big fights, these big events are taking place. So it's just a shame that fight fans have had to make this choice. And it's difficult for people as well, because certainly in America, you know, you've got people that are having to choose, am I going to spend my money on the UFC cards, or am I going to spend my money on Spence against Crawford's, the boxing? Like, you know, both are seriously expensive pay-per-view events, and both are going to obviously split the fan base. You know, I'd say there is a massive crossover between fans of boxing and MMA. I think you've got a lot of boxing purists that, you know, don't really go to MMA and vice versa. I think there's a lot of people. I'd say there's probably more. I think there's probably more in MMA that will watch boxing compared to boxing that, you know, I think there's a lot of people that have grown up with boxing that can kind of keep a bit of a distance from MMA. I think if you're into MMA, you've probably grown up watching boxing. And so I think there's probably an appreciation there. I think everyone can recognize how big this fight is tonight, Crawford Spence. So it is just a shame that they're on at the exact same time. I don't even know why we couldn't have staggered it a little bit. Maybe got the one event to end a bit before the other, rather than them literally being on at the same time. I mean, I think when the ring walks start for this fight, it will already be an hour into the main card of UFC, which is it's really disappointing, isn't it? Kel said Spence will hurt Crawford with his overhand rights. AB said you can record both. That's what I'm doing. Boxing has been dead all year. This fight and next month's fight, says Roberto. Badu Jack. We've got Ariel Hawani with Badu Jack. Is asking Badu Jack, who do you think's going to pick up the win? And Badu Jack said he doesn't know. He can't pick. I don't think either fighter will be dominated. I'm just excited, says Badu Jack. Both guys can be slow starters. Crawford has got the edge in speed, so maybe he should start the quicker. Is the winner of this the number one pound for pound? And Badu Jack said, I believe so. Yeah, Inoue is also in that conversation. So Badu Jack just sharing his thoughts. Paul said Spence is gonna shock the boxing world. Immortal King said Errol is winning. Time to fry this fish. Little Uzi Bert said if Crawford counters Spence's body attack, Crawford will dominate. Errol is going to catch him. The winner will be number one pound for pound, said Little Uzi Bert. Bud will end this fight in the 10th, said Jermaine. Spence by winning, said Yarrow. Spence by winning. They're both strong. There's going to be lots of adjustments that get made during the fight. It is interesting, actually, because they have been quite respectful. It's been the odd little moment, of course, as you would expect. But they did shake hands. They did thank each other for this fight going ahead. And in a way, did that hurt the build? You know, in this day and age, you've got so many fights, certainly with influencer boxing. So many fights are, you know, with drama attached to them. The fact that this one doesn't have so much drama attached to it, I wonder if that did hurt things. But I don't know. I agree. I like the fact that it's professional. I like the fact that it's, you know, two people just trying to prove they're the best. I sort of feel like this fight is compelling enough. It doesn't need any drama. It doesn't need it. Okay. Is the co-main next? It is, yes. Cayman said Spence is too slow and sluggish. He will look ordinary tonight. But are you planning on switching over to UFC at any points? There's no plans at the moment, to be honest. My focus is fully on Crawford Spence. We don't even know when that's finishing. So, I mean, we know the ring walks are going to be at 4 in an hour. And then, that thing could go the distance. We could easily be looking at, we could be looking at maybe just switching over to try and catch the end of, or try and catch Poirier Gaethje. So I don't know. It's not a focus. What is this about a girl being banned because she showed her boobs? That wasn't in UFC. That was in influencer boxing. That was at Kingpin, and I think, I don't know. Influencer boxing's in an interesting place because they are trying to they're trying to build something credible. They want people to tune in because they want championships. And, they put a lot of stock in. I've watched a lot of the Misfits stuff. And, they're having tournaments to try and find opponents for champions. You've got Misfits champions. You've got, like, the lightweight Misfits champion, the heavyweight Misfits champion, so on, so on, so on. And they are trying to build some credibility, right? Which kind of sounds crazy when they're also doing tag team boxing fights and fatal 4-way boxing fights and stuff like this. What I would say is I think they're trying to try some stuff that's going to grab attention, but they are also trying to find the best in the influencer spaces, right? They're trying to find the best influencer fighters so that they can, build up some credible, wow, this is going to be a good fight. I can't wait to see this person against this person. I think the thing is, I think they've learned that if you get a couple of influencers that have got a bit of beef, right, and you do a fight, that's great, and that will sell. As long as both influencers are big, that will sell. But what do you do after that? Because once that beef is over, what do you do then? So this is where they're trying to build divisions and rankings and get champions, and that way they can build their own stories. Because of course, if such and such can beat such and such beat such and such, then you can put them two together. Wow, who's going to win? Blah blah blah. Well, you can only do that if it's credible. You can only do that if there is a degree of skill that's involved and some intrigue and whatever. So they're trying to build up like proper divisions. So I sort of think like this is where it's really interesting that, a girl's come along who I believe was quite new to influencer boxing. I think she's won her fight and then she's like flashed her boobs, whatever. And it's sort of like that's not in line with, I think, what they are trying to do. I don't think they're trying to kind of, they're trying to bring in advertisers. They're trying to bring in sponsors. I think they know that there's a large younger audience for this because of it being influencer boxing. And so, yeah, I mean, they've kicked her off the show basically for that. I think for me, I would like to see influencer. I don't mind influencer boxing at all. I think there's a place for it. I think there's a definite place for it, but and I think that it should be fun because it is, it shouldn't take itself too seriously, but equally there does need to be a degree of professionalism as well. Like you don't want it to just be a complete clown show. And so, yeah, I think like that kind of stuff doesn't belong in it personally. a lot of people might go, oh, who cares? It's only influencer boxing. But I think, well, if you want it to get anywhere, if you want it to be something that's going to stick around, then I think you probably do need to bring in a degree of professionalism. And so, and you know, again, you've got to appreciate there's a lot of kids that are going to be in the audience. It's not the place for that. It's just not the place for that. There's places for that kind of a thing. I don't think this is the place for that. So I must admit, I think her being like removed from it is a good message to send. I think if you can kind of bring some sort of credibility to influence boxing, if you can kind of bring some like professionalism there, I think that can only be a positive thing. That's not a negative thing, it's a positive thing, but I think they should try and keep it fun as well, you know? But yeah, that's a really interesting conversation. I know a lot of people just can't stand influencer boxing. They've got no time for influencer boxing. It's just not their thing, which yeah, is absolutely fine. But I've watched quite a bit of it. Honestly, it can be quite fun, actually. It can be quite fun. You're not tuning in for skills, right? If you want skills, you've got boxing. You don't need influencer boxing for that. But I think, you know, people that are putting in a bit of work, that want to see what they can do, little bit of manufactured drama. I think it's probably the pro wrestling fan in me, you know. The pro wrestling fan in me probably enjoys the influencer stuff. But I mean, make no mistake about it. If there was an influencer event on tonight, or Spence versus Crawford, you know, I know what I'm watching. It would be this. So yeah, it's an interesting one, that what happened at Kingpin. Right, we are going over to our co-main event now. Co-main event time. Keep the likes coming in, as we said, greatly appreciated, as we continue to work our way towards the main event. So we've got both fighters inside the ring. It's Isaac Cruz, the Pitbull, 24 wins, 2 losses, 17 knockouts. Orthodox fighter, power fighter, very aggressive, good experience. He's taken on Cabrera, who is 21-0. Cabrera is going to be the bigger fighter. There's not loads known about him. I couldn't find loads on him. He's an orthodox fighter, undefeated. Clearly a great boxer, but this is also clearly a big step up for him. He had a brief amateur career. The fact that he's got 21 wins, only 7 knockouts, would suggest that there's not a great deal of power there. This is his first fight in a 12-round fight. He is number 9 in the WBA lightweight rankings. But as we said, this is his biggest fight and his first 12-round fight as well. The older fighter by 4 years. Bigger fighter as well. Isaac Cruz just getting his intro. His last 2 wins have come by knockouts. 24 wins. 17 knockouts. 17 wins by way of knockout. This is going to be our co-main event. I expect it to be a case that we're going to be seeing Isaac Cruz picking up the win here. Cabrera, I thought it said Capybara. Sonny, shout out to you. Okay, here we go. About to get underway with our co-main event tonight. Co-main event coming up next. Both fighters coming into the center. Spicy little build-up. Ah, there is Manny Pacquiao. Ah, proper Serious legend. Manny Pacquiao in the crowds. Right, okay, bell sounds, and we are underway. Round number 1. So we've got Cruz in pink and white. We've got Cabrera in kind of gold and white. As we said, Cabrera, the taller fighter. And Cruz, if you've not seen him before, he keeps things quite tight. Moves forwards. Unloads. He's got a bit of a flurry to him. Cabrera keeping his hands quite low here, just sort of flicking out at Cruz. Feels a bit open, doesn't he, Cabrera? Cabrera just looks like there's a lack of defense there. I mean, he's just really keeping his hands down. Okay, so Cabrera just kind of flicking out a bit of a jab. He's trying to stay on the outside. He's trying to use that size. He is trying to land some big shots, Cruz. Cabrera on the outside. Big swing there by Cruz, but Cabrera is just out of range. Into a clinch. Cabrera pushes Cruz off of him. We got Cruz edging forwards. Cabrera getting backed up a little bit. Again, Cruz putting that pressure on as Cabrera continues to circle rounds. Swing and a miss there by Cruz. Cabrera continuing to back up. Again, swing into the body as Cabrera continues to get backed up, but into the clinch. As the referee looks to separate these two. Cruz continuing to move forward. Cabrera. A couple of shots coming in there by Cruz. Okay, so Cruz, again, keeping things quite tight. Keeping his... swing and a miss there by Cruz. Cabrera backing up a little bit. I will say, I mean, look, Cabrera's keeping his hands down. He's got some lovely movement to him. He's very evasive. I just don't know if he's going to be able to do this for 12 rounds. I just sort of feel like he's going to get cracked. And all of a sudden, this ain't going to work for him. Yeah, I mean, he's just throwing out a few shots. It's a really unorthodox style. He's just constantly like circling around using that lateral movement. He's just flicking out this shot. Cabrera just constantly moving rounds. He gets clipped momentarily there. It's just honestly so unorthodox. He has kept it long. He's kept it loose, long. The thing is, though, that it does just feel like if he gets clipped, he's going to be in a whole world of pain. I have no idea what his chin's like. But if he gets clipped, he is a bit too far out. His distance, he needs to close that distance a little. I feel like Cabrera probably gets that round. He did keep his distance well. He maintained that distance well. Can he do it? Freddie Roach is his trainer. I mean, this is a guy that's got some... he's got a game plan. He's got a really great corner. Another fascinating fight. It's been a really good undercard. It's been a really enjoyable undercard. Right, here we go then. Round number 2. Let's see what Cabrera can do. We are seeing Cruz close that distance. Swing and a miss there by Cruz. A couple of jabs coming in by Cabrera. Again, keeping that high guard. A couple of jabs coming in there by Cabrera on the guard of Cruz. Constantly circling around. Constantly in retreat. Body shot coming in there by Cruz. Cruz, again, trying to get in close. He can't get him back against the ropes. In all fairness, this is the kind of thing that Crawford needs to do. Crawford needs to be constantly circling around, needs to make sure he's not getting backed into the corner. A couple of jabs coming in there by Cruz. Into a clinch. A referee separates them. Swing and a miss there by Cruz. Cabrera backing up 1-2. Oh! There was a nice left hand that he just couldn't quite get enough pop on. But there's a right hook shot that comes back by Cabrera. Cruz with the left. And body shot. He put a little bit of... he got a little body shot in there, Cruz. That momentarily stuck on Cabrera. He just got trapped by the ropes. Jab coming in by Cabrera. Cruz closing that distance into a bit of a clinch at the moment. Referee again separating them. Referee having a word with Cruz about a bit of a headlock there. Again, look, Cabrera just trying to push, prod, poke Cruz back. Now he's back circling round. He goes for an uppercut into a bit of a clinch. Jab coming in there by Cabrera. Body shot coming in there by Cruz. Swing and a miss there by Cruz. Jab coming in. There's a hook shot there by Cruz. Hook shot there by Cabrera. Swing and a miss into a clinch. We've got Cruz covering up, trying to come forward. Swing and a miss there by Cruz. He's still a little bit out of range. Cabrera just jabbing away. We're not seeing that movement by Cabrera anymore. He was constantly circling around, constantly using that lateral movement. He's gone back to it momentarily, but he is just standing a little bit more. Cruz again, jab coming in by Cabrera. Cabrera, a couple of shots coming in. Cruz still can't get him though. Yeah, I agree with the commentators. The commentators saying nothing significant, but Cruz is keeping it tight and he's trying to close that distance and he's struggling to do it. Cabrera has clearly got a game plan. It is stick and move. It is get a couple of shots off, get out of there. Whether he can do that for 12 rounds, I mean, if he can, amazing. But you do feel like if Cruz can just slip, get inside and crack him with something, because we know that Cruz has got some serious power. As we said, 24 wins, 17 knockouts. So we know that if he can get on the inside, can close that distance and unload, he could do some serious damage. But he's just struggling to do that at the moment. 2 rounds have gone by and he's not been able to do it. He does need to find a solution to this. Obviously, as it goes later... Oh, there's a body shot there by Cruz. He manages to land some early. Cruz might have to... I mean, look, I don't think Cabrera has got anything in the way of power. Certainly nothing like significant power. So it might be that Cruz has got to take some punishment to give some punishment. I think he could afford to eat a few shots to try and land something. He's got to put a bit of water in the basement. He's got to go to the body a little bit. If he can slip underneath and get something big upstairs, brilliant. But even if he can just do a bit of body work, we know that he's got some pop, and he does get a couple of body shots in there. Cruz. Jab just falls short into the clinch. Even when you're in the clinch, try and do a little bit of work. There's a minute gone so far. He swings, but nice. Trapping the arms. Referee separating both fighters. We are in round number 3. Cabrera, I think, taking the first 2. Certainly think he took the first. Cruz looking a little better in the second. Right now, Cruz again looking to swing to the body, but Cabrera trapping the arms. Again, the movement not as great now. Again, that's what you want to see. That's what you want to see. As soon as they get in close and they clinch, bang, 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 working the body, bang, bang, bang. Really putting in some work. Cruz is closing the gap more. We're seeing a lot more clinching. You know, we were not seeing any clinching in that first round. And as soon as he does get in close, really work that body, really get them shots in. He's got him over by the ropes. Big body shot going upstairs there by Cruz. Cabrera putting a couple of jabs in. Cruz again edging forwards. Oh, swing and a miss there by Cruz. Cabrera again backing up. That lateral movement has disappeared into the clinch. Bang, bang, bang. Working in the side of the body. Cruz again continuing to move forwards. Ah, body shot. Lovely. Bang. Left and going upstairs. Hook shot upstairs by Cruz. Nice. Body shot coming back there by Cabrera. We got Cruz edging forwards. Oh, slipping underneath. Oh, and again, throwing another body shot. He is putting that work into the body. That will pay. The more he's putting that work into the body, it will pay. Maybe not immediately, but as we get further into the fight, that's the kind of stuff that's going to slow the body down. I don't know, man. That's a close round. That's the closest round so far. Feels like Cruz is getting closer. Come on, Cruz, said So Cali. Cruz against Shakur next, said So Cali Blue. Let me know in the chat which way you are seeing things. We are nearly at 2,000 votes in the poll as well. Nearly 2,000 votes. Who wins? Crawford or Spence? Who wins, Crawford or Spence? Right now, I can tell you it is getting closer. I think it was like 72% to 28% at the start of the stream, something like that. Around 70-30. Now it's 60-40. As more votes are coming in, it seems like more support for Spence is coming in as well. Is that how you feel? Have you voted? I'd love to get a good snapshot of what people are thinking when it comes to that fight, which is probably about 40 minutes away, if that. It's getting closer all the time, closer and closer and closer. If you are watching as well and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is really appreciated. Really, really appreciated as we continue to move forward with our co-main event. And Cruz continuing to stalk after Cabrera. Cabrera backing up. He's getting up against the ropes in the body. He's doing a really good job, right? I've got to give Cabrera credit here because when he goes into the clinch, he is trapping the arms. He's going over hooks on the arms. And that is preventing the body shots, right? Because in the clinch, when they are clinching up, like, it would be really easy for Cruz to really put that work in. But he is being prevented by doing that by Cabrera. Like, you can tell he's definitely got, like, some ring IQ. He's definitely got some training behind him. And he's come in with a very clear game plan as well to stick and move. I said at the start, I think that's going to be really hard for him to do that over 12 rounds. And it's felt like Cruz has been closing that distance throughout this fight. We're in round 4. Body shot coming in there by Cruz. Did the ref think that was a little low? I think it was okay. Swing and a miss. Yep, real close. You don't want to be getting that close to Cruz. Cruz again looking to go to the body. Jab coming in there by Cabrera. Into the clinch. Bang, bang, bang. Throwing in hooks to the side of the body there by Cruz. Cabrera. I feel like Cabrera is just in survival modes. Like, he is literally, like, backing up, throwing out jabs, constantly on the back foot. It's Cruz that's constantly moving forwards. And, again, into a clinch. Cabrera, again, having a little look. Oh, there's a shot that connects upstairs there. Left hook connects by Cruz. Bit of success for Cruz going upstairs now. So are we starting to see him getting success going upstairs? He's been getting success. First round, he was getting no success. Then he started getting success to the body. Now he's getting success going upstairs as well. If this thing is starting to become just a normal fight, yeah, this you can see that Cabrera has sort of changed as the fight has gone on. Hands were down at the start, flicking out, constantly circling rounds. Hands are higher now. Hands are higher, and we're not seeing that movement as much. This has started to evolve into just more of a traditional boxing fight now, something that you would expect to see. Left hand was great. I'd love to have seen the right hand come in. I don't know why it didn't. So, you know, he throws this left hook. Where was the right hand? The right hand just isn't there. Look, the right hand never gets thrown. Why did the right hand never get thrown? He's thrown a left hook and then the right hand never comes. From Cruz? Why did the right hand never come? He's cracked him, and you would think it would be nothing for this right hand to come over. He's thrown the hook, and then for some reason reloaded, reset, and gone back with the left again. The right hand's just chilling. Don't know. I can't explain that, but we are underway with round number 5. I feel like that could be a Cruz round. I think I've got this 2-2. Power punches landed through round 4. Cruz 32, Cabrera 12. In all fairness, it's not power punches that he's been having success with. It's the jab. He's been getting a lot more success with the jab. But look at this. Cruz is right in the pocket now. Right in the pocket. And he's got Cabrera up against the ropes. Into a bit of a clinch. Shot to the side of the head. Cabrera driving Cruz back. Cruz keeping his guard up, trying to move forward, swinging away as Cabrera. Ooh, unloading. A couple of shots coming back there by Cabrera. Cruz keeping covered up, moving forward. Body shot coming in there by Cruz. And again, trying to find a way forward with a lovely shot. Some nice work here by Cruz. He's definitely the better fighter. Cabrera just feels not one-dimensional by any means, because we've seen him with a couple of different game plans, but I don't know if he changed his game plan because he got tired. I don't know. I don't know if it's a strategic change or if it's a change he's had to make. But I would say since he has started to stand a little closer, since that distance has been shortened, he's not looked as good. In range, in the pocket, Cruz has got the advantage. At distance, obviously, Cabrera's got the reach. I mean, Cruz just couldn't do anything in that first round. Couldn't get close to him. Referee coming in, separating both these fighters. I get the feeling that Cabrera is slowing. Couple of shots coming in here. Cabrera. Shot coming in by Cruz. Oh, swinging away. Those shots coming in. There's about a 3-punch combo that got through there by Cruz. Oh, another shot coming in by Cruz. This is good for it. This is good by Cruz. Cabrera getting tagged into a bit of a clinch at the moment. Referee separating both fighters. Yeah, I think there's a bit of a clinch. Referee having a word. Cruz really getting through with some of these shots upstairs. Yeah, it's a good round for Cruz. I've got Cruz starting to edge ahead now. It is his best round. That was Cruz's best round so far. I think Cabrera's slowing. I really think that he's getting tired. This is his first 12-round fight. So I think that he was trying to keep Cruz at bay in the first few rounds, and then I don't know. I mean, I don't think you would gas out after 2 rounds, but he just for some reason stopped doing it. Cruz is pouring it on now, said William. William, shout out to you. Tito, shout out to you, my friends. Let's go. Cruz, says Ryan. I love it when we see the passion coming through, says William. Wow, I tell you what, this undercard has been so much fun. It's been a really, really great undercard. Sometimes with boxing, you get some really bad undercards. But I thought the Teles Garcia fight was great. We got a stoppage in that. And it was the young fighter, the young prospect picking up the win. Then we got a really good fight, Daenerys against Santiago. That was for a championship. And Santiago winning that, becoming the first time world champion for him. And that was a really good fight. And now you've got this between Cruz and Cabrera. And it's really interesting just looking at the game plans. We got Cruz trying to find a way forward. Jab coming to the body. Going upstairs as well. Cruz coming off the back of his best round. Cabrera flicking a couple of jabs out. Nice head movement there by Cabrera. Kind of slips out the way. Gets a little shot to the side. Oh, that looked good. Beautiful right hand by Cruz. I think the referee, though, might be suggesting it was low. Cabrera had his back to us, so we couldn't quite see where it landed. But it definitely looked painful. Maybe it was just a little bit low. Referee having a word. Again, Cruz going downstairs, upstairs. 1, 2. Oh, and an uppercut by Cruz as well. That seemed to get through. Oh, yes! Oh! Cabrera eating these shots, though. I tell you what, you've got to give Cabrera credit. He has took some big shots. He's took some big shots, and he's still in this fight. Right now, you got Cruz up against the ropes. Hook shot coming in there by Cruz. And I tell you what, Cabrera, when he's taking the punishment, obviously not looking great, but like moments after, it's not like he's rocked. It's not like he's dazed or phased or anything. Like he's right back to offense. So his chin seems to be checking out. We know that Cruz has got some good power on him. Really good scrap this. And we are seeing Cabrera still unload him. A couple of jabs coming in by Cabrera, but easily the biggest moments in this round belong to Cruz. There's tape that's a bit loose. They want to... Look at that. You can see Cabrera taking a couple of deep breaths there. Taking a couple of deep breaths. Judge Too Good said it landed on the ball. SoCal said Cruz is about to call out Shakur. Ribby, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words as always. I appreciate everyone joining us tonight as we continue to work our way towards that main event. And that main event is coming up next. Do not miss the ring walks. Do not miss the ring walks. That's what we've been told. We are just a couple of seconds left in this round. They just changed or tightened up the tape on the gloves of Cabrera there. I think that's a Cruz round. I've got it 4-2 to Cruz at the moment. Really fun little scrap this, though. This is our co-main event. If you are joining us wondering what's going on, co-main event coming up next. Crawford versus Spence Jr., one of the most hotly anticipated fights of the year. David Rotenborn, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. I hope you are enjoying the action, enjoying the evening. I don't know who's winning. I've got Cruz 4 rounds to 2. It could be 3-3. The commentators sort of suggesting Cabrera may have taken that third round. I scored it Cruz, so I've got it 4-2. Could be 3-3. But it does feel like it's all Cruz in these more recent rounds. Manny Pacquiao is in attendance. Bernard Hopkins is there. Roy Jones Jr. There's a lot of legends in attendance for this. The eyes of the boxing world very much on the T-Mobile Arena. And right now, they're seeing a great little fight. In close again. Cruz keeping it tight, keeping his guard up. Couple of jabs coming in. Body shot there by Cruz. Again, Cruz continuing to move forward. Another body shot coming in by Cruz. Into a clinch. Cruz, crack into the side of the head. Good work there by Cruz. Cruz again going back. Stepping over to the sides. Couple of jabs coming in there by Cabrera. There's a little shot coming into the side of the head there by Cabrera. Cruz with a little bit of movement. Jab coming into the body there by Cabrera. Couple of shots coming in by Cabrera going upstairs as Cruz looks to go to the body. Cabrera continuing to move forward as Cruz goes for a clinch. He can't get body shots in, though. It's a little bit scrappy at the moment. Yeah, Cabrera looking a little better here. These two, again, in a clinch. I sort of feel like Cabrera has tasted the power of Cruz, and he doesn't fear it. Right now, he's got Cruz up against the ropes. Oh, that seemed to get through. Big left hand by Cruz. Big left hand by Cruz. That looked good. Cabrera stumbles away. I think that was just footwork more than anything else. Yeah, that was a great shot by Cruz. Cabrera trying to tie up Cruz. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Jab coming into the body there by Cabrera as Cruz continues to move forwards. Cruz again keeping it tight. 1-2 straight down the middle. Shot coming into the body there by Cruz. Cruz backing up a little bit. We're seeing a shot coming into the body there by Cruz. Oh, look at that. Shot to the side of the body. That was a much better round by Cabrera, but that big shot by Cruz might have just given him that round. Really difficult. Really difficult. Let me know in the chat, which way do you think this is going? Freddie Roach giving a few thoughts to Cabrera. He is the trainer for Cabrera. So Cabrera's got some great knowledge and support in that corner. Racket said, I've got Spence by decision. I've put it a little on a draw just in case. Well, do you know what? A draw's not a bad shout, actually, at plus 1,400. It's not a bad shout. Rahat said, boxing on laptop, UFC on the phone, days on the TV. That sounds like the right combination to me. This is definitely a face that was built for high definition, so I think you've chose wisely there, my friend. Rahat, shout out to you, buds. As we are seeing Cruz continue to move forward. Couple of jabs coming in there by Cabrera. Again, nice check. Hook shot by Cabrera. Cruz. I don't know, because this is interesting for Cruz. Couple of big left hooks there. Couple of big left hooks by Cruz. Right hand jab coming in by Cabrera. So we got Cabrera swinging away. Cruz is back in the corner. Cabrera flicking out a right hand. Again, another right hand coming in. Yeah, high guard there by Cruz. These shots not getting through, but there's been a change here by Cabrera. He's got Cruz covering up again. He's kind of trying to use the jab a little bit more to just keep him that little bit further back. As soon as Cruz is making any kind of movement forward, Cabrera is throwing that jab. Cruz again, keeping covered up, trying to find a way. It's that jab. You can see Cabrera just constantly like feinting it. It's just giving Cruz something to think about. Right hand by Cruz gets through. Left hook shot seems to rock Cabrera momentarily. Referee coming in, separating them as they get in close. Timeout. Using his head, referee is having a word. Is he taking a point? Oh, a point. Point deduction. Referee deducting a point from Cruz. Yeah, he's warned him about like his head and like potential head clashes before. So the referee has already had a word with him. Now he's deducted a point, and that could be a big point, man. Oh, tell you what, that might have woken up Cruz though. Cruz continuing to move forward, swinging away, jab coming in there by Cabrera, going to the body in the clinch. Cruz standing his ground in the middle. Going to the body. Oh, that's a love. Oh, some big shots coming in by Cruz. Cabrera having to try and block them. I tell you what, though, he gets rocked because of the power of them, Cabrera. But as soon as Cruz has kind of stopped throwing them, he just drops his hands, kind of sending a message of like, is that all you've got? Cabrera seems to be able to take these shots from Cruz. These power shots from Cruz, Cabrera just seems to be able to take them. Whilst he's eating them, he's getting like smashed around, of course. But as soon as like he's kind of landed and finished the combo, Cabrera just stands there, drops his hands, and is like, let's go. You know, he resets, he's ready to go again. It's a lovely right hand. That one looked like it caused a bit of trouble. But even though that one looked like it caused some trouble, he was still able to move his head. Yeah, really good. Really, really good. Feel free to let me know how you're seeing this one, how you are seeing the main event as well. The main event is not far away at all. Not far away at all. We are getting so close to that main event. We are also in round 9 of this one. Round 9. Might be just a weirdly knowledgeable crowd. Okay, so we got Cruz 111. Oh, throwing in some big shots. Yeah, he is allowing him to close that gap. I feel like Cruz took that last round, but because of the point deduction, it's probably a drawn round. Body shot coming in there by Cabrera. Swing and a miss there by Cruz. I'm sure they're going to make us wait a little bit for the ring walks. Okay, we've got Cruz covering up as Cabrera throws out a couple of shots. Cruz continuing to come forward. Big right hand there by Cruz. Cabrera backing up. Cruz covering up. Jab coming in there by Cabrera. Cruz again continuing to move forwards. Hook shot coming in there by Cruz. Again, referee separating both fighters. Swing there by Cruz. Cruz continuing to move forwards. Swing and a miss there. And again, he's going to the body, Cruz. Jab coming in by Cabrera. And again, Cruz really struggling to land anything massive here. We got just over a minute to go in round 9. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Cabrera backing up as Cruz again swings away. Jab coming in there by Cruz. Couple of shots to the body there by Cabrera. Smirk on the face. Oh, man, that was nice. That was really nice. He's had such success with that left to the head, Cruz, and he just landed it again. It looks, yeah. That one felt like it had got through a bit more. Now, though, Cabrera is the one that's putting it onto Cruz. Shots coming into the side of the head. I think there's a bit of blood on the face of Cabrera now. Again, Cruz keeping his arms up. Edging forward. Couple of jabs coming in there by Cruz. Cabrera, 1-2, straight down the middle. Cabrera's given a good account of himself, but he has been clipped by those big shots. There we go. End of round number 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I reckon I've got it 5-3 Cruz. 5-3 Cruz. Username said, how many fights until it starts? Well, we have got one. Well, this is it. This is our co-main event. There's only one more fight to go tonight, and that is Crawford versus Spence. It is coming up, and it's coming up real soon. So if you are just joining us, welcome. I hope you are excited for what promises to be a very, very special main event fight as two of the absolute greatest fighters in all of boxing go up against each other, test themselves against each other in a fight that people have been desperate to see for a long, long time. And we are getting closer to that fight. It is probably 20 minutes, half an hour at most away. Ring walks were scheduled to be in 12 minutes time, but this fight looks like it's going to go the distance. Cruz has landed some big, big shots here, and he has not been able to put Cabrera away. Username said, after this fight. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Jerry said, Bud by stoppage, round 9. Bud, of course, Crawford. For those that don't know. Body shot by Cruz as he's getting backed up against the ropes. Swing there and a miss by Cruz. Jab coming in by Cabrera. William, shout out to you. Couple of jabs coming in there by Cabrera. Couple of little digs to the body by Cruz. Oh, that seemed like a nice left hand by Cabrera. He's got Cruz backed in the corner there. Cruz trying to explode forwards. Cabrera having to weather a little bit of a storm. And he does weather it. And he weathers it well. Again, trying to go to that big left hook upstairs. Trying to move forward. And again, trying to land with a big right hand this time, Cruz. And he does. He gets through that big right hand, but Cabrera comes back with some body shots. I tell you what, Cruz has really thrown some big shots at Cabrera, and he has eaten them. Cruz continuing to throw. He is showing his mettle. I've got to say, earlier in this fight, I really didn't think that Cabrera was going to take this kind of punishment. He seemed to be quite fearful of it, staying on the outside, throwing out like shots, really keeping his distance. But I think as the fight's gone on, and it happened quite quick, actually, he changed his style and was willing to engage more. And he's eaten big shots, but he's just took them. He's just took him. He really hasn't been rocked by that much at all. Cabrera in the center, throwing out a jab. Commentator said Cabrera just edging this round at the moment. I feel like Cabrera is edging the volume. Cruz is certainly edging the power shots. Again, look at that. I mean, he really does throw in a flurry there, Cruz. Look, shot coming in there by Cruz. It is showing 10-9. Bobby said AB Jobson. There is Errol Spence watching on. Crowd reaction as Errol Spence is shown on screen. Who is leaving the undisputed welterweight champion of the world? We will find that out tonight. There is Terence Crawford. Bigger reaction for Crawford. It is going to be a great atmosphere, man. This crowd seem up for it. They seem up for it. Michael thinks it's going to be Spence in 7. Spence in 7. Okay, here we go. About to get underway with the next rounds. It really could be. It really could be one of the fights that we really look back on and talk about for a long, long time. Great undercard. Prod Poseidon said Spence by decision. Aaron says Bud all day. Okay, total punches. Cruz 147. Cabrera 83. So Cruz landing 32% of his shots. Cabrera landing 13. There is a point deduction that you have to take into consideration, though, but I've got Cruz well up. What can Cabrera do here? He's got 2 rounds to work. Cruz having a little look. This place pretty much full, pretty much ready now. A couple of jabs coming in there by Cabrera. Cruz standing his ground in the center. Again, jab coming in there by Cabrera. Into a clinch. Referee coming in and separating both fighters. Jab by Cabrera. We are in round number 11 of our co-main event. Another jab coming in by Cabrera, trying to go to the body. Looked like a bit of blood on the face of Cruz there. Couldn't quite see, though. He's got his back to the camera. Cabrera. Swing and a miss there by Cruz. I just wanted to see, oh, a little bit wobbly. It's a stumble. It's nothing more than that. I was trying to see over on the right-hand side if there's a bit of blood. I don't think there is. Don't think there is. We've got a minute to go in this round. A couple of jabs coming in there by Cabrera. Cruz going to the body, into a clinch. Jab by Cabrera again. Sloppy, tired by both guys, but more Cruz now. Cabrera's still taking the fight to Cruz. Cruz going to the body again as Cabrera has got him backed into the corner. Steps over to the side. Jab coming in there by Cabrera. Straight down the middle there by Cabrera. Cruz backing up again. He's got Cruz back in the corner. I feel like this is a Cabrera round. We haven't seen those big, tasty power shots coming in by Cruz. Definitely feels like Cruz is getting tired now, which you could sort of understand. There has been a lot of output coming from him. Yeah, I've got that as a Cabrera round. Right, I've got Cruz, says Ryan. Spence said Creeks. Spence will break Crawford, said NRV. Prod Poseidon said, I've got 5K on Spence. Let's go, baby. 5K. I hope it comes off for you. I am leaning Crawford's. I mean, it is nothing more than a lean. Obviously, we can break that fight down next. It's the fight everyone is talking about. It's the fight everyone is interested in. It's the reason why we're here. But we do just need to finish this fight off. It's been a very interesting, very engaging fight. A very close fight as well. I have got this 6-4. 6-4. With one drawn round because of the point deduction. That is how close this fight is. Yeah. They said that it's a close fight, the commentators, and it's going to come down to what the judges prefer. What style do they prefer? Jab coming in by Cabrera. We're seeing more of the same here. It feels like Cruz has kind of run out of gas. Yeah, I must admit, Cabrera has really surprised me. Body shot coming in there by Cabrera. Cabrera seems to have a pretty good chin. Again, just throwing out some shots. We've kind of gone back a little bit to what we were doing in the first. Just flicking out shots, circling rounds, using that lateral movement. We've got Cruz over by the ropes. He's exploding forward. That's a big left hand by Cruz. But Cabrera just eats it, goes right back to his work. We got 1 minute 20, counting down. Swing and a miss there by Cruz. Cabrera grabbing him. He's got him over by the ropes. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Shot coming in there by Cruz into the clinch. Again, time ticking. I think the crowd getting a little frustrated at the amount of clinch work. They're clinching a lot now. Oh, clinching a lot. It has been decent. It has been a really good fight. Now we've got Cruz trying to find a way forward. Cabrera doing a really good job of just keeping him at bay. Referee coming in, separating the fighters again. We're into the final 40 seconds of this one. Big shot to the body there by Cabrera. Cruz just can't get anything going. Referee again coming in, separating both fighters. In the middle, shot coming in there by Cruz. He's trying to get some uppercuts. He couldn't really get them going though. Yeah. Body shot could be huge. There we go. Right. Nice little body shot towards the end there by Cabrera. And I think it was his round anyway, but I think he secures that round. Oh, man. I think it's really close. I think it's really close. Is Cruz losing? I got Cruz up by 1, but there's some close rounds in there. Commentators are saying they've got Cabrera slightly up. I've got Cruz slightly up, and there is a point deduction for Cruz that has to be taken into consideration. I definitely gave Cabrera the last few rounds. I gave Cabrera the last few rounds. Cabrera thinks he's done enough. I don't think either corner can be that confident. Yeah, who do you think's going to take this? Do you think it's Cruz? Do you think it's Cabrera? It's really close. It's really, really close. I feel like I've said that for all of the fights tonight. I think that's the theme of tonight. That is true. He didn't pick up the pace. Right, main event coming up. If you haven't left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. Likes, we are on just coming up to 400. We were looking to be about 500 by the time the fight started. Technically, the fight hasn't started, the main event fight, so there's still an opportunity to get there. We've got just over 1,000 people that are joining and watching us live. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. If you haven't already, leave your thoughts in the comments. The next fight is the fight. Obviously, we're going to have to wait 10, 15 minutes or so till we get to the split. Yeah, I agree with split. 114. 113. Cabrera. 114. 113. Cruz. I had that. I had 114, 113 Cruz. 115. 112. Wow. Cruz. Wow. Yeah, so Cruz wins by split decision. It is not a convincing win. It's so one judge went 114, 113 Cabrera. One judge went 114, 113 Cruz. I had Cruz up by 1. And then another judge had it 115, 112 in favor of Cruz. I don't know how or where he would be up by 3, to be honest. But either way, I agree with Cruz winning. I agree with it being a split decision. I think it was really close. I think it was a really fun fight. Yeah, it's got a really good chin on him. Yeah, if you are watching and you've not put your thoughts in the chat, go for it. Let's have a look. Let's see what people are saying. In regards to votes, we are coming up to, well, we're over 2,500 votes now. 2,500 votes, and it is 60% Crawford, 40% Errol Spence Jr. So it seems like Crawford has got just that slight edge, that slight advantage. Seems like people are leaning towards him when it comes to who's going to be picking up the victory tonight. It's close, it's tight, but Crawford seems to be the pick for people. And I agree. I think that Crawford is a very, very special fighter. For many people, he is the greatest fighter, pound for pound, in the world right now. I think there are a few paths to victory for both guys. When we're going to talk about Crawford, we're talking about him starting early, not getting, because he can start slow. He cannot afford to be getting backed into the corner, be getting dictated by Spence, who is the bigger fighter. Spence, you know, is going to be looking to really work the body. Crawford cannot allow Spence to get a few rounds in the bank. So he's got to find a way of making sure that he starts early, establishes the jab, and sets the tempo, sets the tone of the fight. If he starts on the back foot and Spence is the one that's putting the pressure on him, not great, right? Then we've got Crawford needs to let Spence lean on that front foot, right? He needs to let Spence kind of commit himself. If he commits himself, then he should be able to counter. We know that Crawford is an amazing switch hitter. He can fight from orthodox. He can fight from southpaw. He is going to be able to find openings. He needs to make sure that Spence is coming towards him, but not dominating, right? It's a fine line. It's a real balance because he can't be getting trapped in the corner. He can't be getting taking body shots. He can't be receiving punishment. But equally, he needs to be getting him in close because, you know, Spence is the bigger fighter. So Crawford's, if he is going to do damage, you would think he's going to have to do it within the pocket. He is going to have to get close to do that damage. So he is going to need to invite that pressure onto him, but in an educated way. The other thing as well is that he's got to get into his head. So this is what we're saying. He needs to get Spence making mistakes. Spence is a great fighter, but he is a fighter that will present openings, and Crawford needs to use all the tricks that he's got to manufacture those openings. Crawford is the smaller fighter, but he is the quicker fighter, is the more skilled fighter, right? He's got some serious power. He's got really good lateral movement. He's really light on his feet. He's got a good jab, but the jab of Spence is a real problem. Spence has got an amazing jab. Spence is actually in the top 10% for connected jabs within all of boxing. So Spence's jab is significant. So Crawford needs to be careful of that. This is why he can't afford to like stay at like range too long, because even though he can fight from range, Spence is the bigger fighter with an amazing jab. You need to try and get on the inside of that. So Crawford has got a few things that he really does need to focus on. Spence, he needs to bring that pressure, right? He needs to bring that constant pressure. He needs to cut the ring off, right? You can't allow Crawford to be using all of the ring and be evading you. You need to close him down, trap him, not give him space, and then that should make it easier to land your shots, work the body, really let the hands go. Spence also needs to, as we say, work that body, make Crawford pay when it does get in close. So it's really interesting because Spence can use his jab, right? But in order to do that, he's going to need to have Crawford's trapped, right? If Crawford is constantly circling around laterally, it's going to be really hard to land that jab. So he needs to trap him so he can work the jab. If he can get in close, then he needs to make sure he's working the body, really getting those big shots off, right? So this is such a game of chess. This is where it's so interesting because when they get in close, who's going to have the advantage? We know that Spence is great in the pocket at working the body, but we know that that's where Crawford's going to do his best work as well. Crawford's has got some serious power, and Crawford's is obviously, as we say, the smaller guy. He is going to be on the outsides, and he's going to need to get on the inside to actually do some work. Crawford needs to get on the insides and do his work on his terms, right? And that's going to be really hard to do. This is a really hard task for Crawford. Really hard. I would say it's an easier fight for Spence than it is for Crawford. I think it's a harder fight for Crawford than it is for Spence. But I'm picking Crawford because I think he is capable of this fight. I think he's capable of doing what he needs to do. Teddy Atlas says that Terence Crawford is the best fighter at making the required adjustments needed during a fight that he has ever seen, right? He is so good at improvising, reading the situation, making the required changes. He is someone as well that fights in spells. So he's not someone that's all action. He's someone that is calculated, which is good because it conserves energy. Like, he's not just constant output. Like, he is very calculated with what he does. And you know, you need to be that way because you can't just keep fighting. He is coming in with, as we said, you know, that ability to fight in orthodox and in southpaw. He's got a great fight IQ. Very hard to beat if he is in control. And that's what this comes down to. If Crawford is going to be the one that's in control, he is going to be and the one that's dictating the fight, Crawford wins. No doubt in my mind. If he dictates this fight, Crawford wins this fight. If Spence has got to dictate the fight, who dictates the fight, right? And that might change round by round. And that is why this fight is so interesting, because it can go each way in every round. We could see Crawford have a great round, and then the next round, Spence manages to get his game plan working. So that's why there's going to be a bit of back and forth here. Ring Magazine have got Crawford as the second-rated welterweight. They've got Spence as the first-rated welterweight. He's got a great killer instinct, Crawford. If you give him an opening, he will take it. He's a great boxer. He's a great fighter. He can brawl if needed. He can lead a fight. He can throw counters. He can switch stances. There's so much that he can do. He calculates early. He adjusts when he needs to. And he can finish off fights when he needs to as well. He won't be able to keep Spence back for 12 rounds. I think we need to accept that. Spence is definitely going to have moments. He's got experience. He's got punching power. He's going to look to stay on the outside, slip onto the inside when he can, and dictate it when he can. He's a really good counter puncher. That's going to be massive for him. He is hittable. He doesn't have the best defense. So he is someone that is going to stay on the outside. He's going to look to work his game plan, but you can get at Crawford's. It is possible to land on Crawford's. And so that is something that Spence is obviously going to look to do. He's a mean fighter, light on his feet. And as he's moved up in the divisions, he's carried that power with him. He is got 100% knockout rate at welterweight. 100% knockout rate. Spence Jr. is busy, likes to move forwards. He is a southpaw. He is, as we said, Ring Magazine's #1 rated welterweight. Represented the USA at London 2012. He's got good forward momentum. He's got a solid chin on him as well. He's not easy to put away. He's got size. He's got strength. He will make mistakes, and he'll make more mistakes than what Crawford will. He's an excellent body puncher. We've said that many times. Great finisher, great at measuring distance. He might try to catch Crawford early because Crawford starts slow. You might see Spence really come out the gates to try and establish himself in the fight. Because as we said, if Crawford is going to dictate the fight, Crawford wins the fight. He's relentless. He's got an educated jab. He looks to break his opponents down. He's not as versatile as what Crawford is, but he will look to use feints. He does get stronger as the fight progresses, and he looks to overwhelm his opponents. He does want to move up in weight after this fight. He does find it hard to cut the weight to get down to this. He is big for this division. It's worth mentioning he's 33. Crawford is 35. I don't think that's going to be too much of a factor. I don't think that the age is too significant at the moment, but still worth mentioning because we are at this stage just looking for any kind of variables. We are looking for anything that gives us any kind of a read. And yeah, I think the fact that there's a couple of years in it, that might turn out to be significant. I think what's bigger than that, though, and I am going to jump into the chat because I want to get your thoughts. I think what's bigger is the fact that Spence was in a car accident in 2019. He was in intensive care for, I think, about 6 days. He came out of that okay, but he has also admitted that he's got like post-traumatic stress. He, has struggled with the incident. And he picked up a few injuries as a result, but he moved past that. Then he had surgery on his eye. That seemed to be quite significant. There was lots of talk that if he gets further damage, it could really cause significant damage to his retina. You never know how that's going to play in his mind. So, he's got the after effects of this car accident, which was a good while ago now. You've got the eye surgery, which was 2021. He was involved in another car accident in 2022, which, you know, it was a smaller car accident, but it's all adding up. There's a lot of stuff that has gone on outside of the ring for Errol Spence, which you do just question, how is that going to affect him in ring? We haven't seen him since, I think it was April last year. And obviously he picked up a win, and it was a good win. But this second car accident was at the end of last year. So we haven't seen him since that. And he did get a leg injury in that car accident. Apparently it was nothing. It was nothing. But again, you are just questioning these things because we are just looking for any sort of indication, any sort of little edge, anything that could just separate these fighters, because it is that close. The odds are -150 Terence Crawford's, +130 Errol Spence Jr. And Errol Spence is bigger. He's got work rate, works the body. Crawford, technical, switch hitter. And honestly, I've got Crawford winning if he can dictate the fight. If he can find a way of getting into a position where he is the one that is leading the dance, I think Terence Crawford wins. Put in your thoughts. Which way do you think it's going? We've had nearly 3,000 votes now. Nearly 3,000 votes. Crawford, 59%. Spence, 41%. So it's getting closer and closer. The more votes that we're getting, that gap is closing. We're at 458 likes as well. We were talking about potentially being at 500 when the fight started. We were hoping to knock on the door of 1,000. We've got over 1,200 people joining us right now. If you've not left a like, leave your thoughts as well. Really am interested in what people are saying about this fight. This is a fight, one of those fights that you dream of seeing as a boxing fan. And it's one of those fights that you don't know if you're actually ever going to see. We are moments away. The ring walks were meant to be 18 minutes ago. They are making us wait for these ring walks. It's going to be worth the wait, but get in your thoughts. Crawford finished everyone in this weight class, and Spence is next, says God is good. LA Dort Night, shout out to you. Bud's resume is soft like a mattress, says Vlad the Inhaler. No one can guess who will win. It's boxing. Anything can happen, says Kia. Let's go, said Godrich. Crawford by knockout, said Mike. David says, was the only one in the room who was for Hearns versus Sugar Ray. It broke my heart after leading into the later rounds. David, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. This has got that vibe, hasn't it? You know, talking of names like Hearns and Sugar Ray, like, you know, we go back to the Four Kings. And the Four Kings have been mentioned quite a bit because this certainly feels like it belongs in that kind of conversation. So, yeah, that's a cool comment, man. Appreciate the support. Appreciate you joining us. This is something I don't think it's unreasonable to say could potentially live alongside something that the Four Kings would have given us in the past. The Blind Bomber, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Drew Who said Derek Lewis is a different beast. Leonard Hearns, my arse, says Art Garfunkel. I think Crawford has it. However, Spence, like, also it might swing, said Ken. Yep, this could be back and forth. And here we go. Here we go. Let's go. The truth. Spence Jr. making his ring walk. Right, big rumors that at some point in these ring walks, we could be seeing Eminem. Eminem could be involved in the ring walks. So the truth is making his way out. For Errol Spence Jr. making his way down. I've got Crawford as well. Rise and Beat said, I hope the match is good and that no one loses credibility. To get to this point, they've had to walk past pictures of greats like Sugar Ray Leonard, Tommy Hearns. Oh, there's Tyson. And they're saying that these guys' pictures will hang alongside those names. I mean, it is true. Terence Crawford, for those of you that don't know, is #1 on the pound for pound rankings for many, many different organizations. Roy Jones Jr., Pacquiao, Tyson are all in attendance tonight. Errol Spence inside the ring. Both guys undefeated. Errol Spence 28-0, 22 knockouts. Terence Crawford 39-0, 30 knockouts. Both of them know what they need to do. Both of them have been aware of the other person for a long, long time. I think they first met 5 years ago, but they were aware of each other long before that. So they're just talking about the car crash. And the car crash that changed his life. But what effects could there be? Has there been any kind of decline in the skills? So, Errol Spence is inside the ring. Here comes Terence Crawford. Is Eminem in the house? Yes, he is. Eminem is in the house. Eminem is doing the ring walk for Terence Crawford. Damn. Damn. I think, is that Lose Yourself? There's big rumors about it. Big rumors about it. So he came out. He's not actually singing though. Instead, we're just doing. They're just playing "Lose Yourself," the track. So Eminem came out. I really thought he would do like the song because he was making his way down. It's too big for that. So there's a Lose Yourself that's playing like audio track. Eminem came out, introduced Terence Crawford. And it's pretty sick that he's there though. Pretty sick that he was there. Crawford's making his way down to the ring. Ribby said, best rapper alive. This is dope, not gonna lie, said A.B. Jobson. King of Detroit, bringing out the King of Omaha. My wife hates him. I like him. Okay, here's Crawford's about to step inside the ring. Yeah, man, look at this. These two fighters are about to be in the ring at the same time, and they are about to answer the question of who is potentially the greatest boxer in the world. Obviously, Inui would be in that conversation as well. I don't want to do Inui dirty, but for many people, Terence Crawford is the number one. He has finished all of his opponents in welterweight. Eminem bringing out Terence Crawford's beautiful shot of the arena. Absolutely rammed. Someone's O has got to go. This fight has been spoken about for so long. So long. So even though Spence is the taller fighter, Crawford has got the slight reach advantage. It's about 5 centimeters. Yeah, longer reach. It's about to go down. It is seriously about to go down. 518 likes is what we've got. Again, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated as we continue to collect likes like Pokemon. We're on 518. 518, and this epic fight hasn't yet. So we haven't even had the announcements yet. We've only had the ring walks. We've got 1,400 people that are watching live. 1,400 people. Big shout out to everyone that's joining us. Put in the comments which way you think this is going to go. Who do you think's picking up the dub? Eminem did just walk Crawford out. He didn't do the music, though. I mean, he'll go so far. Okay, so time for the ring announcements. Crawford said, Rico. Who have you got? I'm leaning Crawford's. I'm leaning Crawford's. Errol in 8, said Vlad the Inhaler. Big, said Shaquem. Derek Lewis threw his cup into the crowds. Errol Spence said Young Banks. James, shout out to you. Ryan said, let's get the job done. I am Ken Ross said, if Crawford wins, is he the second best athlete from Nebraska? Sure. I think more than that, though. If Crawford wins, I think he's undeniably the best boxer in the world. And for pound, I don't know how much people put stock in the pound for pound ranking, but yeah, man, this is huge. This is huge. They're showing the aerial shots. They keep showing celebrities that are watching. Just seeing these two being in the same ring is just strange. It's just weird. We've had over 3,200 votes now as well. 58% of people have gone with Crawford. 42% of people have gone with Spence. Bayview said Spence looked way too weight drained at the weigh-in. Crawford looked great. Bud by stoppage within 6 rounds. I love that. Are you Eminem? Yes. My heart is racing, says Dane the Main. Punch Face Time said Ed. My heart says Bud. My wallet says Spence, said Davids. Okay. Errol Spence says Young Banks. Zugi said Crawford round 7. Elite GB said this is going to be epic. Michael said Spence in 7. Official Fighting said best boxer of his weights. Do you think that's what it will be? You think that whoever wins this will just be the best in the welterweight division, won't be pound for pound number 1? For a lot of people, Crawford is pound for pounds. It's him or Inui, really. There's I think the odd list, the rare list that's got Usyk at number 1, but really it's either Crawford or Inui. No, man. I think if Crawford does it, I think for me he is pound for pound number 1. And he's getting his intro right now. Of course, Crawford, Terence Bud Crawford, is the WBO welterweight champion. Errol Spence Jr. is the IBF, WBA, and WBC welterweight champion. This is going to decide the first 4-belt undisputed welterweight champion. Someone is leaving with all of the gold. Someone is leaving the undisputed man. And the boxing world has come out to see who it's going to be. Seriously, seriously big, man. Seriously big. Terence Crawford getting his intro. And the crowd are firmly behind him. I'd say they're split, because even though Crawford just got a great reaction, Spence is now getting his intro, and he's getting a great reaction as well. Errol, the Truth, Spence Jr. looking very cool, calm, collected. Obviously, you got the IBF, WBA, WBC belts. William said I went Crawford, but only because I thought everyone else would go Spence. It's a fun fight, but Crawford should win, says Eds. Tyson Fury's #1 in heavyweight. That's why it's weight classes, said official Fighting Irish. Watching Crawford's all night. Crawford in 5, said Vince. I've been waiting years for this fight, said Vlad the Inhaler. Bruce said Usyk is the greatest. Lot of hype for this fight, says Bonkers. Loads of hype for this fight. Drowning in hype for this fight. And it is finally upon us. The time for talking is done. They're both composed, man. There's no body language signals. They do both fancy it. Absolutely every aspect of this fight is going to be fascinating. Who's going to start the aggressor? Who's going to get the early advantage? Let's have a look. We're about to get underway. We're going to score it as we go along as well, of course. Right, we are underway, round #1. So, we've got Spence taking the center ground as we expected, and Crawford on the outside, so nothing crazy, no surprises. Going to the body there, Spence, jab coming in there by Spence. I'd say, like, seeing them together, Crawford is smaller, but it's not massive. It's not a massive difference between them. Seeing Spence in the center, jabbing away. You just got Crawford circling round on the outsides. Spence going to the body. As he goes to the body, there's a jab that comes back there by Crawford's. Just falling short by the looks of it. Again, Spence going upstairs, going to the body. Again, jab coming in there by Crawford's. Little bit slow, calculated. We know that Crawford starts slow. Spence, want to see him dictating this. You don't want Crawford to start dictating this. Couple of jabs coming in upstairs there by Crawford. Again, going upstairs as Spence continues to occupy that center ground. He's managed to get Crawford backed against the ropes momentarily. Referee comes in, separates them. Crawford's in the center. Spence on the outside. Spence, white shorts, red waistband. Crawford, black shorts. Bit of netting on his shorts, actually. As, again, these two jab coming in there by Spence. There's really not much to separate them. I'd say Spence has been the more active fighter. Crawford's, again, trying to throw in a shot, a jab. We're not seeing Crawford getting caught up against the ropes or in the corner. We've seen one example of it so far. Jab coming into the body there by Crawford. Couple of jabs going upstairs by Spence. Couple of jabs coming back there by Crawford. Little bit of head movement there by Crawford. Jab coming in by Spence. Again, he's managed to get Crawford back against the ropes, but he can't capitalize on it. This is where Spence needs to really put in some work. But as he starts to put in some shots, Crawford comes back with a couple of shots of his own. Crawford's getting out of the corner, which he needed to do. Again, we're seeing both of these guys looking to get the jab off, but neither guy really stamping authority on this round. Again, jab coming in there by Spence. It's Crawford in the center. End of the first round. I would say that's a Spence round. I would say it was a Spence round. I don't think he really put a flag down, though. I don't think what he did was really establish himself. I think he just landed a little more. Be interesting to see the numbers. But it seemed like he was the more active boxer. A couple of times he managed to get Crawford's back against the ropes, kind of over in the corner. Crawford will be fine, though. There's been nothing too scary there for him. First is a feeling out process, says Octa/08. Spence 1-0, just a bit more active, said Jessingtons. I agree. Who's got the better ring gear? I prefer Crawford's. I think it looks a little classier. Seems to have a bit some sort of theme to it or something. Okay, here we go then. Round number 2. Yeah, commentators giving that opening round to Errol Spence as well. Couple of jabs coming in there by Spence. And again, going upstairs. He's been mixing his jabs to the body and upstairs as well. Crawford's keeping a good high guards. Trying to respond with a couple of jabs of his own. He's got him back against the ropes in the clinch. Spence in the clinch. Referee coming in, looking to separate both fighters. We've got Spence in the center. Crawford in there as well. Jab coming in there by Spence. Couple of jabs driving Crawford back. Yep, Spence again looking to just continue what he did in that first round. Jab coming in there by Spence. Crawford staying on the outside, keeping his hands up. It's cagey. It's cagey. Neither guy really stamping their authority on this at the moment. Couple of jabs there by Spence. Some nice counters coming back, though, by Crawford. He's a good counter puncher, Crawford. Really good. Jab coming in there by Spence. Crawford staying on the outsides. Nice right hand there by Crawford. Big overhand left there by Spence. We're starting to see more output coming in by both guys. Jab to the body there by Spence. He is trying to be the aggressor. Spence is trying to throw more as well. Trying to throw more. And by throwing more, hoping that he can land more. And the other thing is that if he's throwing more, it means that Crawford's having to be thinking about defense rather than offense. And so it's negating Crawford's to a degree. So we're seeing a lot of output here by Spence. We know that he is a good fighter. A couple of jabs coming in by Crawford, who could maintain this for 12 rounds, but it's going to be a big ask. Crawford's in the center. Crawford, it feels like he's growing into this, though. Crawford just enjoying a brief spell. Both fighters in the center of the ring right now. Jab coming in there. Jab going into the body. Crawford going upstairs with a jab of his own. Jab to the body there by Crawford. Oh, Spence goes down. Spence goes down. Crawford went upstairs and it is a count. Wow. Big, 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 big for Crawford. Big for Crawford. He's got the confidence. Spence is in trouble. End of... Wow. Obviously, Crawford rounds. Knockdown. Knockdown. 10-8 round to Crawford's. Yeah, he was just growing into it. Spence doing well, keeping Crawford back. Crawford got in close. Bang, bang. It's that one. So Spence goes to the body. It allows Crawford to get a left in, and it's this right. It's the right. Yeah. Bang, bang. It's sort of like here that he connects with it, but down goes Spence. Big start to this fight. We've already had a knockdown. Now, jabs through round 2. Crawford 8, Spence 6. That is a real warning sign to Spence. A real warning sign. Spence in the center. How can he respond? How can he respond? Couple of shots coming back there by Crawford. Jab coming in by Spence. I mean, Spence has totally recovered. He's actually got Crawford in the corner. He's trying to tee off on him. Crawford trying to get out of there. There hasn't been anything that's caused Crawford any sort of danger, but he's took a few shots. Couple of jabs coming back there by Crawford. What a treat, man. What a treat. This fight is an absolute privilege to watch. What a treat. What action we're enjoying here. Two of the absolute best in the world. And you wanted drama. You've got it. Knocked down in the second round. And now Spence driving Crawford back into the corner, over against the ropes. He's trying to find a way away from the ropes, and he throws out a couple of jabs there, Crawford. Catches Spence in the head. Spence, though, eats them, responds. Body shot there by Spence. Crawford backing up a little bit. Drama. Absolute drama. Scenes in the T-Mobile. Couple of jabs coming in there by Spence. Crawford standing his ground in the center. Body shots coming in. Lovely. Counters coming back there by Crawford. Into clinch. Referee coming in, looking to separate them. And again, Spence going about his work. This has been a Spence round. Great comeback by Spence. Spence, again, looking to come forward. Jab coming in. Couple of counter shots coming back there by Crawford. That was great by Crawford. That was so good. Slipping that jab and then throwing a couple of counters. The counter shots by Spence. Body shot coming in there by Spence. Beautiful accuracy there by Crawford. It has been a good response by Spence. He is dangerous. Crawford is dangerous. Both of these fighters are dangerous, but you do feel like Crawford looks the more likely to get the finish. He looks the more likely to get the finish. I'm going to say that's a Spence round, but it is close. It is close. Oh my God, what a fight. What a gripping, tense fight this is. So dramatic. Elf on Carolee Hedgeman, shout out to you. Elf on Carolee Hedgeman. Appreciate the support, my friend. I hope you are enjoying the action so far. How are you scoring it? Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. How are you scoring it? I've got 2 rounds for Spence, but a 10-8 round for Crawford. I think that last round's really close. There is Money Mayweather. 2-2 I've got it 2-2. Here we go. Okay, round number 4. Spence jabbing away. I mean, honestly, the way this fight is looking, we just might not get to the judges. Crawford's looking dangerous. Oh, man. Oh, man. He's teeing off on him. Couple of shots. Going upstairs. Going to the body as well there, Crawford's. Lovely flurry. Lovely shots. It is quality. I tell you what, Spence has got a bit of blood coming down his nose. He's coming forwards. Body shot coming in there by Spence. Trying to go upstairs. Hook shot coming in by Spence as well. They're both in the center of the ring. Oh, man. Little uppercut there by Crawford. Body shot there by Spence. It just looks like Crawford's shots are hurting Spence. Spence's shots aren't hurting Crawford's. Body shot there by Crawford's. Oh, hook shot there by Crawford. Jab coming in by Crawford as well. Spence looks to be in trouble here for me. This is a Crawford round. Crawford's keeping it tight, keeping the guard up. Spence trying to go to the body. There's a bit of damage on the face of Spence. There's no damage on the face of Crawford. Crawford's edging forwards, keeping it tight. Ugh. Trying to throw a vicious hook shot. Left hook shot. Jab coming in by Spence, going upstairs. And Crawford's keeping it tight. We're right in the pocket. We're right in close. Yeah, Spence in trouble. That's what the commentators are saying. That's what I'm seeing as well. It's been a good round, this, for Crawford. Really good round. Getting in close. Uppercut coming in there by Crawford. Crawford again trying to throw out a couple of double jabs. Spence on the outsides. Trying to keep a bit of distance now by the looks of it. I don't know if he just wants to get out of this round. Crawford again edging forward. Spence is the one that's on the outside now. I think there's some serious respect that Spencer's got for Crawford here. Crawford going to the body. Going to the body again. Definite Crawford round. Definite Crawford round. Crawford's, the difference in this fight is when Crawford's landing on Spence, it just feels like Spence is really feeling it. It feels like his soul is feeling it. When Spence is landing on Crawford, it just doesn't seem to be phasing him. The power difference here seems significant. Oof. He can smell blood, said Ryan. 3-2 Crawford, says Captain 41. Bogan said Crawford looking great. Crawford winning. Crawford winning. I said Spence would go down in the second, said Vidal's Ways. Before the fight, I won my DK bet. Many congratulations, my friend. Always love to hear of people winning bets. Big shout out to you. Antonio said Crawford is ready to knock Spence out. It does feel that way. I think the doctor's come in, actually. Doctor has come in. Doctor is having a word there with Spence. Yeah, it is a bad sign. When the doctor is coming in, having a word with you, and we've only had 4 rounds, it's not a good sign. Here we go. Round number 5. Let's see. Can Spence find a way back into this? Power punches thrown. Crawford 33, Spence 27. Lovely work there by Crawford. Spence trying to come back. Spence trying to edge forwards. Beautiful counters coming in there by Crawford. Spence trying to cover up. He's just too good. He's just too good. Crawford is just too good. He is dictating this fight. Even though Spence is the one that's moving forwards, it's allowing Crawford to hit his counters, and that's exactly what he wants to do. Few body shots coming in there by Spence, though. Referee coming in, separating the fighters. Spence edging forwards. Crawford standing in the center. Spence edging forward, but Crawford, couple of jabs going upstairs. Again, Spence looking, throwing some shots. Lovely body shot there by Crawford. Couple of jabs there by Crawford. Spence is really having to weather a storm here. To get any sort of success, he's having to go through a fire. Oh, a big swing and a miss there by Spence. Crawford again. Watching, waiting. Jab to the body by Crawford. It is, it's the power, the accuracy, the power. Everything about Crawford is just looking on point. Oh, jab there by Crawford, looking for an uppercut. You can see the damage on the face of Spence. He's really, oh God, another hook shot. Oh my God. Just everything looks so good by Crawford. Everything looks so good. Body shots coming in. He is landing, Spence. He is getting some stuff through. But it is just really a hard day at the office, man. He's getting a body shot in there. We got 20-odd seconds to go. Crawford's trying to throw a big left hand. I think it just fell short. Backing up a little bit there. Nice head movement there by Spence, though. Crawford again. Trying to find a way forward. Jab. Couldn't see if it landed. Yeah, so it's another Crawford round. He's in a rhythm. We said if Crawford gets in control, it's his fight. And that's exactly where we are. This is Crawford's fight. Oh, man. It's undeniable. He is looking so good. He is looking every inch, the pound for pound, great. Want to hear what they're saying to Spence at the moment? If you are just joining us, we are seeing a fascinating fight. Spence taking the first round. Knocked down in the second. He does look tired. He does look tired. Spence looks like these shots are taking it out of him. Crawford just looks fine, man. Crawford just looks fine. This is sick. I've got 10K on Crawford, Zed So Killer. Looks like a wise investment at the moment. Listen, it's boxing. This is boxing. Total punches landed. Crawford, 88. Spence, 54. Spence against the ropes. Crawford is the one that's putting the pressure on. Spence trying to find a way forward. Couple of jabs coming in there by Crawford. Spence going to the body. Again, a couple of jabs coming in there by Spence. Hey, he needs to land some at significant, Spence. He needs to land some at that Crawford feels. Trying to go on the inside, but oh, there was some nice body shots there. He has been putting a lot of work into the body, Spence. He's been putting a lot of work into the body. Might as well end our poll. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We've got over 2,000 people joining us live right now. If you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. As we've got Crawford looking so good. Oh my God. Jab with a left hook. Lands both on Spence. Spence is in reverse again, but moves forward with a couple of jabs of his own. And referee coming in, having a word with Spence. I think there was a shot there that was a little bit low. There's a left hand that just misses by Spence. Crawford's again looking so crisp. So crisp. It is. Jabs coming in there by Crawford's. Crawford standing and throwing. Spence is the one that's having to really get out the way. Try and work some interesting angles. Get to the body. Try and avoid some of these shots. Oh, man. Hook shot coming in there by Crawford's. Body shots coming in by Spence. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. We've got Crawford edging forward. Spence backing up against the ropes. Again into a bit of a clinch. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Jab coming in there by Spence. And again, referee is going to look to come in and separate both fighters. Again, we've got Spence having a little look, looking to throw in a couple of jabs. Crawford's again quite close. Throwing in some body shots. Little uppercut there by Crawford. He's working so hard, Spence. He is working so hard. I believe it to be another Crawford round, but you've got to give Spence credit. He has been hit and rocked. And he is desperately trying to get in close. It's kind of turning his head, turning his body over to the side, getting in close so he can just really put in some stuff. Really put in some work. But yeah, I mean, that feels like it's a Crawford round. Crawford is going for the kill, said Chev. Spence is dedicated to that body, said Elite GB. He really is. He's putting the work in. He's putting the work in to the body. I don't think it's going to pay off for him, though. Doesn't feel like it's paying off for him. We're up to round number 7. There's no sign of Crawford's feeling the effects of those body shots. And this was a big question, though. How would Crawford react to those body shots? We know those body shots are hard from Spence. We know those body shots are significant from Spence. Crawford hasn't flinched. He's not flinched. Jab to the body there by a couple of jabs coming in. Crawford going to the body. Spence backing up. Both fighters in the center. Jab coming in there by Crawford. Spence going to the body again. Swing and a miss there by Crawford. Couple of jabs coming in there by Crawford. Referee looking to separate both fighters. Again, we've got both guys having a little look at the moment. Crawford's edging forwards. Spence with a jab. Jab coming back there by Crawford's. Body shot coming in there by Spence. He is absolutely going for it. He's managed to get... Oh! Spence goes down! Wow, it's another counter, man. It's another counter. Spence had Crawford's. He's got back up. It's a beautiful little shot by Crawford. Spence goes down for a second time. Crawford looking to finish this one in the 7th. It's another knockdown. It's another 10-8 rounds. We've still got a minute and a half to go. Jab coming in there by Spence. He's still in there. He's still on his feet. He had Crawford up against the ropes. Crawford with a little, I believe it to be a hook shot, and just dropped him. Just dropped him out of nowhere. And that's twice, actually. It's twice that Spence has been the aggressor and Crawford has dropped him with a counter. So that seems to be where Crawford's getting his success. Jab coming in. He's got to be careful here, Spence. I mean, he's still seemingly showing the effects of that. Body shot coming in there by Spence in a clinch. Crawford, if you was to throw a criticism in his direction, and it's very hard to do that. But if you was going to do it, you would say that he's not finished the job. You know, little stumble there by Spence. I think he will finish the job. I feel confident that Crawford should get this by finish, but he is just allowing Spence to get back into the fight. Oh, he goes down again! Big hook shot by Crawford! Spence goes down for a third time! Oh my God! Wow. Wow. Twice he gets put down in that round. Twice he gets put down. That was a big right hook. Huge. Huge. Short little right hook uppercut. Drops him for the first time in that round. But this one, the doctor's having a little Crawford, man. I love that. Wow. How can Spence win this fight? I don't know. I'm at the point where I don't know. Crawford looks as fresh as he did in the first. Amazing. This is amazing. This is an amazing performance from Crawford. To win this fight would be one thing. To dominate this fight, to put the other person down 3 times. This is the fight that people have always wanted to see. And Crawford is sending such a message. What must be going through Spence's head right now? What must be going through his head? How the hell does he win this fight? In boxing, it's never over. We know that. But it just looks like it's a mountain for Spence. It just looks like an absolute mountain. I mean, we've got to be at the point where he needs a finish. There's been 3 knockdowns, and Crawford has won plenty of rounds in between them as well. Yeah, it's true. It's hardly put a foot wrong. I think the only thing you could say is that after the knockdowns, he hasn't gone in for the kill. And if he has, he's not been successful. That's the only thing that you could say. Yeah, he is. He's been very patient. I mean, I suppose he doesn't need to force anything. He's clearly winning the fight. In this round at the moment, you've got to give Spence so much credit for his powers of recovery. Jab coming in there by Spence. And again, he's still working the heart of Spence. It could be enough, yeah. Spence could be there for the taking if Crawford can land something similar to what we saw at the end of that last round. Spence over by the ropes. Jab coming in there by Crawford. Hooks coming in. Spence wobbling again. Trying to come back with the big hook shot of his own. Oh, I tell you, he just missed with a big left hook there, Crawford. There was a left that just missed. Going to the body there by Spence again. That body work has not paid off for him. Couple of jabs coming in there by Crawford. Again, Spence trying to throw a couple of shots back of his own. Crawford's just eating them. Again, trying to go down to the body. 10 seconds to go. I mean, he's got through the rounds. It's still a Crawford round. And he's managed to get through. Spence is a warrior, said Lonnie. He just won't quit. Absolutely couldn't agree more. He is an absolute warrior. He deserves nothing but respect. after this fight. Nothing but respect. He is an absolute warrior. But the bottom line is, he is also losing this fight. Significantly losing this fight. If you are joining us and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's really appreciated. We're really getting to the business end of this stream. We've got 714 likes. 714 likes. Hit the thumbs up. And we'll see if we can get any closer to that 1,000. It's really appreciated as we're about to go to our next round. Round number 9. Here we go. Into the 9th. What can Spence do? Jabs. Spence has thrown 30. Crawford has thrown 72. Or landed, I should say. Spence has actually thrown 266 and only landed with 30. Really, you know, amazing that Crawford has managed to take that weapon away. Spence is known for his jabs. Spence on the outside. Couple of jabs coming in there by Crawford. I think the thing is that Spence has tasted the power of Crawford. If he's working that jab, I think he's just worried that he's going to leave himself open to these counters. So he can't really fully commit to them. He's trying to come in, throw in some body shots. Spence getting a little bit of success in close. Crawford pushing him away. Spence on the outsides. As, again, some body shots coming in there by Spence. Jab coming in there by Crawford. And again, as Spence is edging backwards, not where he wants to go. Crawford standing his ground in the center. These two coming into the clinch. Right now, Crawford's struggling. Oh, I was going to say struggling to find a clean shot, and then he finds a beautiful jab that really snaps Spence's head back. And again, lovely jab. Spence stumbles back over by... Oops. Crawford, swing and a miss there by Spence. Body shot by Crawford. Spence goes to the body. Goes upstairs. Crawford's having a little look. Keeping it tight. Yeah, he is just... Oh, man, he is just throwing and swinging. Spence digging deep. Jab coming in there by Crawford. And again, couple of jabs coming back by Spence. It's just trying and working. Again, couple of shots coming in by Crawford. Oh! Oh! Spence is rocked! And the ref's called it! The ref has called it! Terence Crawford wins! By stoppage! Technical knockout! Round 9! Remember the name! Crawford, King of Las Vegas, King of the welterweight division, King of the pound-for-pound rankings. Incredible performance by Crawford. He had Spence absolutely rocked. Downloaded the data in that first round. Dropped him in the second. Had him down twice in the 7th. He tried. It's true. There's a real show of respect between them. Spence, of course, is going to be feeling devastated by this loss. Absolutely devastated. But we're seeing Crawford dancing inside the ring. There's a lot of some woman dancing away. There's a lot of people that have just gone into the ring there. There's a lot of celebrating, a lot of excitement. Crawford is the undisputed welterweight champion of the world. That warrior mentality will get you permanent brain damage, said Ernest. Second fight, Errol will come back. Interesting, actually, if they would run it back. Spencer said after this he wants to move up. I don't think we see the rematch. I don't think we see the rematch. Spence said that after this, he wants to go up in weight. He's finding it hard to make this weight, Spence. Referee stopped it. Referee had seen enough. The referee had already seen 3 knockdowns. So the ref had already seen 3 knockdowns. Spence is a fighter, but Crawford is a true boxer, said Chance 4. What a fight, says Legend Killer. Jessington said no rematch is needed. I agree. I agree. I think it's going to be really hard for anyone to believe if Spence said that he knows what he needs to do. I mean, I think there's enough respect for Spence where people would still obviously watch, but I don't think there'd be much belief. I don't think too many people would believe that Spence would be able to get it done next time. People were leaning Crawford in this. Obviously, in retrospect, Crawford should have been a bigger favorite. But, I mean, you saw the heart of Spence. They're saying it's a great stoppage. 3 knockdowns. Spence was in a whole world of trouble. It is true. I don't even think Spence ain't going to have no trouble with that finish. It's amazing he didn't go down there, actually. There's a beautiful right hook shot in that round, and he just takes it. He just stands and takes it. Crawford's jumping up in the corner. Odds were right. No one expected this outcome, said Mo Better. That stoppage saved his career, said Jew. Jessington said, this week has been crazy. I didn't expect Inui to outclass Fulton like that. And the same thing here. Zelak said, there's no point in a rematch. Did y'all just see that? Dude's face looks like a plum. Crawford destroyed him with the jab, said Simbarash. This fight wasn't about the money, that's for sure, said did it hurt? All them belts, man. Crawford, all the belts. He hasn't even got them all. Undisputed welterweight champion of the world, Terence Crawford. So Crawford just being interviewed here by Jim Gray. Your name is now in the history books. Crawford, thanks God. Said he's blessed. Crawford said he only dreamed of being a world champion. He's an overachiever. And he thanks Spence. First undisputed 4-belt welterweight champion. They said I wasn't good enough. I mean, normally in this situation, they'd ask what's next, but I mean, you can't really ask him what's next. Yeah, that was key. He said, let me ask you about your ability to take away Spence's jab. He was worried about the jab. Our main focus was the jab. Mike Tyson apparently described Terence Crawford's jab like a battering ram. Said, normally I like to use a flicking jab, but on this one we had to use a much firmer jab because we know that Errol Spence is very durable. Amazing. Didn't do any damage to Crawford's. I'm mad, said Arswiz. Didn't even drop him once or have him in trouble. If I could have superpowers, I would pick Crawford's counter punches, said Ryzen. Spence, flat-footed, slow hands, said Southpaw. Chester said, switch to UFC. I think it's wrapped up in it. Hasn't it done? I think it's done. They're done with the co-main. I'm guessing they're already underway with the main. I think we might have missed the boat on it. I'm stunned. I honestly thought Spence would win. Crawford was much, much better than I thought he was. Answer said, I'm Mexican, but Bud is definitely the pound for pound now. I'm smoking Bud, but Spence ain't, said IQTV. He basically used the similar jab strategy like Inui did earlier, said Octa/08. So it's really cool. There's a lot of knowledgeable people, passionate boxing fans around in the chat, which is really cool to see. You've waited your whole life for this evening. To have your name next to some of those greats is quite the achievement. How do you characterize that? Crawford said he's got so many emotions he could cry right now. Amazing. He now moves to 40-0, 31 knockouts. Spence Jr. 28-1. He'll come back. But it seems like he's moving up in weight. That's what he said before. Oh, actually, he's going to talk to Errol. Let's see what. I think Errol's the more interesting interview, actually. What happened? He was the better man tonight. My timing was a bit off. I don't know how wise it is to interview someone that was knocked down 3 times. He was throwing the harder jab, and he had his timing down with that jab. My timing wasn't on point. Yeah. Will you trigger the rematch? Wow. He said, yeah, he's going to do it again. I don't know, man. I don't know if that's heat at the moment. But he says that, hell yeah, I want the rematch. He said, I'll go away. I'll work on what I need to work on. I'll come back a better fighter. I don't know that, I don't know. I don't know if that's what we're going to see. I would really doubt that that's the way it's going to go, to be honest. I would really doubt that that's the way it's going to go. He's got a death wish. Maybe he does. Maybe he does. Spence and the weight will be a topic of discussion. Spence has to go back and watch the fight. He'll see it's done. Age will creep on you. After the damage he took, he has to consider retiring. I think that if he retires, I mean, look, he retires as a great, undeniable great, but not the greatest. You know, he's come up against a better fighter. I said before, and I meant it. I really hope that people aren't going to go in hard on Spence now. I really hope that whoever lost this, people actually just applaud them and actually just, like, you know, support them. And like, you know, I'm not trying to spread love and harmony throughout the world, because I've got an alternative motive, right? And my alternative motive is, if fighters aren't as worried about taking an L, if the repercussions of taking an L aren't as severe, then there is a chance that fighters will be more motivated to give us the dream fights that we want to see. From a purely selfish point of view, from a point of view of, I would love to see more dream fights. I really hope that this does not change. This you know, doesn't sour like Errol Spence's decision to take this fight. You know, I hope that other fighters don't look at the fallout of this and think, I don't want that. I don't want that. Because you know there's going to be memes. You know there's going to be a fallout. You know there's going to be banter and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, you've got to expect it to a degree. But I think, like, people should appreciate the fact that both of these guys stepped into that ring undefeated, gave us two of the absolute best pound-for-pound fighters going up against each other so that we could all find out who is the best. No more speculating. No more, this person's got this person's got that. No more of that. We're going to find out the answer. And we got the answer. We absolutely got the answer tonight, right? And it's easy to look at it now and go, right, it's Crawford. That's the answer, right? But going into it, it was, I think in our poll, it was like 60-40. It was really close. It was really, really close in our poll. And the bookies odds had Crawford at only like -115. I mean, it's really close on the odds as well. The poll, what we put in the chat, the odds, none of that reflected how the match actually went and how wide that match actually was. I mean, just incredible what we've just seen. Really just incredible from Crawford. But as I said, I hope that Spence can walk around with his head high. I hope that people show him the respect that he deserves. I hope other fighters can see this, see the reaction to this, and be motivated to give us more dream fights in the future. And that it not be this big negative thing that his O has gone, you know, and that's it, he's washed, you know, he's a disgrace, he's useless. It seems like it's all or nothing in this world, doesn't it? Whereas, you know, Errol Spence is still a fantastic fighter. I hope that hope he takes some time away to consider what his next step should be, and hope that he gets treated with some respect. And then, as I said, I hope that we could potentially look forward to other dream fights. I must admit, though, I don't know that I want to see this fight again. It was so one-sided that, I mean, they would need to watch the tape here, really come up with a significant game plan, which I just don't know. I just don't know that you could find a game plan to stop Crawford. He's got too much power. He's got the reach advantage. His Spence's jab was already one of the best in boxing. I don't think you're going to be able to develop that jab even better. And so I don't know how you're going to nullify him. The bottom line is Crawford has got more power than Spence. When Crawford was touching up Spence, Spence was feeling it. When Spence was touching up Crawford wasn't feeling it. Crawford still seemed fresh towards the end of that fight. So it's hard to see the changes that could be made, to be honest. It's really hard to look at that and see, well, if Spence does this and that, he should be able to pick up the victory. But it was so one-sided. So one-sided. It feels like there's a big gap between them, to be honest. Mitchell said Poirier just got dropped. Did he all done? Gaethje wins with a head kick. I had Poirier winning that. Gaethje just kicked Dustin into next week. I think Spence was drunk before the fight, and the fight was a fix. I am fuming. I am a Spence fan, says Liam. I don't think it was a fix. I don't think it was a fix. I think Spence is a great fighter. I think that he wasn't able to really establish his jab. I think the power was too much. I think that's what it comes down to. I think that Crawford could deal with Spence's power, but Spence couldn't deal with Crawford's. And really then, you know, Crawford's is the more technical of the two fighters. And I think that, you know, it was only going to go one way. As soon as we established that, it was only going to go one way. But that's why I just can't see how you can make any sort of changes that's going to result in a different outcome. I just don't know. I really don't know what he can do. I don't know if we'll get the fight. It might have just been a bit of talk afterwards, you know. Might have just been a bit of talk. That was crazy, said AB Jobson. Spence was cloned. That must be it. I think you're right, actually. Now I'm thinking about it. I think Spence was cloned. And it was a clone that we saw. This is why Spence makes excuses to fight Pacquiao, because they knew that Pacquiao would expose him because he's slow, said Kings. I bet not see anyone disrespect Spence because of this in any shape or form, said Rise and Beats. Well, you know it'll happen. You know it'll happen. And I listen, to some degree, I think that you can understand Crawford fans being excited and pleased, and you're going to get a bit of banter. But I think I hope there's still a healthy respect for Spence there, because as you said, they absolutely, like many times in the past, could have avoided each other. This really looked like it was going to be one of those fights that wouldn't come to fruition. It really did look like it would go that way. So the fact that we got it is pretty special. Pretty special. All week I had Justin with a feeling that Dustin's time was going to come. This morning I switched to Dustin because I had to run with my boy. That was sad, but amazing, said AB Jobson. IQTV said, Spence ain't smoking no bud tonight. Damn, Spence, says Kenneth. Spence would have spanked Pacquiao. Quit playing, says Kavlar. As Vince yells out, that's the key, that's the driver. Spence had nothing for Crawford, said, I am Ken Ross. Watch the fight and see the result. Spence looked like a double cheeseburger. Pretty funny. Spence lost, of course. Spence died in that accident. His clone fought tonight. Crawford definitely humbled him. But Errol got beat. I bet my house on Spence, said James. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, James. 1 knockdown in the second, 2 in the 7th. Just read my name. I'm top 5 today on Tapology. Hawkins Jr., shout out to you, dudes. Excellent result. Thanks for the live commentary. Vidalways, no worries, dudes. Thank you for joining us. We're going to wrap up very soon. I just wanted to get people's final thoughts. There's still just over 1,000 people that were joining us, so just wanted to get the final thoughts. We've just done the post-fight interviews. I would have switched over to UFC, but I think we were already underway with the main event there, and that card's done as well. So, you know, as we said, unfortunately, both of these events run in at the same time simultaneously. Sonny said, I tied for 10th. Sonny, I always read out the top 10 on Tapology. But we're not looking at UFC at the moment. So this week, because obviously the fights I can't. That is frustrating. That is frustrating. I would have read out your name as well, like giving you all the credits. I always read the top 10. That is annoying. That is annoying. I'm annoyed for you. JQ, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Carla said maybe 2 years ago, a different fight. The car crash took a toll. I think you're right. I think you're right. There's no way of knowing as to if the outcome would have been different 2 years ago, but I would feel a lot more confident that well, it was 2019, the car crash. So had they have faced before that, I think we could have seen a closer fight than what we just got. But I don't know. It's hard to say that Spence would have won. I would rather see stream UFC, said John. Thanks for the stream, said Gabriel. Shout out to you. These people comparing Crawford with Clarissa, it's not the same. One is a women's boxer, 2 minutes, championship round, only 10 rounds, and level of competition is said Dustin. Yeah, I would agree that women's boxing is in a different position. You know, I think what she's doing within her, competition level, you know, she can only beat who's around her, and she is so far ahead of everyone else that you've got to give her like props for what she's doing with the competition she's got. And I suppose you can make a comparison in the sense of Crawford's is ahead of the competition he's got. He's so far ahead of everyone else. He's just beaten another pound for pound great, you know. He really has established himself as a massive name. As we said, potentially for many, many people tonight, the #1 fighter in the world right now. So there'd be a comparison along those lines, but yeah, I would agree that there's plenty of differences there as well. Right. I think are we pretty much done? Let me get a few more. I would be sad, but Crawford put on a masterclass, said A.B. Jobson. Sincere Dobie said, you've got to think, bro, when you're fighting a calm and smart fighter that can hit you, you're going to have problems. I already knew Crawford was going to win. Clarissa is cloned. Turns out everyone is cloned. Gaethje title shot, says A.B. Jobson. Legend 72, shout out to you. Ribby, shout out to you. I just got here. What happened? Said the Beach Kevin. Well, Crawford picked up a win. Technical knockout, round 9, 3 knockdowns. It was pretty juicy stuff. Legend Killer, shout out to you, my friends. Ribby, shout out to you. You was a big part of my life. I respect you. Q the Light Knight, appreciate the support. Everyone's being very friendly. Everyone's being very kind. Appreciate all the kind words. But there we go. I think we're done. I think we can look to wrap things up. I think the coverage on TNT Sports is looking to wrap up as well. Amazing night. One of those massive fights that you always get excited about tuning in for. And obviously a lot of speculation as to which way it was going to go. We got our answer, definitively got our answer. And the exciting thing as well is there's plenty of other great fights on the horizon. We are going to be looking to continue to mix in pro wrestling, boxing, UFC. We have a look at all of those on a Saturday. I think it's pro wrestling next week. They've got a really big event coming up. But we are looking at some of the other big boxing events that are on the horizon. We know that Usyk is taking on Daniel Dubois. That's on the 26th of August. And that looks juicy. So definitely got our eyes on that one. As well, Fury against Ngannou should be very interesting because Fury against Ngannou is a fight where I'd expect Fury to win comfortably, but it's got such a kind of quirky kind of aspect to it that I think it'll get quite a lot of casual attention. I think that'll be one that the casuals will really gravitate towards. So could be interesting. So yeah, definitely looking at that as well. But yeah, we're always looking at what big boxing events are coming up. Look to do those. Obviously, we've got some big UFC fights on the horizon as well with John Jones and Stipe coming up. A few other big events there. So plenty on the way. So yeah, appreciate the support as always. Hope you enjoyed your Saturday night. We are back actually tomorrow with more streams. We're back tomorrow night with another pro wrestling show. And yeah, I don't know when the next boxing is, but as we said, definitely looking at Usyk Dubois for the next boxing event. Awesome. Thanks a lot for joining us. Appreciate the support. And hopefully I will see you again next time. Bye for now.